Remember the story of Benjamin Franklin's kite experiment? He attached a metal key to the tail of a kite and flew it during a storm. The metal attracted electricity from the storm, which helped Franklin connect the idea of electricity and lightning. Franklin might be most well known for this experiment, but that was far from everything he did in his lifetime. He was a statesman, writer, scientist, philosopher, and political cartoonist, among other things. He was born in Boston in 1706. Though his father wanted Franklin to enter the clergy, they didn't have enough money for him to attend the years of school required to become a minister. As a result, Franklin went to work as an apprentice for his brother, who ran a printing press and published a local newspaper. Franklin's relationship with his brother was troubled, though, and when he was a teenager he ran away to Philadelphia, which became his home base for the rest of his life. Even back when he was working for his brother, Franklin showed great promise as a writer by anonymously writing an advice column that became very popular. Throughout his lifetime, Franklin wrote a variety of items that were both popular and influential. The most enduring of these are Poor Richard's Almanac and the Autobiography of Benjamin Franklin. Let's look at each of these a little closer. Poor Richard's Almanac was a popular pamphlet published in America annually from 1732 to 1758. An almanac is a yearly publication that includes the calendar, weather, and farmers' planting schedule for that year, plus household tips, games, and puzzles. Franklin published his almanac under the pseudonym of Poor Richard Saunders, a character who wrote the almanac to provide for his wife Bridget. The vast popularity of Poor Richard's Almanac was in large part due to Franklin's aphorisms, or short, witty statements about life. In between the days on the calendar, Franklin would insert proverbs and aphorisms that spoke to the American mindset. Many of these are still quoted today. Some examples of quotes that are still popular today include, "A friend in need is a friend indeed." "Three may keep a secret if two of them are dead." "Any society that will give up a little liberty for a little security will deserve neither and lose both." "A penny saved is 2 pence," which is often quoted as "a penny saved is a penny earned." In addition to Poor Richard's Almanac, one of the most famous of Franklin's publications is that of his autobiography, which was published after his death. The memoir is divided into 4 parts. The first part is addressed to his son William and tells some of his family history as well as Franklin's young life, including his running away to Philadelphia and eventually setting up his own newspaper there. The second part of his autobiography was written in the 1780s in Paris and describes some of Franklin's plans for America, as well as describing what he calls the 13 virtues that he wants to cultivate in his own life. In the third part of his memoir, Franklin discusses his success with Poor Richard's Almanac and his rise as an inventor and scientist. The fourth and final section describes his trip to England in the 1750s, during which time he advocated for the colonies with the British government. Franklin died in 1790 before he could finish his autobiography, but the first 4 parts have become one of the most famous and well-received in the genre. It is often read not only as an autobiography of an important American founding father, but also as a peek into life in 18th century America. In addition to its substance, its style influenced many future autobiographies. Franklin wrote with wit, but without flowery language. He wrote in the voice of the people, the same voice used by Poor Richard, and cultivated during Franklin's years in the newspaper business. This down-to-earth and simple style became the benchmark for future memoirists. Benjamin Franklin was an important figure in American history whose work as a statesman, inventor, and scientist greatly added to America's advancement. In addition, he became known as an influential writer. His Poor Richard's Almanac included many lines that are still quoted today, and the autobiography of Benjamin Franklin served as a template of style and substance for future memoir writers. Thomas Paine wasn't supposed to amount to much. Born in England in 1737, he failed out of school by the time he was 12. He worked as an apprentice for his father, a corset maker, but failed at that too. He became a sailor, and failed. So he became a tax officer, and failed. No one thought Thomas Paine would amount to much. But in 1774, he met Benjamin Franklin, who helped Paine immigrate to America. There, Paine's life took a dramatic turn when he began to write pamphlets encouraging Americans to fight for their independence against England. His pamphlets became so popular that a larger percentage of the population read them than now watch the Super Bowl. Let's take a closer look at two of Paine's most popular and influential pamphlets, Common Sense and The Crisis in America. Common Sense was published anonymously in January 1776 and gained immediate popularity. It was a call to arms for the American Revolution, in which Paine encourages Americans to go to war to gain their independence. At the time, the question of American independence from the British was still an undecided issue. Common Sense swayed public opinion widely in favor of independence and helped to spark the Revolution. The pamphlet is divided into 4 sections. The first section explains why government is necessary, and that the ideal government is either run directly by the people or indirectly via elections. He then criticizes the English monarchy and aristocracy for ruling without representing the people. The second section focuses in more closely on the concept of monarchy, and the English monarchy specifically. Paine opens this section by making a biblical case against monarchy. He points out, for example, that all men are created equal in the eyes of God, and that the distinction between the monarchy and commoners is a false one. He then goes on to point out all of the problems that the British monarchy has brought to that country. In the third section, Paine lays out his proposal for a new American government. In it, each colony would send representatives to a Congress that would first draft a new charter for America and then, eventually, run the country by electing a president and making and enforcing the laws of the land. The final section promotes the idea of an American military and how powerful Paine believed it could be. This supported the idea that America should insist on revolution, even at the cost of war, for Paine believed that America could quickly raise a military to rival England's and ensure their victory in the Revolutionary War. Paine wrote in a simple and straightforward style in Common Sense, and the results were astounding. Instead of writing for the educated elite, he reached out to the common man and made government and revolution accessible even to the least educated of America. Even people who could not read were able to hear Common Sense read aloud at public gatherings. As a result, more people than ever became passionate about revolution. But once Americans were invested in the idea of revolution, what was the next step? Paine followed Common Sense with a series of other pamphlets published during the American Revolution between 1777 and 1783. During this time, Paine traveled with the Continental Army, but wasn't very good as a soldier. However, his pamphlets inspired both the Army and the common people of America during the war. In total, Paine published 16 pamphlets that collectively are known as The Crisis in America. Like Common Sense, Paine did not publish The Crisis in America under his own name, instead opting for the pseudonym Common Sense, which linked these pamphlets to his earlier popular pamphlet. The first sentence in the first pamphlet in The Crisis in America is one of the most famous lines written by Paine. "These are the times that try men's souls." He goes on to say that fair-weather revolutionaries might take away their support now that the war had begun and was bloody, but that true patriots would continue to fight for their cause and their country and would be celebrated and thanked by all Americans. Paine's take on what he called the summer soldier and the sunshine patriot was a smart way to start the pamphlet. As the Revolutionary War became a reality, many Americans despaired at how they were outnumbered by the British. It would have been easy for any of them to give up and quit, but Paine wanted to convince them and the rest of the colonists to continue to fight, to not give up, and to prevail. Once again, Paine's style was simple, and his pamphlets were meant for the average American. They became popular amongst soldiers and civilians alike, and helped to inspire a nation to keep fighting the war despite the force of the British military. Paine argues that God is on the side of America, and that with the proper application of force, the American military could find victory over the British. Eventually, they did. Thomas Paine was a famous writer during the American Revolution. His pamphlet Common Sense was written for average Americans and helped spark the Revolutionary War. When the war was underway, He wrote a series of 16 pamphlets collectively known as The Crisis in America, which encouraged America to keep fighting for their freedom from England.
Hallelujah! Can you believe that song has been around for over 270 years? It's a classic, used in everything from movies to commercials to the traditional church setting. Handel's famed Hallelujah chorus is from a larger work called Messiah. With choirs, solo singers, and orchestra, you might have thought this was an opera, but its religious topic and simple staging are the hallmarks of an oratorio. An oratorio is a dramatic musical work based on a religious theme. Most were narratives that were taken from the Bible and arranged into musical prose. Because they were developed in Italy, and specifically in the Roman Catholic Church, the text of the oratorio was originally Latin or Italian. You can think of it like the religious counterpart of the opera. However, there were some major differences between the oratorio and the opera. While the opera became known for its extravagance, the oratorio was almost never staged. Oratorios rarely used scenery, action, or even costumes. Also, where the opera relies solely on the characters' dialogue and action for storytelling, the oratorio used a narrative singer to help tell the story. This was probably helpful to whomever was writing the oratorio, since there aren't that many speaking roles in the Bible. Although oratorios were based on religious topics, they were not always performed in the church. They were often performed in concert halls and occasionally in royal courts. Originating in the mid-1500s, the oratorio was the latest iteration of Catholic sacred music. The oratorio was more or less a descendant of the musical plays that were popular during the Counter-Reformation. It was unintentionally developed in Rome as part of an informal worship that took place in the oratory of the church. This is actually how the oratorio got its name in the first place, and is a handy way to remember that it's based on religious themes. The praise songs sung during the meetings proved to be effective in retaining and recruiting new members at a time when non-traditional singing wasn't exactly the church's cup of tea. The non-liturgical singing grew into the idea of the oratorio. The first officially recognized oratorio is accredited to Emilio de Cavalieri, who composed La Rappresentazione di Anima e di Corpo in the year 1600. The oratorio continued to mature, and by the mid-17th century, standards developed. Oratorios were typically 30 to 60 minutes long and were performed in 2 sections, with a sermon in between. By the 18th century, popular composers were writing oratorios lasting 90 to 120 minutes, which is about the same length as a modern movie. The text was based either on the Bible, a saint, or moral allegory. These were written in a more operatic style to satisfy the Italian public, while staying within the church's ban on opera. Most of the music was sung by a solo voice with a few choral interludes. Oratorios also began to spread across the continent and were used in Roman Catholic courts as a substitute for opera during Lent, particularly in Vienna. The oratorio also became an acceptable part of the Lutheran Church in Germany. The German composers tended to use a bit more of the chorus. The use of the chorus proved to be influential to a young George Frederick Handel, who single-handedly created the English oratorio. Near the end of the Baroque period, Handel moved from Germany to England on a short 47-year trip. In the 1730s, he basically created a new version of an oratorio, bringing elements of English music, French drama, and Italian and German styles of oratorio. It was also sung in English rather than in Italian, which helps when one is trying to get patronage beyond the snobbery in London. The English oratorio was usually biblical, had 3 acts, and made more frequent use of the chorus than previous styles. While Handel is probably the best-known composer of oratorios, he certainly couldn't have done it without a few Italians before him. Roman composers Giacomo Carissimi and Alessandro Scarlatti both contributed to the richness of the Italian oratorio. Carissimi was one of the originators of the oratorio. In particular, he was a leading composer of Latin oratorios. His oratorio Gepte, written in 1648, is characteristic of the mid-17th century style. The orchestra was not yet part of the style, and relying on only a few instruments and voice, Carissimi masterfully fills the sound with alternating solos and choruses. Composing a bit later, Scarlatti made full use of the orchestra while incorporating the operatic style of singer and accompaniment. In the end, it's really Handel who takes the cake. His expressive vocal solos perfectly embody the emotional drive that was paramount to Baroque music. Perhaps the most important part of his oratorios, however, was the use of the chorus. Handel was influenced by the choral traditions in England, and he just happened to be genius at composing for them. Handel wrote many oratorios, but even in 1742, Messiah was a winner. Shockingly, he wrote the entire piece in just 3 weeks. The oratorio is unique in that it does not tell a story. Instead, it is about the Christian idea of redemption, as explained through the Old Testament through the life of Christ. The oratorio provided the would-be opera-goers with a way to enjoy the budding emotional vocal style in a way that satisfied the restrictions set by the church. The religiously themed dramatic musical works written by greats like Carissimi, Scarlatti, and Handel had the church singing Hallelujah throughout the Baroque period.
The saying goes, if it isn't Baroque, don't fix it. But what is Baroque style, and how do you know if you're hearing it? The style of the Baroque era can be summed up in a quote from the Baroque era composer Claudio Monteverdi. The end of all good music is to affect the soul. Through embellished melodies and newly established ideas of harmonic theory, the music of the Baroque era brought new sense of musical expression not heard before. The new freedom of expression meant that composers could bring great emotion to their music, and they did so through ornate and complex compositions and performances. During the Baroque era, many scientific and philosophical changes were happening. While Isaac Newton theorized the laws of gravity, and John Locke was busy convincing others that empirical evidence was important, the fine arts world was shifting its philosophy of art's purpose. A theory called the doctrine of affections was created. The doctrine's principal idea was that the primary purpose of the arts was to awaken the feelings of the soul. The response to this idea brought highly decorative art, architecture, and music that was practically overflowing with emotion, to a point that some would consider gaudy. Bernini's sculpture Ecstasy of St. Teresa and this painting of the highly decorated Royal Theatre in Turin by Olivero show the level of detail one would expect to see in Baroque arts. It probably also helped that the church was no longer the main patron of the arts, especially music, and therefore could no longer dictate everything. Royal courts were growing richer and more powerful, and could afford to pay composers for their work. This gave composers the freedom to experiment without being penniless. The courts didn't mind either. Really, they just wanted some party music, so it all worked out. In response, new secular forms were made that specifically addressed the affects. Composers were finally able to express emotion through their music. However, the affects were not necessarily for expression of the composer's own emotions. Instead, they tended to focus on more general emotions like joy, sorrow, love, hate, wonder, and desire. Surprisingly, the evocation of emotional music was very calculated and planned. For example, only one emotion was to be evoked per movement or per short piece. Along with the doctrine of affections was the idea of absolute music. Absolute music meant making music for music's sake, not relying on words or passages to determine the rhythms and pitches used. But without words, there wasn't anything specific driving these new emotions, so composers had to be creative in the way they portrayed the emotions. They did this with special treatment of harmony, melody, dynamics, and rhythm. Prior to the Baroque era, melodies and harmonies were based on modes, which were different types of scales. You may remember that a scale is a set of notes. You can think of it like a family's house. Today, some sound familiar to us. While others sound foreign or weird. The Baroque-era composers did away with many of the modes popular in the Middle Ages and Renaissance, favoring a different harmonic basis in the major and minor tonalities. Music today is still usually based on one of these tonalities, thanks largely to the Baroque era. So why choose just the major and minor tonalities? First off, they are generally pleasant. A few of the older modes have some nasty note combinations when chords are made, and it just made sense to not use them. Also, the major and minor tonalities offer clear expression of the affections, while allowing for embellishments to decorate the melodies without clashing with the harmonies. The use of major and minor chords also helps structure the music. Without the help of words, the structure of music was shifted. Instead of thinking of each part linearly, as in a melody, a more vertical approach was taken, focusing on the chords made by combining melodies. The basis of the harmony was built on a basso continuo. The basso continuo was made up of the bass line and harmony. It acted like a chordal foundation, providing support for the melody and helping the music move along. The bass part was played by a bass instrument like the bassoon, the cello, or the viola da gamba, while the harmonic chords were usually played by a harpsichord or organ. The keyboard player was not given traditional notation. Instead, they improvised the chords using a system called figured bass. Figured bass is a system of numbers that is included with the bass line and implies certain chords. Basically, the composer asks for certain pitches, but the performer gets to arrange them to his or her liking. The basso continuo and figured bass were used more in Baroque music than in any other musical period. They were both heard frequently in the contrapuntal music that was popular at the time. After the Baroque period, the basso continuo fell out of favor. Above the basso continuo, composers wrote long, sequential melodies that were often based on a small musical idea. the melodies would spiral out into new and unique iterations, often with greater distance between pitches and unexpected pitches to reflect the emotion they attempted to portray. Even more important was the use of ornamentation. Like the ornaments on a Christmas tree, they add expression and character to what would otherwise just be an ordinary thing. The additional small notes embellished the melodies and gave a bit of creative freedom to the performer, who used the ornaments to add their signature to the music. Performers often had elaborate improvisation using ornaments, and even improvised their own melodies to further decorate the music. As musicians became more and more virtuosic, composers began to write for specific instruments. This led to more idiomatic writing, where the composer could write difficult, highly technical passages to show off the player's skills and the unique features of the instrument. Although ornaments are just small notes that enhance and add character to the regular melodic line, they were significant enough to be a key feature of the Baroque period. In addition to the flowing, ornamented melodies, composers made greater use of dynamics. You may recall that dynamics is the volume and intensity with which a section of music is played. Although dynamics had just barely been developed, it was a no-brainer in terms of writing and playing emotionally charged music. Manipulating rhythm was another way that composers emotionally decorated the music. Composers used driving rhythms and dramatic pauses to intensify the music. Take, for example, this famous excerpt from Bach's Toccata and Fugue in D minor. Listen for the quick ornament at the beginning and the dramatic pause before the second phrase enters. Rather than sticking with the carefully even rhythms of the Renaissance style, the modern Baroque style employed freely changing rhythms. This also added to the emotion by making passages feel faster or slower, even if the speed of the music was unchanged. Ornaments figured into rhythmic expression as well, as they contributed rapid movement into what would otherwise be a plain note. In all, the excessively decorated melodies, rhythms, and, well, pretty much everything else, made for incredibly complex yet expressive music. Composers used ornate harmony, melody, dynamics, and rhythm to drive the emotional aspects of their compositions. The use of modes fell out of favor, and composers used the major and minor scales to express emotions and build harmonic structure in a basso continuo. Rather than the plain music written in previous eras, music decorated with embellished notes and emotional context. No longer answering solely to the church, composers subscribed to the doctrine of affections and wrote absolute music, meaning they wrote music full of emotion and did it just because they wanted to. It was music for music's sake, decorated in full emotional regalia.
Studying Baroque music can be intimidating. After all, there are 150 years and dozens of composers to consider. You might feel like a detective faced with too much evidence. However, much of the Baroque music you'll hear comes from a handful of famous composers, and this lesson will introduce them to you. Think of it as rounding up the usual suspects. The Baroque period, 1600 to 1750, began with the invention of opera in Florence, Italy. By combining music with theater, opera helped unleash the dramatic flair and expressive power that became popular in Baroque music. Historians end Baroque in 1750 with the death of Johann Sebastian Bach. His music is generally considered the pinnacle of Baroque style. During this lesson, we'll meet personalities from the beginning, middle, and end of the Baroque. The Italian composer Claudio Monteverdi, 1567 to 1643, was one of the hipsters who started writing Baroque opera before it became universally cool. His opera, L'Orfeo, retells the story of Orpheus and Eurydice. It's dramatic, experimental work that many considered the first great opera. Monteverdi's skill won him the best musical job in Italy, music director at St. Mark's Basilica in Venice. In addition to the sacred music he wrote for the grand services at St. Mark's, Monteverdi also wrote at least 3 operas, plus secular vocal pieces called madrigals. Jean-Baptiste Lully, 1632–1687, was another Italian, but he took a French name after he landed France's most prestigious musical job. Lully was court composer for King Louis XIV, the powerful monarch who built the Palace of Versailles, and called himself the Sun King. Lully wrote magnificent operas and ballets for the king's court. He also invented a form called the French overture, stately march-like music used to mark the king's entrance at a performance. This was a bit like playing Hail to the Chief for the President of the United States. Lully's music was so famous that whenever Baroque composers wanted to evoke regal glory, they imitated Lully's French overtures. Meanwhile in England, Henry Purcell, 1659–1695, was busy becoming one of the top names in English musical history. As a child, he was a choir boy in the Chapel Royal, a prestigious group that was basically King Charles II's personal church choir. As an adult, Purcell became organist of the Chapel Royal. He also worked as the king's court composer and the organist at Westminster Abbey. Purcell's vocal music is known for rendering the English language into natural, expressive musical rhythms. His most famous work is his tragic mythical opera, Dido and Aeneas. We'll round out our list of Middle Baroque composers with the German organist Johann Pachelbel, 1653–1706. These days, Pachelbel is a one-hit wonder thanks to his famous Canon in D major. This elegant piece with a repeating bass line has accompanied countless brides down the aisle. Pachelbel was a prolific composer of organ music who worked as an organist in churches throughout Germany and Austria. Ironically, his famous canon was originally written not for organ, but for strings. During the final years of the Baroque, musical style reached new expressive heights, thanks to the era's 3 biggest names, Vivaldi, Handel, and Bach. Let's start with Antonio Vivaldi, 1678–1741, whose career had a few things in common with Mr. Holland's opus. Vivaldi was an Italian violinist and priest who taught music at a girls' school in Venice. He wrote many of his works for his students to perform, including a cycle of violin concertos called the 4 Seasons. These are 4 pieces for orchestra and solo violin. Each concerto uses imaginative musical effects to describe a different season of the year. George Frederick Handel, 1685–1759, was a Baroque cosmopolitan. He was born in Germany, studied in Italy, and made a career in England. Handel was an expert organist, and he began his career as a church musician in Germany. However, he achieved fame when he moved to London to compose operas for the public and commissions for royalty, including his music for the royal fireworks. Today, Handel is best known for his oratorios, a sacred choral genre he perfected during the later part of his life. The Hallelujah chorus from Handel's oratorio Messiah is one of the Baroque's greatest hits. We'll close with the who's who of Baroque composers with the most famous of them all, German composer Johann Sebastian Bach, 1685–1750. Beethoven called him the immortal god of harmony, but during his lifetime, Bach was more famous as an organist than a composer. For much of his career, he was music director at the St. Thomas Church in Leipzig, a job with little prestige and a huge workload. Bach wrote organ music, orchestral music, vocal music, and more. In fact, he composed in every Baroque genre except opera. If you're looking for an intro to Baroque sound, you couldn't do better than Bach's late works. Try the Goldberg Variations for harpsichord or the Mass in B minor, a powerful sacred choral work written near the close of the Baroque. These pieces bring together an anthology of the greatest styles, forms, and techniques Bach had learned during his career as a Baroque composer. Baroque was a musical period that lasted from 1600 to 1750. Italian composer Claudio Monteverdi was one of the earliest composers of Baroque opera. Jean-Baptiste Lully worked in France, writing operas and ballets for Louis XIV. Henry Purcell was an English composer and organist who wrote Dido and Aeneas. Johann Pachelbel was a German organ composer, and Antonio Vivaldi was an Italian composer famous for his violin concertos. George Frederick Handel was a German composer who wrote operas and oratorios, including Messiah. German composer Johann Sebastian Bach is famous for his instrumental music, especially his organ music, as well as sacred choral works like the Mass in B minor. Imagine crowds flocking to a performance, ready to boo or cheer the newest music. They're expecting to see spectacular costumes and singers pouring their hearts out on stage. Does it sound like I'm describing a Broadway premiere or a Lady Gaga concert? Actually, I've described the scene at a typical Baroque opera performance. Full of spectacle and hit tunes, Baroque opera was the rock music of its time. The Baroque period is an era of music history that dates from the invention of opera around 1600 and lasting until about 1750. Whether writing for the stage, the church, or private concerts, Baroque composers frequently found inspiration in the dramatic world and musical language of opera. In this lesson, we'll explore the creation of opera and meet Claudio Monteverdi, 1567 to 1643, the first great opera composer. Then we'll look at Jean-Baptiste Lully, 1632 to 1687, who created a unique style of Baroque opera in France. Near the end of the 16th century, a group of musicians and philosophers called the Florentine Camerata started meeting in Florence, Italy. You could call them a nerd group or a think tank. They were tired of the elegant late Renaissance music of their time and wanted music to express deeper emotions. They read about ancient Greek drama and the powerful emotions its ancient audiences experienced. They theorized that Greek drama had originally been sung, not spoken, and they wanted to recreate this effect in their own time. Jacopo Peri was a singer who met with the Florentine Camerata. He combined their ideas of sung Greek drama with elements from contemporary Italian theatrical performances that involve singing. Many scholars consider Peri's work Daphne, 1598, and L'Eurydice, 1600, to be the first true operas, theatrical performances in which every line is sung. For these early operas, Peri and his Camerata colleague Giulio Caccini developed a new style of singing called monody, in which one vocalist sang an expressive melody over a bass line and a simple accompaniment of chords. The accompanying bass line and chords were usually played by a lute or harpsichord and cello. This accompaniment came to be called basso continuo, which means continuous bass. If you've ever enjoyed a pop sung by one singer with guitar or a piano, you should thank the Florentine Camerata. Monody and basso continuo are a couple of the musical ancestors of that sound. Though Jacopo Peri wrote what's considered the first true opera, it was Claudio Monteverdi who composed the first great opera. Monteverdi was a kid genius from Cremona, Italy, who started publishing music in his teens. Throughout his career, he focused on vocal music and was known for his close attention to the rhythm and emotional meaning of lyrics. By the end of his life, he had risen to the highest musical job in Italy, director of music at St. Mark's Basilica in Venice. Monteverdi lived during the transition between the Renaissance and the Baroque, and since he loved vocal music, it's no surprise that he was drawn to the new genre of opera. His first operatic masterpiece was L'Orfeo, composed in 1607. L'Orfeo was based on the Greek legend of Orpheus and Eurydice. It tells the story of Orpheus, the mythical musician, who frees his wife Eurydice from the underworld through the power of song. Monteverdi used a wide variety of instruments and styles to tell a story. He used flutes and strings to create dances for Orpheus's wedding, and he used trombones to express the depths of the underworld. He wrote rhythmic, Renaissance-influenced madrigals for choral numbers, and he wrote moving, expressive monody with basso continuo for solo movements. Here's an example of monody from L'Orfeo.
egli abitator dell'ombre eterne, assentere, leggene sia tuo cenno, che di cercar altre cagioni interne, di tuo voler nostri pensier non tenno.
Orpheus has just sung to Hades and Proserpina, the king and queen of the underworld, telling them of his undying love for Eurydice. In this excerpt, Proserpina begs Hades to grant Orpheus's request to release Eurydice. Now let's look at another Italian composer, one who's known for bringing the invention of opera to new heights in France. Jean-Baptiste Lully was born in Florence in 1632. That's 32 years after the Florentine Camerata developed opera in the same city. The reason his name sounds so French is that he changed it after he moved to France to work as a dancer and musician for King Louis XIV. Eventually, Lully was promoted to be the leader of the king's personal orchestra and became the most renowned musician in France. Louis XIV was the absolutist French monarch who built the intimidating Palace of Versailles and who liked his subjects to call him the Sun King. In fact, one of Lully's jobs was to write court ballets in which the king appeared as a star dancer. Here's a picture of the Sun King ready to perform a Lully ballet, in costume as Apollo the sun god. Nice humble guy, right? As you might guess, Lully had to do quite a bit of flattering in his job as Louis XIV's personal entertainment service. One of his innovations was to create the French overture, a stately instrumental genre that played whenever Louis XIV entered a theater, a bit like Hail to the Chief. Every royal in Europe wanted to imitate Louis XIV, and so the genre of French overture caught on among Baroque musicians who wanted to evoke kingliness and glory. Lully is most famous for his operas, which he wrote under royal patronage. He's known for his skill in adapting Italian opera to the unique rhythms of the French language. One of Lully's most famous operas is his 1686 masterpiece, Armide, a melodramatic epic about a powerful sorceress who falls in love with a heroic crusader. Like most of Lully's operas, Armide includes ballets and opens with a dramatic French overture. In this clip from Armide, you'll hear some regal French overture-style instrumental music that introduces a dramatic statement of vengeance from the sorceress Armide. Music's Baroque period began in 1600 with the invention of opera and lasted until 1750. The Florentine Camerata invented opera, and their use of monody helped popularize the accompaniment style called basso continuo. Italian composer Claudio Monteverdi wrote L'Orfeo, the first great opera, in 1607. Jean-Baptiste Lully helped popularize opera in France and used ballets and French overtures in works like Armide.
What do we mean when we call something a classic? Whether it's a classic car, a classic novel, or a classic cheesecake recipe, we call something classic when it's both an oldie and a goodie. Did you know that there is a more specific meaning for the term classic? When it started to appear as a French word in the 1600s, classic didn't just mean something vintage and classy. Classic was used to describe things relating to the culture of ancient Greece and Rome. At various points in Western history, people have looked back to ancient Greek and Roman civilizations to inspire the art of their own time. One of those times was music's classical period, a part of music history that lasted from the mid-18th century to the early 19th century. During the classical period, music wasn't the only art form to find inspiration in ancient Greece and Rome. In an artistic movement called neoclassicism, that means new classicism, painters, sculptors, and architects were also finding inspiration in the forms and subjects of Greco-Roman culture. There were many similarities between art and music in the classical era, and we'll look at some of those similarities in this lesson. The first thing to know about neoclassicism was that it was a reaction against something. Starting in the early 18th century, a style called Rococo was popular, at first in France and then throughout Europe. Rococo style was all about soft pastel colors, curving shapes, and subjects that were entertaining and sensual rather than serious. In the mid-18th century, French artists were getting tired of Rococo, which they considered frivolous. This opinion had a lot to do with the Enlightenment, a philosophical movement that started in France around the same time. Enlightenment thinkers believed rationalism could lead to a moral and just society, and neoclassical artists agreed. Take it from the famous neoclassical painter, Jacques-Louis David. The artist must be a philosopher and have no other guide except the torch of reason. Turning away from the Rococo style, neoclassical painters found inspiration in the art of ancient Greece and Rome. They felt that Greco-Roman art supported moral values like courage and patriotism, and that it was their duty to communicate these values too. Here's a famous neoclassical painting by David. Painted in 1784, it's called The Oath of the Horatii, and it depicts a scene from Roman history. The three Horatii brothers are promising to risk their lives in battle for their country while their families weep. The painting celebrates patriotism, bravery, and sacrifice. This painting doesn't just take its subject from ancient Rome. It was visually influenced by Greco-Roman art as well. Notice how realistic the figures in this painting are, and compare them with this ancient Roman carving of a soldier. Realism was valued in ancient Greco-Roman art. The picture also borrows the idea of symmetry from Greco-Roman culture. The figures are divided into three groups within the three arches. Compare that to the symmetry of the Parthenon, one of ancient Greece's most famous structures. To neoclassical artists, realism and symmetry were rational, enlightened ways to communicate moral values in art. While neoclassical painters were busy imitating the values they saw in ancient Roman art, classical-era composers were also working rationalist ideals into their music. Just as form and symmetry were important in David's painting, classical-era composers organized their music into orderly forms using repetition and contrast. One example is a popular genre from the classical period called sonata allegro form. Sonata allegro form is a three-part structure used in instrumental music. It starts with a first section called the exposition, which introduces two contrasting themes or melodies. Its second section is called the development, in which the two themes explore a musical landscape. The third section, the recapitulation, is a repeat of the exposition with a few changes. These three sections give sonata allegro form symmetry and order, like the three arches in David's Oath of the Horatii. Like neoclassical art, classical-era music also found inspiration in the moral messages of the stories of antiquity. For example, take the opera Idomeneo by the preeminent classical period composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Idomeneo is based on an ancient Greek myth about a king who must choose between sacrificing his son and saving his kingdom. Idomeneo's readiness to put national welfare before his personal feelings resembles the sacrificial bravery of the Horatii brothers in David's neoclassical painting. That's not to say that all classical-era music is serious and moralistic. Many of Mozart's operas are full of humor and flirtation, just like Rococo paintings. For example, his opera Don Giovanni follows the amorous adventures of a womanizing nobleman. But even Don Giovanni ends with a strong moral statement. The wild protagonist is dragged down to hell for his licentious ways. That means that rationalism, not sensuality, triumphs in the end. During music's classical period, which lasted from the mid-18th century to the early 19th century, both music and art found inspiration in ancient Greco-Roman culture. In the visual arts, this was called neoclassicism, and it was a reaction against an earlier, lighter style called Rococo. Neoclassicism celebrated the Enlightenment values of morality and rationalism with forms and subjects influenced by Greco-Roman art. Jacques-Louis David's Oath of the Horatii is a famous example. Neoclassicism's concern for form also appears in classical-era music, for example, in the symmetry and order of sonata allegro form. Classical-era operas, like Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's Idomeneo and Don Giovanni, reflect the rationalism and morality of neoclassicism.
Did you know that your local classical music radio station has been misleading you for your entire life? We're used to thinking of classical music as a general label for everything written a long time ago by people who didn't know about electric guitars. Actually, the classical period of music was a very specific and limited chunk of musical history. It lasted from the mid-18th century to the early 19th century. The classical period was a time when entertaining, tuneful music was trendy. Composers strove to write music that went straight to the heart instead of challenging listeners with too much complexity. The classical period also happened to produce three of music history's most famous composers: Franz Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and Ludwig van Beethoven. Their music defined the classical style, and they were so celebrated by 19th century music historians that they've become poster boys for concert music in general. That's why you have the adjective classical attached to your local concert music radio station. Franz Joseph Haydn, 1732 to 1809, was the oldest of the three and a friend and mentor of Mozart and Beethoven. Haydn grew up near Vienna in the Austrian countryside. At the age of 7, he embarked on a musical education, working as a choir boy at St. Stephen's Cathedral in Vienna. Vienna was a musical epicenter during the classical period, so going to Vienna to learn music was sort of like going to Hollywood to get into the movies. In 1761, Haydn started a job as music director at the court of a Hungarian aristocrat, Prince Paul Esterházy. During the classical period, working as a court musician for a powerful aristocrat was one of the highest profile jobs a musician could do. His job was to be the Esterházy's family iPod. He wrote music and organized concerts for them as a leader of a large group of staff musicians. He was known as a warm, kind director. His orchestra loved him and nicknamed him Papa Haydn. Haydn spent 30 years working for the Esterházys, and the music he wrote for them gained him international fame. His works included instrumental music like symphonies and string quartets, as well as vocal music like operas and sacred pieces. Haydn is also remarkable for being one of the funniest composers in music history. He loved to write gag pieces like the Surprise Symphony, a work that lulls its audience with gentle music only to freak them out with a sudden blast of sound. Haydn's contemporaries considered him the greatest composer of his time. but Haydn himself assigned that top slot to his younger friend, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Born in Salzburg, Austria, Mozart was an astonishing musical prodigy who could play the harpsichord and compose by the age of 6. His father, Leopold Mozart, was eager to showcase his son's talent. Mozart spent most of his childhood touring Europe with his father and sister, performing concerts for royalty and dignitaries. Before he was 20, Mozart was already working as a court musician for a powerful archbishop in Salzburg. Leopold Mozart was happy to see his son in such a respectable position, and he was not thrilled when Mozart quit his job in 1781 to move to Vienna and be a freelance musician. In Vienna, Mozart published compositions, concertized as a pianist, and had his operas produced. Between it all, he managed to create an unorthodox but successful career. Mozart enjoyed a happy marriage with the singer Constanze Weber, though his growing family caused him financial stress. Mozart also became buddies with Haydn. They played in a string quartet together on Haydn's days off. Sadly, Mozart died of a sudden fever in 1791, just as he was starting to write operas and symphonies of unprecedented emotional power. Ludwig van Beethoven, 1770 to 1827, was a passionate composer who mastered the elegant classical style, then pushed it to its limit. Beethoven grew up in Bonn, Germany. His father's debilitating alcoholism created a challenging childhood for young Ludwig. He had to provide for his mother and brothers from a young age. Beethoven moved to Vienna in 1792, where he studied composition with Haydn and began working as a pianist and teacher for aristocratic patrons. He gained reputation around Vienna for powerful moving piano playing and for an incredibly nasty temper. The temper had a lot to do with the gradual hearing loss that began in his 20s. Beethoven's deafness ended his career as a pianist, but made him determined to express himself to the world through composition. His Fifth Symphony, composed between 1807 and 1808, is longer, louder, and more intense than any of Mozart's symphonies. It portrays a dynamic musical journey from the dark key of C minor to the triumphant key of C major. Many think this symphony expresses Beethoven's own determination to overcome his adverse fate. Through his symphonies, piano sonatas, and other works, Beethoven injected classical style with a new level of dramatic intensity. His challenging life became as legendary as his music, and later composers looked to him as a model of a brand new concept: the idea that music can express a composer's own personal story. Beethoven's life and music helped inspire musical romanticism, a style which dominated the mid to late 19th century. In Romanticism, composers used music to tell stories and communicate passionate emotion. Haydn, Mozart, and Beethoven were the three most prominent composers of music's classical period, an era of music history that lasted from the mid-18th century to the early 19th century. Haydn was an Austrian composer who wrote symphonies, string quartets, and other works while employed by the aristocratic Esterházy family as court musician. Mozart was a child prodigy who grew up to write operas and symphonies of great power, working as a freelance musician in Vienna. Beethoven was a German composer whose revolutionary symphonies helped create a new style of music called Romanticism. What's your favorite movie genre? If you like sci-fi, you might watch a lot of time-traveling aliens or heroes saving the universe with technology. Maybe you prefer watching things blow up in action films. or watching couples find, lose, and find each other again in romance movies. Every film genre has its own variety of story for filmmakers to play with. A genre is an art form type that comes with a set of traditional conventions. There are genres in music too with their own sets of conventions. Musical genres are usually determined by what kind of instruments the composer selected, what the music's purpose is, and how the music is organized. We're going to look at 4 genres from music's classical period. The classical period lasted from the mid-18th century to the early 19th century. It was a time when composers wanted music to sound natural, well-structured, and attractive to the average listener. During the classical era, there was a boom of new genres in instrumental music, which is music for instruments only without singing. Most of these instrumental genres were separated into 3 or 4 movements, that is, separate, freestanding sections. You can think of a classical era instrumental piece as a 3 or 4 course dinner, with movements for courses. Classical composers were like expert chefs who created tasty meals full of balance and contrast. During the 18th century, public concerts became popular for the first time. Before the classical period, most concerts were private, invitation-only affairs hosted by wealthy aristocrats. But with the rise of the middle class market in the 18th century, orchestras began to put on accessible concerts that were funded by selling tickets. The symphony is a genre for orchestra that came into its own during the public concerts of the classical era. A classical symphony has 4 movements. The first movement is usually fast and written in a structure called sonata allegro. Sonata allegro form is structured around the interaction of 2 contrasting melodies. It's an exciting form that often challenges the brain a bit. The opening movement is the meat and potatoes of a symphony. The second movement of a classical symphony is called the slow movement because it's, surprise, slower than the first movement. Slow movements often sound lyrical and song-like, and they usually tug at an audience's emotions. You could think of the slow movement as the symphony's warming soup course. The third movement of a classical symphony is the mid-tempo minuet and trio. It's a stylized version of the minuet, a popular social dance from the 17th and 18th centuries. Just like rock music is fun because it uses a dance beat, audiences enjoyed the beat of a symphony's minuet and trio even though they didn't get up to dance at concerts. You could think of the minuet and trio as a symphony's refreshing salad. The last movement of a classical symphony was often a fast one. Sometimes composers wanted to end with a bang and wrote a wild closing movement. Sometimes they wanted to end on a serious or dramatic note and wrote a grand finale in sonata allegro form. Whether it's fluffy like mousse or substantial like apple pie, the 4th movement rounds out a symphony like a dessert. Classical-era audiences loved hearing symphonies at orchestra concerts. They also loved solo performances by musical stars. The concerto genre was a perfect way to combine both kinds of entertainment. It's a genre for orchestra and featured a soloist. A classical concerto is structured like a symphony, with a couple of important tweaks. It has 3 movements, not 4. It skips the symphony's minuet and trio. The other difference is that a concerto features music for a soloist intertwined with the orchestra's music. The solo instrument could be a piano, a violin, or any instrument the composer chooses. Wouldn't it be nice if we could go to a live concert whenever we want to hear music? Unfortunately, I can't afford to do that, and neither could the middle-class classical-era music fan. Classical era families often owned and played their own musical instruments, and domestic music was a popular pastime. For those who enjoyed the drama of a symphony, string quartet was a great genre to play at home with friends. String quartet is a genre for 2 violins, a viola, and a cello. A string quartet follows the 4-movement structure of a symphony, with a sonata allegro form first movement, a slow movement, a minuet and trio, and a fast closing movement. There's also a genre that's great for introverts or for loving couples, the sonata. A sonata is a genre for 1 or 2 instruments. For example, just a piano or a piano and flute. A sonata has 3 movements like a concerto, an opening fast movement, a lyrical slow movement, and an energetic finale. During the classical period, which lasted from the mid-18th century to the early 19th century, there were 4 prominent genres of instrumental music. Each was structured in 3 or 4 movements. The symphony was a 4-movement genre for orchestra, which usually opened with a sonata allegro form movement. It also included a slow movement, a minuet and trio, and a fast closing movement. The concerto was a 3-movement genre for orchestra and soloist. Domestic music genres included the string quartet, a 4-movement genre for 2 violins, viola, and cello, and the sonata, a 3-movement genre for 1 or 2 instruments.
The American Romantic period, which lasted from about 1830 to 1870, was a time of rapid expansion and growth in the United States, which fueled intuition, imagination, and individualism in literature. Now, when you think about stories that are labeled romantic, you probably think of a romance novel, where some half-dressed woman has some Fabio-esque guy hanging all over her. That is not what we're talking about in the American Romantic period. Now, don't get me wrong. Like those stories, romantic literature is both adventuresome and improbable, but it's a lot more than just a randy love story. Now, in 1830, just 50 years after the Revolutionary War, America was still really young, but its citizens were anxious to create their own identity that was uniquely American and not so reliant on European values. Therefore, the American Romantic movement challenged the very rational thinking that we saw in the Age of Reason during the Revolutionary War. So this period produced fewer instructional texts and more stories, novels, and poetry. Within these stories, novels, and poems, there are 5 characteristics that we can use to identify American Romantic literature. These are imagination, individuality, nature as a source of spirituality, looking to the past for wisdom, and seeing the common man as a hero. The first of these characteristics is imagination. This falls in line with the Industrial Revolution, which was a great time of progress. And in many cases when there is progress, there is also great optimism. People start to imagine what could happen next, and progress continues. On the flip side of that, with that much progress, a lot of people began migrating to big cities that were becoming overpopulated. The cities became dirty and disease-ridden. So it's no surprise that many people wanted to escape that. Therefore, the American Romantic writers embraced that notion through escapism. This is where the mind allows you to escape harsh conditions by taking you to a place that is purely beautiful. Characters in romantic literature are often journeying away from the city and into the countryside, to a place that's not totally realistic, to a place that has improbable and even supernatural qualities. The authors develop these places with imagery to make the reader experience the locale as if it was real. Now, Washington Irving, who's known as the father of American literature, wrote a story called Rip Van Winkle, which is about a man who wanders out into the woods to escape some chores his wife is asking him to do. After falling asleep for 20 years in the woods, he not only escapes his chores, but his wife as well, because she's dead. This fanciful escape is typical during this time, but it's something we still see in movies today. Think about the movie Avatar. Jake Sully is able to escape by assuming a new identity in a beautiful new world. Even the audience, as they watch, is able to escape reality as they experience the fantastical world of Pandora. So we see escapism continues today. The second characteristic used to identify American Romanticism is individuality. As people are moving into the frontier, they are establishing new areas in ways that best suit their needs. Not only are people moving across the country, but into the country. Immigration begins, creating what we now call the melting pot in America. As a result, you see not only people creating an identity for themselves, but the country creating its own identity as people with different social pasts come together to create something new. Americans also wanted to distance themselves from Europe and become intellectually independent. This shows up in literature with characters who live on the outskirts of society. Kind of like that old school cowboy, they aren't going to follow the norms that have come over from Europe. They're going to follow their intuition, their feeling, and they're going to embrace this newly found freedom and become individuals. Third, we have nature as a source of spirituality. Remember, initially the Puritans were coming to the colonies to escape religious persecution in England. Those Puritans' ideas did not disappear when the country was established. During this time, the Romantics want to embrace that spiritual root that was planted by the Puritans. To do that, they're taking what was established in that spiritual realm, but then taking it into nature. Now, where the Puritans saw nature as savage with the devil hiding behind every tree, the Romantics really are finding God in nature. They believed that they could achieve high levels of insight and information about the world around them just by going to nature. William Cullen Bryant was a poet during this time, and he wrote a poem called Thanatopsis. It's a prime example of looking into nature for spiritual insight. He explores death through the life cycles that we see in nature. He finds both comfort for the living and for the dying. So, in his point of view, death is just a chance to go back to nature. The fourth characteristic is the idea that wisdom can be gained from the past. Writers like Washington Irving used old legends to create new stories. And whereas the novelists and short story writers tried to distance themselves from European tradition in writing, the poets stick to that tradition. Their form is the same. Their techniques are the same. However, they are truly unique in their content in that they are looking at the pure nature America has to offer and are using that for their inspiration. This encourages a group called the Fireside Poets, who are known because people sat by the fire and read their poems in the evenings, kind of like how we sit and watch our favorite TV shows at night. It was a form of entertainment, and a popular form at that time. Now, there are 4 fireside poets that you should know. All of them have really long names. We have Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, John Greenleaf Whittier, how about that for a fantastic name, Oliver Wendell Holmes, and James Russell Lowell. These 4 guys were well known in their time, and even though their style was not unique, the fireside romantic poets are still recognized as some of America's greatest poets ever. As our final characteristic, we have the common man as our hero. Prior to this time, the European hero had been established as sophisticated and educated. Ben Franklin fits into this mold. He was an inventor. He helped establish the country. This is a man who is looked up to as a hero. The American Romantics turned away from that. James Fenimore Cooper is known for writing the first American novel starring the character Natty Bumppo. That name does not sound very heroic, does it? But Bumppo becomes the first American hero. He's young, he's innocent, and awkward with the ladies. But he has a solid moral code even if he doesn't always follow society's rules. He has intuition about people. He loves nature, and he's questing for a higher truth. He's a character like Luke Skywalker. One day he's out shooting womp rats, and the next he's flying an X-Wing. Indiana Jones is also a good example of the American hero. He doesn't change as he tackles his adventures, but we know that his heart is always in the right place. In summary, you can identify American romantic literature by the 5 characteristics that make it unique. Number 1, imagination and escapism. Characters taking a journey from the dirty city into the supernatural countryside. Number 2, individuality. Individuals embracing freedom by following intuition and going exploring. Number 3, finding spirituality in nature. Reflections on nature and how it can bring people closer to God. Number 4, looking to the past for wisdom. Settings that reflect times past and plots that show how legends fit in today. And number 5, finding a hero in the common man. Characters who are flawed, but whose innocence and strong morals give them good hearts. And that summarizes American literature during the Romantic period.
Lord Byron, he is no ordinary poet. I feel like a refrain that I talk about a lot when I talk about poets and authors is that they were like unappreciated during their lifetime and nobody liked them and they struggled for acceptance. Lord Byron did not have that problem. His poetry was popular, he was like, had a real way with the ladies and some dudes actually too. And he was really kind of like a tabloid celebrity of his day. Like if there were People magazine back then, he would have been all over it and they'd be like, who's he with now? You know, and it'd be like a list of all these women and scandal, you know, in big red letters across his head. You know, he left a trail of heartache that kind of inspired some sort of Fatal Attraction type responses. It was nuts. We're going to look at his early years, including the story of his name, which is interesting as well. And we're also going to talk about kind of how he got exiled from England, during which he wrote poetry too. He didn't just go around womanizing. He wrote some stuff. So we're going to talk about all of that. First off, the name, right, Lord Byron. He sounds like an important guy. He wasn't born an important guy. He was born George Noel Gordon in London in 1788. His father was Captain John Mad Jack Byron, which is kind of an awesome name on its own. And, so George, right, should have been Byron. That would make sense. Why was he born Gordon? Who's Gordon? His mother was an heiress, and her name was Catherine Gordon. And so, Byron, his dad, Captain Byron, Captain Mad Jack, had sort of squandered his first wife's fortune, and she died. And then he married Catherine. And in order to claim her estate, so he could also squander her fortune, he took Gordon as his surname. So that's why Little Byron has Gordon as his surname. So basically, it's like kind of progressive, right? The man took the wife's name if it weren't actually just motivated out of greed. But that's how he got to be Gordon. But then he was christened George Gordon Byron. At school, he was registered as George Byron Gordon. It's all very confusing. Then when he was 10, his great-uncle died, who was William Byron, the 5th Baron Byron, which is hard to say. And he wasn't such a great guy. He was known as the Wicked Lord and Devil Byron. So he's like not filling in good footsteps. So he died young. George became actually the 6th Baron Byron, which is why he got to be a lord. So that's how he ended up Lord Byron. Later in life, he's actually add like the Noel back on to inherit an estate. It's just people make fun of Prince for changing his name. But I guess Byron didn't ever change it into a symbol, so maybe that's why he's been left out of the mocking. But okay, so as he could have published poetry under 10 different names if he wanted to, and it might have kind of helped him, hone a persona, because he was publishing poetry that didn't get very good reviews, but it was always kind of attached to his name, so that's not so great. He publishes this collection called Hours of Idleness in 1807. And it just gets savaged by the Edinburgh Review. They hate it. And actually 2 years later, 1809, Byron kind of gets his revenge by writing something called English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, which is like a satire of everything. And some of them were so offended that they actually challenged Byron to a duel, which doesn't happen nearly enough these days with satire. The president doesn't call up SNL and kind of demand a duel to get back at them for making fun of his ears or whatever. And this is actually Byron's sort of first in a long line of works, of satirical works that kind of target enemies or people who've made fun of him. 1809, this is the same year again. He goes out on a kind of a tour. He goes to Portugal, Spain, Greece, and Turkey. And these travels inspire his first kind of big hit poem, which is Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. Childe Harold is the hero of this. Semi-autobiographical, and it's kind of in two parts. These parts are called cantos. And he'd actually add sort of additional sections to it as the years went on. And it was kind of an opportunity for him to really kind of collect his emotions, beliefs, and share his adventures. And it follows a hero who, like Byron, kind of traveled around to foreign lands, and also characterizes sort of the melancholy and disillusionment felt by Byron and lots of other people like Byron after the French Revolution, after the Napoleonic Wars, kind of this sense that things are going to be great, and now maybe they're not that great. And the title character of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, who I said is Childe Harold, would actually come to kind of be recognized as the first Byronic hero, which is a major romantic trope. Byronic hero, like the Romantics, he has a complicated soul. He's kind of an intellectual, but he's also sensitive, moody. He's a wanderer, which makes him kind of isolated from society. He appears all over works of Byron, obviously, because he kind of invented the dude. He's kind of like Don Draper, like on Mad Men, right? This kind of mysterious, compelling, attractive kind of dude with a dark past. That's kind of the Byronic hero. Very compelling. He's kind of the guy that you think you can chain down and train, and then he just breaks your heart in the end. That's kind of the Byronic hero. Okay, so Byron, we published his Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. He's a star. People love it. Doesn't hurt that he's also really good looking, and he's kind of renowned for that. He was born with a club foot, but I guess that didn't stop him. You don't see that until you're pretty well intimately acquainted with him. Anyway, so he had kind of the hot book in town, and he begins this affair with a woman named Lady Caroline Lamb, and she's the one, she called him mad, bad, and dangerous to know, which is such a wonderful description. They predictably had kind of a tumultuous relationship, and she had a husband, which turned into a big scandal. And Byron loved people with husbands, and he kind of did this a lot. He sort of, loving and leaving them all over town, and he took up with a woman named Lady Oxford after Lady Caroline. Lady Caroline took to stalking him and wouldn't eat anything. She turned really skinny. Then there was this other woman named Augusta Lee, who was Byron's half-sister, who he might have had an affair with. So there's incest. It's actually kind of, it's funny and gross. 1814, she gives birth to a child. Byron goes to see the kid and makes special note that the child wasn't an ape. So he wasn't deformed, right, which was believed to be caused by incest. Why would he comment that it wasn't an ape if he didn't have reason to believe it would be? That's sort of evidence for the incest theory. I don't look at babies and say, whew, not an ape, thank God. So take from that what you will. And it's kind of fitting that during this period of romantic tumult and sleeping with his sister, Byron produced a work called She Walks in Beauty, which is a short poem about a beautiful woman. And it starts out, she walks in beauty like the night of cloudless climes and starry skies, and all that's best of dark and bright meet in her aspect and her eyes, thus mellowed to that tender light which heaven to gaudy day denies. Byron would kind of come full circle then. The woman who was Lady Caroline's cousin, Annabella, and he actually marries her in 1815. What? Why? Why would you get married, Lord Byron? You know you can't be tied down to any one woman. Turns out he absolutely couldn't. They had a daughter, and then they separated due to tons of stuff, incest, infidelity, the whole bag, sodomy rumors. It was nuts. Although Annabella is just his wife of a year, is significant for having coined the term Byron mania to describe Byron's celebrity, sort of the predecessor to Beatlemania or these days Bieber fever, I suppose, would be the analog, although it doesn't really seem right. And 1816, he leaves England. His wife and daughter are gone. His reputation's in jeopardy. He wanders around in Europe. He hangs out with Percy Shelley and his wife, Mary Shelley. while hanging out with Byron, she comes up with the idea for Frankenstein. And, you know, Shelley is also, Byron was having an affair with one of Mary Shelley's sisters named Claire, so that was kind of part of that entanglement. And it was actually a really productive period for both Byron and for Shelley. And, you know, Byron completes his third Childe Harold canto in 1816. He does a bunch of other stuff. So then, you know, the Shelleys go back to England. Claire is carrying Lord Byron's child, and Lord Byron decides to go off to Italy, has more affairs with married women in Venice. You know, one of them let him move into her house and then got mad at him, and he had to go out and sleep in the gondola, which is kind of, I guess, the Venetian equivalent of having to sleep on the couch. And, you know, she threw herself into a canal over him. It was a mess. And he wrote a ton in Italy. He did the fourth Childe Harold canto. He did a supernatural poem called Manfred, a closet drama, which is a drama that's not meant to be performed, called Cain. It's about Cain and Abel. And then he writes this poem called Beppo, which is an awesome title. It's a satire. And it's kind of the story of the Princess Bride. You know, Buttercup loves Wesley, and then he goes off and becomes a rich pirate. She marries Humperdinck. Wesley comes back. Beppo is basically the same thing if Buttercup had willingly taken Humperdinck as her lover and then gone back to Wesley and everyone was fine at the end. Basically, the message of the poem is that adultery shouldn't be a big deal. And you can't, you know, it's probably understandable why Byron would write that. And so after Beppo, he pretty much exclusively worked on what's widely regarded to be his masterpiece, Don Juan. It's an epic satire. We're going to explore that in a separate lesson. It was so long that it wasn't even done when he died. Byron was, you know, he was a controversial figure because of all those affairs that he had. He was also, you know, pretty active politically. He had a seat in the House of Lords because he was a Lord Byron. He only spoke in Parliament 3 times, but each time he did, he was like kind of just being deliberately ornery. So, you know, 1811, he gets up and he defends the Luddites, who are people who go around smashing machinery that put them out of work. You know, it's like if encyclopedia publishers came in and like smashed computers because you could access Wikipedia on them. Like, that's what the Luddites were like. Byron was like into that. He wrote poems about politics. He wrote one called Song for the Luddites. So he was kind of active and stuff. And he also used his power of satire to kind of attack perceived enemies. Particularly, he had a target on Robert Southey, who he perceived as sort of a lesser romantic poet. And, you know, his politics eventually led him to Greece, where he was kind of involved in the independence movement from the Ottoman Empire. Decided he was just going to, like, attack a Turkish fortress, even though he did not know what he was doing. Luckily, before he could go to battle, he got really sick, and then he actually died because of bloodletting. He probably would have survived, but his doctor's like, oh, we're going to let out blood to cure you, and then that weakened him, and then he died. And that's the end of Lord Byron in 1824. So, that was a lot. Lord Byron, he of many names. He was a prolific romantic poet. He wrote so much. And he also seduced so many women, particularly married women in England, also some married women in Venice. And he kind of is notable for the trope of the Byronic hero, which is that kind of dark, brooding hero figure that is in his poems and lots of other people's poems. He also, major works were Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, She Walks in Beauty, and Don Juan. We mentioned some others as well, but those are the real big ones. And yeah, it's a little summary of Lord Byron's life. Jane Austen, right? You've probably heard of her. She is a very influential and popular writer of romantic novels, and pretty much all of her books have been converted into kind of big name movies, even though they were published in the early 19th century, right? Because her kind of ability to create these really relatable characters and her really amazing sense of humor, like she's got a perfect eye for social comedy. It really is something that still resonates with readers and viewers today. It's all still pretty relevant, and in a lot of ways, right? Her books are kind of the proto-romantic comedies, right? So even her actual plots are made into movies, but also like a lot of the rom-coms that you're familiar with are if not based on Austen, certainly owe a lot to Austen. The meet cute, hate each other, come together at the end. That's totally a Jane Austen original plot that's been done to death now, but back when she did it was kind of original. There was even actually a novel published in 2004, which was then made into a movie, about people reading Jane Austen novels called the Jane Austen Book Club. So you can see, like, we really love some Jane Austen. It's good stuff. We still relate to it. But, you know, for someone who's so kind of, you know, omnipresent in a lot of ways and so famous, we actually don't know that much about Jane Austen because she was kind of, you know, a little bit of a mysterious figure. And part of the reason for this is that her sister Cassandra actually burned a lot of her letters. Theory is that Cassandra thought that the letters would make Jane look bad. We don't really know. I mean, literary letters often do make the writers kind of look bad, but sometimes in really entertaining ways. Like James Joyce wrote some really, really dirty letters to his wife that are, look those up, you can just Google it. So maybe Jane Austen's letters were dirty sex letters. We'll never know. And actually, you know, Cassandra burning them probably has led us to think a little more creatively about what might be in them and extrapolate further and worse than what they probably were. You know, but like the things that we do know are that, you know, like many of the characters in her novels, Jane Austen grew up in a house kind of wealthy enough, you know, not to be poor, but poor enough not to be wealthy, kind of in that awkward middle place. And a lot of her novels really focused on, you know, the fact that women who weren't born into, you know, extreme wealth have to basically are obligated to marry well in order to get any kind of independence from their family, or to have any kind of, you know, money of their own to spend. And but, you know, even though all of Jane Austen's books are about marriage, actually neither she nor her sister Cassandra ever married, which is kind of interesting. You know, it's kind of, you know, Austen writes about marriage in a way that clearly is saying something about how, right, you don't have a lot of options as, you know, as a woman in her time. And, you know, her kind of take on marriage is that it's sort of something that you do and something that can be beneficial in a lot of ways, but that, you know, it's not something to be happy about. And that might explain a bit why she, who was a successful author, didn't end up marrying, because she was able to sort of, you know, make her own way a bit. You know, and it's interesting, actually, right, that she was writing at a time when really marriage was absolutely expected. Like, that was the only thing that you could do as a woman. Now, right, all of these sort of, you know, books and movies and things that are based on kind of the romantic comedy plot lines that she laid out, right now we live in a time where you're not forced into marriage, and yet all of those things still end in, if not marriage, you know, the two characters getting together. So it's a little, you know, it's a little funny when you look at it that way, that she was writing something that was reflective of her time, and, you know, in marriage is almost a business proposition in a lot of cases. And we've kind of taken that and even further romanticized it, made it into something that is not necessary but still greatly desired. So we've kind of, you know, taken it out of context a bit with the way that we interpret her now. You know, but how did she, so I said a little bit about her family. How did she get to be writing? That's sort of, you know, the next logical question. Right, she's born in 1775 in Steventon, England. And, you know, she's one of 8 children, 6 brothers, and the aforementioned Cassandra, who burned all of her letters. And Austen's parents were really good about sort of encouraging her love of reading and writing. You know, she had a sharp wit. That was really apparent right from the beginning. They saw that and nurtured it, which is what parents should do, right? Nurture your children's talents. Kid might turn into Jane Austen. And it seemed to them, or something that they noticed right away, is that she loved making fun of, you know, the establishment, right? Social laws, social rules. That was sort of her real gift, was for kind of skewering social mores. And you know, outside of her writing, you know, her life really wasn't all that dissimilar to a character in her books, right? She played the piano, she sewed, she danced at balls. You know, she was kind of your typical, you know, well-cultured lady, or, you know, accomplished is the word that they use to describe women like that. They have accomplishments, which are, you know, piano, sewing, etc., things like that. But she, you know, she really was, in a lot of ways, a writer who wrote what she knew, with the, you know, exception of the whole not marrying thing. Although, actually, to be fair, we don't see a lot of her characters in marriages. We see them sort of going towards marriages. So perhaps she did actually still, you know, have familiarity with that. And, you know, Austen scholars kind of speculate, right, in the same vein of writing what you know and kind of writing for entertainment to, you know, skewer the establishment. they kind of think that she started out writing to amuse her friends and family, right? And she didn't actually decide to be professional until probably around 1789. And it would actually be kind of great. I mean, I wish I had a friend like Austen, you know, writing to entertain me or doing, you know, instead of some of the friends that I have who you have to kind of encourage them in their creative projects. Right, Austen was actually had something going on, had real talent. And her first attempt at sort of a thing to publish was a shorter novel called Lady Susan, which is totally unlike the work that she's famous for, and you've like probably not heard of at all before this lesson. But it's really cool. It's worth checking out, and it's interesting because it's very different in a lot of ways. It's about a mid-30s, a woman in her mid-30s who's a widow, who's kind of scheming to get a new husband. And she's attractive, but she's also really selfish, and she's not very moral, which is kind of a little bit of a deviation for Austen. And you know, but she's witty, which is an Austen staple. So it's kind of this, you know, interesting. She's not moral, but she's also witty, so she's sort of a weird hodgepodge. And so that's kind of, it's an interesting first attempt at a work, and it's just, you know, worth checking out for that reason. She's most widely associated, though, with 6 major novels, and of course their respective film adaptations. Sense and Sensibility in 1811, first published work. It focuses on the limitations of women's options due to the circumstances of their birth, which is sounding very familiar now that we know something more about her. Got an older sister, Eleanor Dashwood, who's totally ruled by her head, and a younger sister, Marianne, who is motivated by her heart. Each sister thinks that the other one is like totally doesn't know what she's doing, and that it would be better if she did it her way. They get what they want when they start acting more like each other. What they want is, of course, husbands, and Eleanor ends up with a guy named Edward Ferrars, and Marianne with Colonel Brandon. Next we get Pride and Prejudice, 1813, and this is probably the most famous Jane Austen novel. It was first called First Impressions, and because it's about 2 people, right, Elizabeth Bennet and Mr. Darcy, who initially don't like each other very much, and, you know, but spoiler alert, I think you probably know how it ends. They end up falling in love. This is really the ultimate romantic comedy. We have a whole video on it. Watch that to learn more. Mansfield Park, 1814. It's often kind of the least favorite of Austen, you know, of people who love Austen fans, probably because the heroine Fanny Price is kind of boring. She's, you know, and like way too many Austen characters, she ends up marrying her cousin, which is kind of, I guess, a thing they did back then. And she's from a relatively poor family, but she ends up being raised by her rich aunt and uncle, as well as and with her cousin. So that's kind of that's who Fanny is. We've got Emma in 1815, which if you've seen the movie Clueless, you will know the story very well. Rollin' with the homies. You know, wealthy, beautiful, if kind of slightly misguided, Emma Woodhouse is always trying to set up her friends with kind of often disastrous results, while never realizing that her sort of brother-in-law, Paul Rudd in the movie, has been in love with her since she was 13. There's so many inappropriate family relationships in Austen, it's unbelievable, and they were all kind of seen as really romantic. And that's something that's lost in the modern adaptations. We don't usually have people falling in love with their cousins. That's seen as a little too, and then we get Northanger Abbey is published in 1818, which is actually after her death, so that's a posthumous publication. And this one has, you know, kind of all the hallmarks of an Austen novel. We've got a plucky heroine named Catherine Morland, a grand estate, the titular Northanger Abbey, and kind of a complicated romance, but there's also this sort of fun, spooky element to it. It's kind of in competition with Mansfield Park for the least well-known and kind of least loved you know, work of Austen, but it's actually kind of fun, and it sort of explores the act of reading in itself, you know, act of reading novels in addition to being a novel itself. So it's a little bit kind of a meta thing. You know, Catherine's reading The Mysteries of Udolpho, which is a Gothic novel by Anne Radcliffe, and kind of expects Northanger Abbey to be like that. And then we get Persuasion, which is also in 1818, also posthumously, and you know, like the title might indicate, Persuasion kind of explores what happens when someone acts under the influence of somebody else instead of making her own decisions. So in this case, we've got sort of smart but weak-willed Anne Elliot, talked out of a marriage that she wants with Frederick Wentworth, who's kind of a classy but you know, unfortunately poor naval officer. She's talked out of it by her family and her close friend, and is really unhappy because of it. They do get together in the end because it is Austen. These are comedies, not tragedies. But that's sort of, you know, the point is that you might get swayed by people, and that's not a great thing. That's a quick summary of Jane Austen and her works. And you can really pick her out if you kind of wanted an overarching sense of what her prose is like. You look for witty heroines, and you look for kind of sparkling, clean prose, and, you know, often kind of, you know, humor that's aimed at, you know, making fun of sort of social, you know, conventions, things like that. Stories are still read today, used as the basis of, you know, many romantic comedies, like Clueless is based on Emma. And, you know, besides being adapted for film all the time, they're just good. They're just good and relatable. And the important thing to remember is that Austen herself never married, even though all of her books are about marriage. So yeah, that is Jane Austen. It was a dark and stormy night. Maybe, I don't really know. It might have been a nice night for wine drinking and partying, but anyway, it was nighttime, and it was at the Villa Diodati in Geneva, when not one, but two staples of horror fiction were brought into the world. And the year was 1816, and Mary Shelley, Percy Shelley, her husband, not her brother, Lord Byron, and John Polidori were stuck inside their holiday home, apparently due to inclement weather. And one night, they're kind of inspired by conversations about modern science and about the occult and all the fun stuff like that. They decided to have a storytelling competition to see who could tell the most horrific story. This kind of shows, right, it shows you the difference between them and us. Like, we'd probably just crack open another bottle of wine and play apples to apples or something like that. But they were doing productive things with their free time. And John Polidori produced The Vampire, so we can blame him for Twilight. And Mary Shelley, who at the time was only 18 years old, eventually came up with what some people have actually called kind of the first science fiction story ever, which is Frankenstein, which is kind of the more famous of the two that came out of that night, although maybe The Vampire legacy is just as rich. And of course, you know, the Frankenstein legend has kind of grown a great deal beyond the actual original work. You know, basically thanks to Hollywood. We're kind of proliferating the story of the monster and, you know, all of you know, before we can kind of discuss like where Hollywood went with it, kind of, and how the monster has been adapted over time, we should probably take a look at the original novel itself, so we know kind of where we're coming from with it. You know, so once the competition began, it took Shelley actually 2 years to kind of finalize her story. And she called it Frankenstein, and she subtitled it The Modern Prometheus. And it was first published kind of anonymously in 1818 in London. Now, you might wonder who was the unmodern Prometheus if Frankenstein is the modern Prometheus. He was a Greek titan, which is basically the gods who came before the familiar Olympian gods like Zeus and Athena and Aphrodite and all those people. And he's famous for having stolen fire and given it to the mortals. And this got him in a lot of trouble. Since fire is super important, right? So this is kind of a big betrayal of his, you know, titan comrades and of Zeus and all those people. And, you know, so you kind of keep this in mind. That's the story of the original Prometheus. You should keep this in mind when we talk about Frankenstein, right? How does stealing fire and giving it to mortals, this kind of important, you know, life-sustaining force, relate to bringing this monster into the world? You know, and the story, when it's published, draws kind of a mixed critical response. Some were really into it, but they kind of praised its powerful language and its really interesting plot. Others were just like kind of blah about it. They weren't that into it. I think maybe the critics at 1818 weren't just ready for the, you know, power of the story like we are today. So let's talk a bit about kind of the form of the novel. It's basically told with two major literary devices. And they're often forgotten when we talk about the story because we kind of want to get straight to the monster, but they're actually pretty important for understanding kind of what's going on and maybe the significance of it all. First of all, it employs the epistolary form, which basically means it is written as a series of letters. Epistles are just letters. That's a fancy word for it. So epistolary novel written in letters. In this case, the letters are from the failed writer and North Pole explorer Robert Walton to his sister Margaret Walton Saville. And this device introduces a second device called a frame narrative, which is essentially just a story within a story. And in this case, that story belongs to Victor Frankenstein, who's kind of a frail, defeated old man that Walton and his crew discover when they're up in the Arctic. After Walton rescues Frankenstein, he kind of, the old, you know, Frankenstein recounts to him basically the story of his life and his most terrifying work. But you probably know that that's coming. But you didn't know, right, that Frankenstein starts in the Arctic, but now you do. You're learning things already. So Victor starts telling his tale, and this is kind of, so we've got letters on the outside, and then we've got, story within a story, and then finally we've got the familiar part of the story on like the inside of this nugget of layers and whatnot. So Victor tells kind of what his life was like. He said he pursued science his whole life, and his experiments were kind of encouraged when he was in college, as where you go to learn stuff. And he basically figures out how to animate dead tissue. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, this has fallen out of the curriculum at many liberal arts colleges. Although we will be introducing a course on it very soon. No, we won't. He takes this ability to his kind of obvious extension and builds for himself a facsimile of a man. He builds this kind of big, guy made up of parts, essentially. But he has to build it larger than normal because he can't get all sort of the finer parts of anatomy correct to scale. So the guy ends up big. And then he uses electricity to bring this thing to life. But unfortunately, right as soon as the creature gets kind of alive, it's alive! Victor is immediately repulsed by it, right? And kind of like the stereotypical people in any monster movie, he kind of flees, which is clearly not the responsible thing to do, right? Because you just created a monster and now you are leaving. I think it should all go without saying that, like, don't try this at home. Don't try to collect up body parts and then zap them. It will not work. But that's why this is science fiction. Remember I said this is the first work of science fiction? That's why. After dealing, he gets kind of sick from all this distress, Frankenstein, and he comes home 4 months later. He kind of has to go off and deal with his illness. He comes home, and he finds that his brother has been murdered. And he kind of becomes convinced that the monster has done this to get back at him. And, ever the hero, Victor retreats again, but then is eventually found by the creature. And then we get the creature story, which so now we're kind of in a double frame narrative, right? We had Arctic letters, Frankenstein story, the story, and now we have the monster story kind of on an even inside layer. And essentially, the monster says that after Victor bailed the first time, he was kind of left to his own devices, and he didn't know what to do. He didn't know who he was. He didn't know anything. It's a really actually kind of touching and sad story that the creature tells. And so the creature, ran off and ended up studying a family that lived in a cottage to kind of figure out how he should act and how things were. And he learned language. He learned like socialization. He learned how to read, watching these people. And now, because it knows all this stuff, it wants to be human. It craves, human interaction. But it's been rejected every time it's tried. I mean, I would run away if I saw a big hulking mass of dead flesh running after me, but it's really sad. The family he observed didn't want to talk to him, random townspeople don't want to talk to him. And so the creature kind of comes to Victor with a demand that seems rather reasonable. He says, make me a female so I can have company. And it's actually, it's kind of sad. And, if Victor kind of grants his request, then he'll go away off into a remote corner of the world, and if not, then he will continue to exact his revenge on him. And Victor actually begins to start working on the second creature, but kind of partway through this, doing this, he kind of realizes that if there's a male and there's a female of this kind of weird species that he's created, they could have offspring, which would be super strong, giant, weird monster creatures that might overrun the world. And so he destroys the second project. He thinks, oh God, like I'm gonna release horror upon the world if I do this. The first creature like watches him as he does this and decides that he's going to murder Victor's best friend as revenge, and also Victor's betrothed. And Victor's father dies out of grief. Victor's family's been pretty much decimated by this point. And so he vows that he's going to pursue the creation across the earth until one of them destroys the other. And that's kind of what he decides. And that is how he ends up at the North Pole. So this is where we kind of return to our initial frame. Captain Walton basically says that shortly after Victor finishes telling all this story, he dies. And his final request is for Walton to kind of finish the work that Victor started in terms of pursuing and killing the creature. And but the creature's actually aware of everything that has happened, And he actually really has a lot of grief over Victor's death, because Victor's kind of the closest thing that he had to a father. And he feels bad also about his own sort of, killing a bunch of people, right, as he should. And then, he vows that he's going to kill himself instead of, wreaking any more havoc. And so that's how the story ends, on a really cheerful note. But the story doesn't really end, right? Because then, this story that's actually, hopefully you were surprised by how sort of complex it is, and how, it's got all those layers, first of all, but also that the creature isn't evil, right? It's sentient. There's lots of differences between the actual original story and the way that it has been picked up in Hollywood, right? So we've got, Shelley's novel basically ends up kind of taking on whole new life in Readers to Follow, because it's kind of a real, perfect distillation of kind of the Gothic and Romantic sensibilities, right? And it also kind of creates a new genre of fiction. And also partly because this, the existential crisis, right, the who am I kind of feeling that the monster experiences might be kind of familiar to a bunch of us, right? Why am I here? Why can't I find someone like me? All of that stuff, right? There's a reason why OkCupid exists. Why can't I find someone like me? I think we can all kind of identify with the creature a little bit. And, in theatrical adaptations of the book, we're actually, we're starting as early as the 1820s. Remember, the thing was only published in 1818. And basically, as soon as film existed, they were making movies about it. So 1910, Edison Studios produces Frankenstein, which is like a 16-minute little adaptation of the novel. And the most notorious Frankenstein film, the one that kind of really shaped our understanding of the character, and also what made us think that Frankenstein was the monster instead of the doctor. I hope that you've got that all cleared up now for you. Was Universal Studios 1931. It was called Frankenstein. It had Boris Karloff as the creature. And it's really, we get this lumbering green hulk of a thing with bolt attachments and slick back hair. And it's from this movie that we think that the poor guy can't talk, right? Because in Shelley's book, he's actually super eloquent. He tells his own whole version of his story. And like I said before, it's also the reason why we call the monster Frankenstein, which is incorrect. And because Frankenstein's really the doctor who creates the monster. And as you already might have guessed from this description, the plot of the film differs significantly from Shelley's novel. And it's actually based on a prior stage adaptation of the novel. And in this version, basically Henry Frankenstein, right, for some reason they changed his name, he's not Victor anymore, creates Frankenstein, creates the monster accidentally, right? He includes in his creation the brain of a criminal, and as a result, the monster, becomes an actual bad guy because he's got a bad guy brain in him. The movie ends with the monster being kind of destroyed by angry townspeople. And the story and the conception of Frankenstein, it really has kind of persisted more than any other, maybe not as much as vampires, but a lot in terms of the popular imagination, right? There's a whole empire of sequels where there's Bride of Frankenstein and there's Son of Frankenstein. There's kind of ones that make fun of it. So there's, Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, and there's the Munsters are kind of taken from it. Young Frankenstein, the Mel Brooks movie. And there's even, the Rocky Horror Picture Show kind of takes its cues from it as well. There's all sorts of great stuff that kind of comes out of this very potent figure, it seems, that Mary Shelley created. And, the tale of Frankenstein really has come a long way since Mary Shelley dreamt it up to win a contest in 1816. Probably would not have guessed that her character would someday fight alongside Superman and Batman, as they do in a comic book. Whether the story focuses on a young scientist named Victor, or, the creature has a brain of a criminal, or a sex addict in the case of Rocky Horror, the key questions of the work really kind of persist, right? How far should humans go in their attempt to play God is really what we're getting at here. Should we create life if we can? And what are the consequences of doing so? Are we made by our parents, or are we made by ourselves? Who's stronger, Frankenstein or Wolfman? That's probably not one that Shelley was worried about. But you can see Frankenstein persists not only because it's an awesome, monster story, but because it really kind of gets at things that are fundamentally interesting to us in terms of our own place in the world. So yeah, that's Frankenstein.
Edgar Allan Poe is a pop culture legend. His works have been translated into nearly every language. His legacy as the inventor of detective fiction has kept him in more than just literature textbooks. He's known to have influenced such great horror writers as Stephen King, Alfred Hitchcock, and even science fiction's Ray Bradbury. His stories have been made into countless film adaptations. Even his famous poem, The Raven, was part of The Simpsons' very first Treehouse of Horrors Halloween episode. It might not be a surprise to those who have read Poe's works that he had a rather sad childhood. Edgar Poe was born on January 19, 1809 in Boston, the second of 3 children. His parents, who were traveling actors, died when he was young, so he was sent to live with a wealthy merchant, John Allan, and his wife Frances, in Richmond, Virginia. Frances served as a good mother to Edgar, but John proved to be a less than supportive foster father. Despite the fact that they never adopted Edgar, Allan was added to his last name, and he spent his younger years traveling with the couple and learning the family business. Poor Edgar wasn't terribly interested and spent a good deal of his time writing poems instead. By the age of 13, he had enough poems to publish an anthology, but he was discouraged by both his teacher and his foster father, who preferred he stay in the family business. At the age of 17, Poe left for the University of Virginia, but because his foster father would not help him pay his bills, he wound up in debt. To offset this, Poe turned to gambling, which only made matters worse. It is said that Poe became so desperately poor that he had to burn his furniture to keep warm. That was a turning point in Poe's relationship with Mr. Allan. Poe resented him for not helping him financially, especially since there was plenty of money available. His situation worsened when he returned home from school to find his fiancée engaged to someone else. While this was all devastating to Poe, he vowed that he would find success and publish his first book, Tamerlane, under the name Edgar A. Perry. He was only 18. He also enlisted in the Army, and after 2 years of service, he returned home in hopes of seeing Frances, the only mother he had known, who had become sick. Sadly, he arrived too late to say his goodbyes, a tragedy which haunted him. He remained in Richmond long enough to publish another book of poetry before heading to West Point. He wasn't there for long, though. After starting, Poe heard that John Allan had remarried without telling Poe or inviting him to the wedding. Since Poe was there on Allan's recommendation, he did his best to get kicked out. As a result, Poe chose to focus on writing and completely severed ties with Mr. Allan. In 1831, at the age of 22, he moved to Baltimore, and after being robbed by one of his relatives, wound up staying with his Aunt Maria Clem, who became a mother to him. He also lived with his young cousin Virginia. Poe continued to live in poverty in Baltimore. Even when Allan died, he left Poe out of his will, so Poe received no help from the man who had raised him. To make money, Poe wrote and sold short stories. This eventually led to a position at the Southern Literary Messenger as an editor and a critic, which moved him back to Richmond. Within a year, the magazine became extremely popular thanks to Poe's stories and nasty reviews. By the age of 27, Poe was able to bring Maria and Virginia to Richmond. In 1836, he married his cousin Virginia. She was only 13 years old. Mostly the 1830s and 1840s were good to Poe. He moved to New York, to Philadelphia, and back to New York. He wrote some of his best stories and became famous in his own time, quite a feat for any writer, though it didn't make him rich. In 1845, Poe's popularity exploded with the publication of The Raven. He traveled the country presenting lectures and solidifying his reputation. However, in 1847, his treasured wife Virginia died, and Poe began to struggle. He was no stranger to loss, but that didn't ease the tragedy of losing his 24-year-old wife. He suffered from writer's block for months. His short but tormented life came to a tragic end on October 7, 1849. He briefly disappeared only to be found 5 days later in a bar that was being used as an election polling station. He was struggling to stay alive. No one really knows where he had been or what brought about Poe's death. At the time, it was believed to be congestion of the brain. Other speculation has blamed alcoholism. His literary adversary, Rufus Griswold, wrote a nasty, vengeful obituary of Poe in hopes of paying him back for the critiques Poe made of Griswold's work. His account of the author's life, which began with, "This announcement will startle many, but few will be grieved by it," claimed that Poe had few or no friends and led people to believe that Poe led a drug and alcohol-induced life. This is the biography that most people know of Poe, though many sources say these are only myths. Nonetheless, Griswold's attempts to attack Poe only brought more attention to his work, causing sales to skyrocket. Of course, with all of this tragedy in his life, it is no wonder that Poe often wrote about madmen, murder, being buried alive, and death. His psychological thrillers, however, gave way to the modern-day mystery, making him the father of the detective story. His 1841 publication of The Murders in the Rue Morgue was the first of these stories, and the first to introduce C. Auguste Dupin, Poe's recurring detective. Unlike some writers, though, Poe wrote in a variety of forms. His most popular pieces are short stories like The Telltale Heart, The Masque of the Red Death, and The Fall of the House of Usher, and poems like The Raven and Annabel Lee. However, he also wrote essays, including one called The Philosophy of Composition, which shows the method he used to write The Raven. He wrote one play and one novel as well. As a literary critic and an editor, Poe was known to be quite harsh and made many enemies easily. He was especially critical of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poetry, believing it to be poorly written. Poe is said to have been influenced by Lord Byron, a famous English romantic poet. However, minus characters who have self-destructive tendencies, their styles are very different. Poe's use of diction, or word choice, is the start of what makes him stand apart from other writers. In his short story, The Fall of the House of Usher, he uses words like bleak, rank, depression of the soul, and hideous dropping off of the veil to describe the House of Usher. This pretty heavy word choice is both sophisticated and chock full of terrifying connotations or emotional meanings. Of course, it only follows that this use of such diction leads to horrific imagery, where he uses words to create a picture in the reader's mind. One of Poe's most famous images comes from the first line of his poem, The Raven. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary. While he doesn't use long, lavish descriptions in this line of the poem, we can easily see in our mind's eye the night he describes. It's pitch black at midnight, a dull rain pattering on what is probably a lifeless backdrop. And because the narrator is so tired, those images are amplified in his mind too. The other stories are more grotesque in nature, and even others do not create images of the setting, but images of what the narrator is thinking. It's Poe's images that add to the overall effects of his stories. These elements are further explored in Poe's works and additional lessons in this course. Let's summarize. Edgar Allan Poe is known as the creator of the detective story and the modern mystery. He didn't just write short stories. He also wrote poems, essays, and even a novel and a play. Because he was heavily influenced by many tragedies in his life, his writing was usually dark and morbid. Through the use of diction and terrifying imagery, Poe is able to take readers into the dark realms of the world as well as the horrifying depths of the mind. He used these techniques in such famous works as The Raven, The Telltale Heart, and The Fall of the House of Usher. His stories and poems are still widely read today, making him one of America's most popular writers.
So William Blake was a major romantic poet, and he was also kind of a visual artist, and he did a lot of engravings. And he was also kind of a religious mystic in a lot of ways. He was kind of into all of that stuff, and he was largely unknown actually during his lifetime. And nowadays you might not be able to name a poem that he wrote, but you should probably know who he is. That's kind of his level of fame. And he's kind of like Lady Gaga in the sense that, like, he's almost more famous for being weird than for any specific kind of work of art. But he did actually make significant contributions to romantic poetry. I don't want to belittle that, and I don't think he ever wore a meat dress, so there are some differences. But he was born in London in 1757, and his father was a hosier, which means that he made hosiery, which are kind of, like you see all those like pictures of kind of old British people like wearing tights and those funny buckle shoes like men. Someone had to make those. Someone had to make the tights that they wore with their man heels, and that was William Blake's father. So that's kind of cool. And so then, he was kind of, from the beginning, he was sort of different in a lot of ways than maybe other kids his age. He had sort of these religious visions. like he would think that he saw God outside of his window, or like a tree full of angels. You know, I once saw a bush full of raccoons outside my window, but that was unfortunately real. You know, so he kind of, and you know, like a lot of kind of precious, weird kids, his parents pulled him out of school when he was 10 and homeschooled him. But at the same time, they also sent him off to drawing school so he could kind of learn how to, you know, be more artistic. And when he was 12, he kind of started writing poetry, and when he was 14, actually drawing school kind of got a little too expensive, so they moved him over into becoming an apprentice with an engraver. Engravers basically just sort of, you know, make detailed images on metal stuff with tools, and then sometimes, you know, that can be used as a print, essentially fill it with ink and print it on something. And you know, so in 1781, Blake kind of was heartbroken because he unsuccessfully proposed to a woman. She said no, and he was talking about his, you know, his deep grief with another woman whose name was Catherine Boucher, and he asked her, "Do you pity me?" And she said that she did. And then he said, "I love you." And then a year later, they got married. No, this usually doesn't work out. If you try to like coax a friend out of their breakup, it doesn't usually work out so well for you. But in his case, it worked out great. And they, you know, she was actually kind of illiterate, so he taught her how to read and write, which is kind of sweet. She actually ended up kind of collaborating with him on a lot of his works as time went on. And so for most of his adult life, he kind of eked out a living, you know, engraving and illustrating books and magazines, and that was kind of how he made his money. So Blake was primarily known for something called relief etching, which is also known as illuminated printing. And basically what this involves is just sort of adding text and illustrations to these copper plates with like pens and brushes, and then putting them in, and you use something that's acid resistant to do that. And then you put the whole plate in acid, basically, which etches and leaves the text and drawings behind in relief, and that's hence the name, so kind of, you know, raised. And you know, he came up with this method. He says that he still kind of had these weird visions as an adult, like remember the tree full of angels and the God outside the window. And when his brother died in 1787, Blake claimed to see his brother's spirit kind of like rise up and go through the ceiling and clap its hands as it went, like really happily. And the spirit would kind of return to him and teach him that style of printing. You know, okay. You know, but it's kind of a friendly ghost teaching him how to do stuff. I guess that's nice. But as you can probably imagine, the process is kind of time-consuming and kind of expensive. So Blake was still kind of poor for most of his life. You'd kind of think, as long as we're like in the ghost story realm, that his brother could have taught him something a little more lucrative, help him invent a laser printer or something like that. But that's not how it went. And so Blake's sort of major poetic works, you know, he was doing a lot of this etching stuff, but he also wrote poetry. And he published his first book of poems called Poetical Sketches in 1783. And it was not very good. It was kind of derivative. It bombed, like no one liked it. But he didn't let that stop him. And then in 1789, he publishes something called Songs of Innocence. Then Songs of Experience in 1793, that kind of makes sense. So it needs to be combined in 1794 into Songs of Innocence and Experience. And this book contains Blake's really most well-known poems, including like The Little Boy Lost, The Little Boy Found, The Lamb, The Tiger. And The Tiger is actually really Blake's most famous poem, probably. And yes, it's a little weird to spell tiger like that with a Y, even in Blake's time. He kind of probably did it for effect, kind of anachronism. It's kind of like having like a shop nowadays called the Ye Olde Fudge Shop, like it's kind of hearkening back to prior times. And so the opening lines of the poem, they go like this. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry? Or symmetry, I suppose. I guess that's supposed to rhyme. In this poem, you know, so Blake's kind of questioning, basically, how something really terrifying like the tiger could have been created by God if God's creating everything in his or her image. I guess Blake didn't think that tigers were awesome. That's maybe a cultural difference between then and now. But the tiger is sort of interesting. It's kind of a sister poem to The Lamb, which is in Songs of Innocence, and Tiger's in Songs of Experience. And these kind of deliberate contrasts occur like all over the poem. There's sort of they match up with each other across across songs of innocence and songs of experience. And in that sense, it ends up being kind of this prototypical romantic work in the sense that there is this vision of innocence that kind of refers to childhood, this time when we're sheltered from sort of the dangerous world, and then experience, which is what happens to us when we lose that childhood innocence, and due to kind of the corruption of society or the oppression of kind of organized religion in the form of the church, or the ruling classes. And romantic poets are always kind of trying to capture this contrast sort of between instinct and between reason or nature and civilization, and kind of negotiating the dynamics between those things. Usually privileging the former over the latter. They like nature and instinct a lot better than reason and experience. And so outside of poetry, Blake was he's kind of a radical thinker. He supported the French Revolution, and he kind of opposed England's treatment of the Americas. And you can remember this when you forget about when he lived and wrote, late 1700s, American Revolution, French Revolution, William Blake. And he also had kind of interesting ideas about marriage and women. He illustrated, actually, Mary Wollstonecraft is kind of a famous feminist and also the mother of Mary Shelley, who wrote Frankenstein. And she had written this thing called Original Stories from Real Life, and he illustrated that and ended up, kind of, along with her, sort of a pioneer of the free love movement, which I guess, British people in fancy tights were doing free love, I guess, before the hippies were. And some of this might have had to do with the fact that he had kind of problems in his own marriage, so Catherine couldn't have children. Rather than just accept this, Blake kind of criticized the constraints of marriage and wanted to try to bring a concubine into the house. This did not go over well. So suddenly it kind of seems like he was a little bit less progressive and maybe a little bit more self-serving, but I'm not going to pass judgments. So, kind of moving along from that, a couple more of poetic things that he did. In 1793, he completes a thing called The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, which is kind of like in Dante's Inferno and Milton's Paradise Lost. It's about hell, but since the Romantics weren't such huge fans of organized religion, hell is actually a really cool place. So Blake kind of suggests that heaven's too authoritarian and too stuffy and guided by rules, and in hell people can relax, which is quite different than what's going on in Milton and Dante. It's kind of like that expression, I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. That's kind of what's going on in Blake's poem. It's kind of the same idea. And so then it makes sense that Blake would also write an epic poem called Milton, a poem, which is kind of like Milton, the movie, which was completed in 1810, and because he, again, sort of this interest in hell and sort of the maybe poetic tradition in that sense. In this work, John Milton comes back from heaven and hangs out with Blake, and it's kind of an interesting way of exploring relationship with sort of dead predecessors in poetry and kind of working out things like influence and sort of the poetic trajectory in that sense. And writers actually do a lot of this, kind of elegizing each other, talking about each other. Kind of keep a lookout for that, sort of a favorite quiz question to ask about writers who wrote about other writers. So then, in 1804, Blake starts working on a poem called Jerusalem, which is his longest and also most illuminated work. That just means more of those illustrations. Completed in 1820, and it's really long. It has 100 etched and illustrated plates, which is kind of cool. And it kind of involved Blake's own mythology about Britain. So there's Albion, who's kind of the primeval fallen man, and other characters. There isn't a linear plot. It's not really beach reading. It's kind of difficult. Jerusalem isn't just a city. It's a female character, and it's the title of the book. It gets very complicated very fast. And so I wouldn't, that one's not usually on the syllabus. But so Blake dies in 1827, and at the time of his death, he's actually working on a bunch of engravings for Dante's Divine Comedy, which, like we said before, he doesn't totally agree maybe with Dante and Milton and their concept of hell, and so his etchings actually end up being kind of trying to sort of be a little bit critical of what's going on in Dante. So that's kind of an interesting, final project for him. And so so to kind of sum everything up, Blake was a romantic poet, but he was also a really kind of prominent illustrator and engraver. And his signature method involved this etching called illuminated printing, which was basically putting on the acid on the paint and then letting the image come forth in relief. And he thought that his dead brother's ghost taught it to him because, yeah, he was also kind of a mystic who had visions. And his major works are Songs of Innocence and Experience, which includes that poem called The Tiger that we read, The Marriage of Heaven and Hell, Milton, a poem, Jerusalem, and that's sort of a little summary of William Blake.
Romanticism was a Western cultural movement that began in the early 1800s as a reaction to the neoclassical love of reason and order that dominated the previous century. Romanticists were imaginative individuals who championed creativity and artistic freedom. The movement affected all forms of art, literature, and music in Europe, eventually spreading to the United States and other parts of the Western world. Within Romanticism, several key trends emerged. Let's explore some of the more common trends we'll see when looking at romantic art and listening to romantic music. Emotional subjectivity. Capturing extreme emotional states was a hallmark of this era. French artist Theodore Géricault's painting The Raft of the Medusa depicts a scene of intense suffering and desperation. This iconic work of French Romanticism shows an impending storm at sea that threatens the helpless and starving survivors of a shipwreck. Romantic painters, like Géricault, used bold colors and preferred to paint subjects in motion rather than static portraits or perfectly balanced scenes. Romantic musicians liked using bold tone colors, a term that describes the unique sound of a musical instrument. To expand the tone color options available, several new instruments were added to the orchestra during this era, including a large amount of percussion instruments like the triangle, as well as the tuba, concert harp, and celesta, a piano-like instrument that has a sound similar to that of a music box. With this rich orchestral palette, composers were able to create intensely emotional music. One composer who took advantage of the expanded orchestra to create highly emotional melodies was Peter Tchaikovsky. His musical representation of the story of Romeo and Juliet perfectly captures both the passion of the young lovers and the fiery intensity of the sword fights between the dueling families. Romantics often created art based on contemporary events, especially those related to politics. One example is Ludwig van Beethoven's Third Symphony. Originally composed as a tribute to Napoleon Bonaparte, a man whom Beethoven admired for his democratic ideals, Beethoven later ripped up his dedication page in anger after Napoleon declared himself emperor. Beethoven renamed his piece Heroic Symphony, composed to celebrate the memory of a great man. Most commonly known by its nickname, the Eroica, this symphony is one of the early masterpieces of musical romanticism. The use of a descriptive title, rather than a generic one, is a particular hallmark of Romantic-era music, aimed towards inspiring the imagination. Like Géricault's painting, the music of this symphony involves intense expressions of emotion, changing from light-hearted cheerfulness to pained anguish in seconds. The Raft of the Medusa was based on a contemporary event as well, the highly controversial 1816 shipwreck of a French naval vessel. The captain and chief naval officers saved themselves, abandoning 147 passengers on a hastily made raft. Only 15 survived. The reason Beethoven was so upset about Napoleon's self-coronation was because he, along with many others, had believed that Napoleon was a champion of the common man. Democratic sentiments were sweeping the continent, and nationalism became an important factor in encouraging revolutionary activity. At the time, many Europeans were seeking independence from the monarchical rule that had dominated Europe for centuries, especially that of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. As citizens rebelled, contemporary painters helped promote nationalist agendas through their art by glorifying this revolutionary activity. A famous example of this is seen in Eugène Delacroix's Liberty Leading the People. This painting depicts the allegorical figure of liberty at the head of a motley crowd of French revolutionaries from all social classes. The painting is based on the July Revolution of 1830, a rebellion that dethroned King Charles X. Some Romantic-era composers, like Friedrich Chopin from Poland, wrote music that promoted nationalism by incorporating folk music. Many of Chopin's piano pieces are written in the style of Polish folk tunes and dances, like the mazurka.
Other composers, like Clara Wieck Schumann, wrote music with allegorically political lyrics, like her song Forward. The title was the slogan for the German democratic movement, and the song became a rallying anthem for revolutionary activists during the political demonstrations of 1848 and 1849. Attempting to capture the power and beauty of nature was a tempting challenge for artists and musicians alike. Czech composer Bedřich Smetana combined the themes of nationalism and nature in his work Die Moldau, an orchestral piece that takes the listener on a musical journey along the river Vltava. It starts at the river's origin, with two small mountain streams in the Czech countryside that combine to flow through the Bohemian forests and finally into the mighty river that surrounds the great city of Prague. Smetana recreates the flowing sounds of the river with a lush and rolling melody played by the string section of the orchestra, while the brass depict the ancient Czech fortresses and castles along the riverbank. Painters like John Constable recreated sweeping landscapes, like Salisbury Cathedral from the Meadows, painted in 1831. Arching over this idyllic scene is the rainbow surrounding the cathedral, which lends a fantasy-like quality to the scene. This brings us to the next trend: realms of fantasy. An exploration of all things fantastic, including the idyllic, the irrational, the world of dreams, and the surreal, was encouraged during the Romantic era. Sometimes the imagery was light-hearted, like Constable's Cathedral or Felix Mendelssohn's musical depiction of mischievous fairies in his overture to A Midsummer Night's Dream. Sometimes the realms of fantasy took a much darker turn. Francisco de Goya's painting Witches' Sabbath depicts a coven of witches holding a Black Sabbath ritual, the same subject composer Hector Berlioz chose for the fifth movement of his fantastic symphony, titled Dreams of a Witch's Sabbath. With the imaginative realms of fantasy came a fascination with the exotic. As intercontinental travel conditions improved, painters and musicians tried to capture the sights and sounds of Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Many Romantic-era composers experimented with adding exotic sounds to their compositions by avoiding traditional Western scales, creating unusual harmonies, and using innovative compositional practices. A famous example of exoticism is Nikolai Rimsky-Korsakov's symphonic poem based on the story Arabian Nights. The most famous movement from this piece is Scheherazade, a musical depiction of the legendary harem storyteller who kept herself alive through her ability to charm a cruel emperor with her enthralling tales. Scheherazade was also a popular subject for Romantic painters, including Sophie Anderson. Romanticism was an artistic movement that affected the visual and musical arts during the 19th century. There were several key trends that helped to define the Romantic era. Emotional subjectivity involved representing people in extreme emotional states. In music, this often involved using a full orchestra for power and a variety of instrumental tone colors, as is heard in Tchaikovsky's Romeo and Juliet Fantasy Overture. Painters used bold colors to capture subjects in motion, as in The Raft of the Medusa. Romantics were often involved in political movements like nationalism, using their music and art to promote revolutionary activity. For example, Delacroix's painting Liberty Leading the People was a response to a revolutionary uprising that toppled King Charles X of France, while Beethoven's Third Symphony was composed as a tribute to Napoleon Bonaparte. Nationalism was also reflected in composers' use of folk music in compositions and their creation of rallying political anthems. Romantics often turned to nature and realms of fantasy for inspiration. Smetana used a flowing string melody to recreate the sound of the Vltava River, while Mendelssohn used the same instruments to represent mischievous fairies flying through the forest. Sometimes the fantastic took a darker turn, like Francisco de Goya's painting of witches at a Black Sabbath, which was the same subject composer Berlioz chose for the fifth movement of his fantastic symphony. Finally, Romantics were often fascinated with the exotic and brought the sights and sounds of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East to Europe through their music and art. Music of the 19th century, a period of time also called the Romantic era, was remarkably different from the music that preceded it.
The Romantic era was all about making a big splash, overwhelming audiences with intensely emotional music that included extremes of every kind, including contrasting dynamic levels. Romantic composers loved a good story. In the past, opera had been the main musical storytelling genre, but in the Romantic era, some composers wanted to communicate with their audiences on a deeper level through instrumental music, and began to focus on telling musical stories without a singer or lyrics. To successfully do this, composers needed to create highly emotional music to successfully convey the general moods and plot points of a story without having the benefit of lyrics. One way that Romantic composers created musical stories was by using flexible forms. Music of the previous century often followed strict musical rules that governed how the music should be structured. Without these restrictions, Romantic composers were able to rapidly transition between starkly contrasting melodies, as Hector Berlioz did in his Symphonie Fantastique. In the fourth movement of this work, Berlioz moves from an ominous death march to an upbeat tune that portrays the jubilant shouts of an enthusiastic crowd, to a poignantly sad melody of a lost loved one. The wide variety of contrasting emotions in a single movement would have been unheard of in a symphony that used the rigid forms of the previous century. Romantic composers were very focused on melody. Many of these melodies are so catchy that they are still popular today, such as the passionate and tear-jerking love theme from Romeo and Juliet by Tchaikovsky, the sneaky and suspenseful In the Hall of the Mountain King by Edvard Grieg, and Rossini's exuberantly jaunty William Tell Overture, to name a few. Even though they were written over 100 years ago, the emotions that these melodies portray are still universally recognized by audiences today, which is why Romantic-era music is often used in the background of films, commercials, and television shows. Romantic composers often pushed musical elements to the extreme to get the emotional impact they wanted, but one element that especially interested them was playing with the musical dynamics, or volume of the music. In music, a loud sound is indicated by the term forte, and a really loud sound is called fortissimo. A soft sound is indicated by the term piano, and a really soft sound is pianissimo. However, really loud and really soft weren't extreme enough for some Romantic composers. For example, Italian composer Giuseppe Verdi wrote a requiem mass, music for a funeral service, that rapidly moves from a whispery triple piano, or pianissimo, to a thunderously pounding quadruple forte, or fortissimo. Gustav Mahler got the dynamic contrast he wanted for his Symphony of 1000, which was originally performed with 1,030 musicians and singers. Mahler designed this massive work to make the whole universe ring, repeatedly asking the performers for even greater dynamic contrast during the intense rehearsals for this monumental piece. Romantic composers often use sudden dynamic contrast for dramatic effect. There are special music notation symbols that indicate such a rapid change in dynamic levels. The sforzando symbol tells a performer to play with great force. Forte piano means play loudly, then immediately soft. Another popular dynamic directive was subito, which means suddenly. Subito piano, for example, means that performers should get suddenly soft. The expansion of the standard orchestra during the Romantic era allowed composers to incorporate a variety of new instrumental sounds that allowed for greater emotional range and greater dynamic contrast. Relatively soft instruments like the pedal harp and the celesta, a piano-like instrument with metal chimes instead of strings, contrasted with other new orchestral additions that were relatively loud, like the tuba, a deep and powerful brass instrument, and the piercing little piccolo, a smaller and higher version of the flute. Two hallmarks of Romantic-era music are highly emotional music and dynamic contrast. Composers wanted to emotionally connect with their audiences through instrumental music, and were very focused on creating rich and memorable melodies to help them do this. They were also less interested in following strict musical forms than their predecessors, preferring looser structures that would allow them to contrast a variety of emotions within a single movement. One of the ways that composers made their music more emotional and dramatic was by using dynamic contrast. Composers took dynamic levels to the extreme, writing incredibly loud music, marked fortissimo, and incredibly soft music, like pianissimo. They also used surprise tactics for emotional effect, including sudden bursts of sound, like the sforzando, or instant drops in volume, marked subito piano. The Romantic Orchestra also had a wider selection of standard orchestral instruments that were capable of producing varied sounds that increased both dynamic and emotional range.
Ode on a Grecian Urn. This is one of John Keats's kind of most famous poems. He's a Romantic poet, and he wrote it in 1819 along with a bunch of other odes. He was kind of going through a little bit of an ode period. And they're known as his great odes of 1819. And some of the other ones are Ode to a Nightingale, Ode on Melancholy, Ode on Indolence. And an ode is really just a kind of poem. It usually focuses on like a single person or a thing or an event. And it's kind of a tribute to that thing. So like if you were in love with someone, you could write them an ode. You could write an ode to Chipotle if you love burritos as much as I do. You can really write an ode to anything. You just have to really, once more with feeling, about it. But before we get to Grecian Urn, before we get to the ode on the Grecian Urn, we're going to talk about Grecian urns in general. Because when you hear urn, you might think of like the stuff, those containers that you put your dead relatives in after they've been cremated or something like that. That's kind of the modern connotation of it. Have you ever seen Meet the Parents? You might think about that urn getting knocked over and then the cat going and doing its business all over the grandma. Anyway, that's not the kind of urn that we're talking about. Greek urns were actually they're a type of pottery, obviously. It's the same shape, but they were used for holding water, wine, olive oil. They really liked olive oil. And what was interesting to Keats about all of this was that and what's still kind of interesting today about Grecian urns is that they were really heavily decorated. So they had all kinds of drawings all around the outside of them. And in the poem, Keats is basically looking at an urn that depicts a whole bunch of different scenes. And, it's 1819. I guess he didn't have, TV or the internet, didn't really have anything else to do. So he had to kind of sit around and stare at old pottery and be entertained that way. So the poem, in total, Ode on a Grecian Urn has 5 stanzas. Each of these has 10 lines. We're going to start kind of by just talking about the dramatic situation of the poem, which is just a fancy way of saying what's happening in the poem. And first stanza begins, "Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time." He is talking to the urn in this opening. That's the foster child of silence and slow time and all that stuff. And what he's fascinated by how the images on the urn are kind of captured at a single moment, right? They're silent and they're not moving forward in time, right? That's the foster child of silence and slow time. They kind of evoke this stillness, frozenness of the images on the urn. And then he starts to describe the first image. He says, "What men or gods are these? What maidens loath? What mad pursuit? What struggle to escape? What pipes and timbrels? What wild ecstasy?" So some dudes are chasing women, and since this is Greek art, they are likely naked. So Keats, kind of naturally presumes that all these scenes might be kind of about sex, which sounds reasonable, given there's a bunch of naked people chasing each other around. Second stanza, Keats is looking at a different part of the urn, which has a different picture on it. And this one basically just has a man and a woman lying under a tree, and the man is piping on a pipe. And he describes, "Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on, not to the sensual ear, but more endeared, pipe to the spirit ditties of no tone." So he's kind of saying that, like, all right, the songs that you hear are great, songs you can hear with your ears, but the songs that you don't hear with your ears are better. So keep playing soft pipes. What does this mean? What are songs you don't hear with your ears? Maybe Keats has been staring at one too many urns. Really, he's just saying that, as good as music is that you play, like, literal music that you play and you hear. The music that the man is playing on the urn, right, that is kind of frozen in time, that you obviously can't hear because it's just a painting, is better. And because it's kind of there, right, and it never ends. He's kind of always playing this piping tune. And Keats goes on and he says, "Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, though winning near the goal yet, do not grieve. She cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. Forever wilt thou love, and she be fair." So dude, don't worry that you can't ever kiss your woman or, you know, have thy bliss. I think you all know what that means. You know, the whole like frozen in time thing kind of gets in the way of that. But it's okay, right? Because she's never going to get old. That's a benefit of being frozen on an urn. You can't have sex with her, but she's never going to get old. You're kind of perpetually stuck in this wooing stage, and you're gazing at her for all time, and she's always going to be pretty. You know, they're captured in their youth, and they're never going to not be youthful, and they're never going to not be in love. So the next stanza is just more of the same. There's happy, happy bows. There's more happy love, more happy, happy love. It just sounds great, doesn't it? And you know, Keats gets pretty excited about the fact that the leaves on the trees are going to stay green forever, and that this couple will always be in love. And that's because things are kind of, you know, go along together. And then Keats reminds us what happens to young lovers, and he says, "All breathing human passion far above, that leaves a heart high sorrowed and cloyed, a burning forehead and a parching tongue." And people have debated about what this line means, but what they're essentially saying is that when young love is consummated, or maybe even just when the couple spends more time together, it might, you know, not have to do with sex, bad things happen, right? Maybe you have sex and they're not quite as into each other. You find out he's got some weird fetish, or you start fighting, or whatever. And you know, whatever he really means, he's kind of saying that it's better to be captured at that moment when you're just hanging out under the tree, playing your pipes, and you're kind of perpetually frustrated, but you're also perpetually in love, because nothing bad can happen. Not only can she not get old, which is what he said in the last stanza, but you're never going to start fighting or like not liking each other so much. So that's good, I guess. Fourth stanza, we're kind of getting in the home stretch now. You know, we got those two stanzas about the young lovers, and now he moves on to another picture on the urn. I guess it's a big urn with lots of drawings. He says, "Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadst thou that heifer lowing at the skies, and all her silken flanks with garlands dressed?" So some folks are taking a cow to a sacrifice, and it's not quite as fun as men chasing naked women around or like lovers hanging out under a tree. And so Keats starts thinking about where these drawings on the urn might have come from, like where they're coming from in the picture. "What little town by river or seashore, or mountain built with peaceful citadel, is emptied of its folk this pious morn? And little town, thy streets forevermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell wilt thou art desolate, can e'er return." So he's kind of saying, like, these folks are here forever on the urn with the cow, and the town that they came from is always going to be empty, kind of, you know, in this frozen moment in time. So he starts kind of imagining this world beyond the urn, which is kind of interesting. You know, and it's the idea, like, if you ever think about kind of your house or your car kind of being lonely and sad when you're not there, it's pretty much what Keats is doing with these people and their town. Their town is sad because they're not there. Fifth stanza, we're almost done. It's time to kind of sum it all up. And Keats talks to the urn again. He says, "When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain in midst of other woe than ours, a friend to man." So in case you missed it, right, that stuff on the urn will always be there. You know, you, me, we're all going to die, and we're all going to be forgotten. But the urn, right, the urn's forever, and there'll be other people in the future who will look at the urn, and like maybe we'll talk to the urn if they're as nuts as Keats. You know, the urn is forever, and kind of by extension here, art is forever, right? Art freezes things in place, including maybe this poem that we're reading, because Keats is dead and we're still looking at it. And then he says again to the urn, or he says that the urn will say to people, "Beauty is truth, truth beauty, that is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know." You might have heard this line before. It's a pretty famous one, and it basically is Keats outing himself as a romantic poet, because he's having this urn talk about truth and beauty, right? The object that is being admired is basically talking to you and to Keats and kind of to everyone. And the Romantics had rejected the idea that kind of religious authority, political leaders, science, any of those things could really answer the big questions about the universe, and they really believed more in imagination and emotion and nature as kind of being where to look for answers to stuff. And it was a big shift from kind of the Age of Enlightenment that came before the Romantic era, when reason and scientific fact kind of ruled the day, which is kind of where we are now again, except in some corners of this country. And you might say that the Romantics were kind of like the crunchy granola hippies of their day. And they're kind of saying, like, this urn is beautiful, so are the people on it, that's the truth, man, that's what matters. Kind of, that's kind of the tone of the end of the poem. And to sum things up, right, Oh, and a Grecian Urn is one of Keats's really most famous poems, and it's about him studying pictures on an urn, which you can get kind of all from the title. He thinks the people on the urn are kind of frozen in time and perfect, or at least more perfect than like us, because we're kind of miserable and time goes on and we die and whatnot. On the urn, the lovers are always in love, the trees never lose their leaves, the empty town is kind of sad though. He concludes that beauty is truth, truth beauty, a very romantic poet kind of sentiment, because beauty matters most of all, and it is preserved forever in art, and that is Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn. In the shockingly profound movie Megamind, which, like all computer-animated features in my Netflix queue, always get watched, all the foreign films kind of languish on the shelf, Megamind gets watched right away. There's a super villain, played by Will Ferrell, beats out the superhero played by Brad Pitt, Metro Man, which, if you think about it, totally would be Brad Pitt, right? He's just gorgeous. Metro Man, perfect. But he realizes, Megamind, Will Ferrell realizes that he can't really be a supervillain if he doesn't have a superhero. And Metro Man can't really be a superhero unless he has Will Ferrell. So, I would agree that a world without Brad Pitt would be incomplete, but the larger point is that evil needs good and good needs evil in order to sort of define each other. The world is full of contrasting elements, depend on each other to make sense. Bert and Ernie, Team Jacob and Team Edward, although I think the world could be better off without either of those. But this, it's nothing new, this idea of contrast, right? It's been around forever, and it fascinated the Romantic poet William Blake. So in 1794, he published his collection Songs of Innocence and Experience, and as you can probably tell from the title, it is a book that is about innocence and experience. And you can also look at the subtitle. It says, Showing the Two Contrary States of the Human Soul, for an equally unsubtle description of what is going to go on in this book. Right? And innocence and experience, at least in Blake's view, and I think in other views as well, are essentially opposites that together form a whole. Right? One isn't necessarily better than the other, but like Megamind and Metro Man, they need each other. And Blake was kind of a weird dude, but Songs of Innocence and Experience is probably one of, his most accessible poetry is contained within this book. So if you're going to start somewhere, this is a good place to start. And a bunch of people have actually taken the songs in the title quite literally and have actually set these poems to music, which is everyone from like this German synthesizer band Tangerine Dream to beat poet Allen Ginsberg. And Allen Ginsberg actually idolized Blake. He recorded an entire album of songs from Songs of Innocence and Experience, like using instruments that would have been available in Blake's time, which is always kind of the sign of a real super fan nutso person. And Ginsberg was not a great musician, so it doesn't sound that great. But if you notice from the cover of that and of Blake's book, this is one of Blake's illuminated manuscripts, which, as we might remember when we talked about Blake's life a little bit more, he was an illustrator and a printer, and so this his illustrated manuscripts included lots of, kind of artwork that he created to accompany the poems, and he would etch basically the things on plates and then print them onto the manuscript. Now, before we get into specific poems, we're kind of going to talk a little bit about like important themes, elements of Romanticism that might appear in this work. So First, it's worth noting that the book is actually 2 books. So we've got Songs of Innocence, which is actually published alone first in 1789. And most of the poems in this section are about children. And some are even written sort of in the voices of children. And as the title suggests, right, it kind of focuses on a naive, pure, inexperienced kind of worldview. And the world, basically saying that the world can be scary, and the lack of experience can lead to being taken advantage of in some cases. Like sometimes it's very positive, but there's also sort of a negative side to innocence that is expressed here. And in these poems, God is always a protective force, although children don't actually really understand him fully. So he's there and he's protective, but he's kind of misunderstood. Transition into Songs of Experience, which first appeared in the joint volume, so it was never published alone, in 1794, right, the tone and message of these poems changes quite dramatically. And these poems tend to focus on adults, which might make sense, and the world is kind of exposed as a dark place, right, where the church and politics and society can be kind of constraining. And these poems deal with jealousy and corruption, very adult bad things. And while this sounds kind of negative, right, these poems also suggest that these forces, they exist in the world among the innocent. It's not like they go away, but they're too naive to see them, right? So experience has some advantages. You're able to see what's really there. It's not like you grow up and suddenly the world gets terrible, although it might feel like that. So how are these 2 sets of poems different, and how are they similar? I think that's worth discussing. Both sections use kind of contemporary, accessible language, which is really important to the Romantics. That's one of those romantic themes we said we'd mention. And the poems also tend to take place in sort of natural settings, which again, the Romantics were really into nature as kind of a place to be experienced, and sort of a place where you can get a real authentic experience is in nature rather than in a city. So that's a little bit about sort of how this fits into Romanticism as a whole and how the book looks as a work. And so now we're gonna get into a couple of the most sort of famous poems in it. And we're gonna start out with The Lamb, which, as you might guess, is from Songs of Innocence, unless it's like a really nasty, I don't know, evil lamb with horns or something. And this poem starts out, it says, "Little lamb, who made thee? Does thou know who made thee? Gave thee life and bid thee feed by the stream and o'er the mead." So we begin in a natural setting, the child kind of questioning a lamb. And this seems like the most innocent thing ever, right? They're just like, bounding over mountains and feeling great, and there's butterflies everywhere probably. Skip to the second stanza, and it goes, "Little lamb, I'll tell thee, little lamb, I'll tell thee, he is called by thy name, for he calls himself a lamb." So the lamb was made by Jesus, who is sometimes called a lamb, and the boy is basically just expressing his very simple Christian faith. And, in this poem, the world is safe, right? It's a friendly place, and religion is kind of represented in this very peaceful, non-threatening way. It's a lamb, the Lamb of God, it's very, very simple. And the poem is actually a great example as why people wanted to make these poems into songs, because it's really written like a song lyric. "Little lamb, I'll tell thee, little lamb, I tell thee." You can practically hear Allen Ginsberg singing that aloud. And so what's the opposite of a lamb, right? What might appear in experience that's kind of the contrast to this poem? Well, we get the tiger, which I'm not sure is the opposite, but Blake thought so. And it goes, "Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye could frame thy fearful symmetry?" Symmetry? Nice try, Blake. So it's almost the same poem as the lamb, right? Except it's a tiger instead. And the speaker kind of wonders if God, right, the immortal hand or eye, could make such a terrifying creature, which, again, I think is a bit of a judgment call, because I think tigers are great. But the poem goes on and it gets a little darker. He says, "When the stars threw down their spears and watered heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee?" So you can see then an explicit reference to the earlier poem in this tiger poem, right? "Did he who make the lamb make thee?" And he's questioning here, right, whether the same God who made this sort of peaceful land the child is hanging out with, and the fields and the butterflies and the bunnies and all that, whether he could make the tiger, right, that's so violent and so, would tear that lamb to pieces and eat it for breakfast. And the point being, right, that if God made the lamb and God made everything, then God also made evil and terror. And so with experience, right, the world becomes a more complicated place. And this is something you see expressed all over this sort of question of faith, in the sense that, like, if God loves us, why does he let us die? Or why does he let my loved ones die? It's the same kind of realization of how that's problematic thing to believe in. You should listen to the song Casimir Pulaski Day if you really want to see this expressed in a wonderful way. You should also read William Blake. But so going quickly back to Megamind and Metro Man, because I just can't stay away. If we have, if we just had experience, right, we'd be terrified and miserable all the time. So if we had a world with tigers and no lambs, we'd always be like running for our lives and thinking that we were going to be killed. But if we only had innocence, right, we'd have a complete lack of understanding about what the world was like, and we wouldn't know what was going on. So it's kind of like, like utopia seems like a good idea, but it's actually kind of mind-numbing and awful in its own way. Like the saying, "I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints." The world needs good and evil. It needs superheroes and supervillains. That's kind of the basic idea. There's lots of other poems in this work that are good and worth noting. There's a few that are kind of interesting. So we've got this poem is called "The Little Black Boy" that's in Songs of Innocence, and it is problematic with a capital P, capital problem. And it goes like this. It says, "My mother bore me in the southern wild, and I am black, but oh, my soul is white." Kind of squicks me out, but we should probably take, look at the context and kind of see what Blake is trying to get at. Basically, we have a boy who's born in Africa who proclaims that despite his skin color, his soul is white or pure. It's first published in 1789. Slavery was still totally legal, and it was, common then and still, now to an extent, to associate, the color black with evil and all things bad, and white with purity and goodness and all things good. It was inevitably extended to race, so in this poem, Blake is kind of using these symbolic colors to talk about, the boy's innocence. He's also, trying to subvert them a bit by saying that his skin is black, but his soul is white. And the poem also proposes that the boy's skin is black because of his closeness to the sun, which symbolizes God. So it's a little bit that his soul is white and he's closer to God because the sun has turned him black. So it's not, it's still kind of racist. But it was sort of kind of progressive for 1789 in the sense that he is trying to say something nice, at least if he is using kind of tired, racial stereotypes to do it. And Songs of Experience, sort of one of the more interesting poems, besides the tiger, which is probably the coolest, is a poem called "The Sick Rose," which is, surprise, about a dying and sick rose. And it's just a short poem, and it declares, "O rose, thou art sick," and it goes on to describe the invisible worm that flies in the night, and his dark secret love does thy life destroy. Right, so even the most beautiful things are kind of corrupted and destroyed by experience, because this is in Songs of Experience. So in this case, critics kind of agree that that worm is probably sex, and the resulting disease is probably syphilis, which is a bad one, and it will make you go insane. And so you can see this is kind of a rose, which might be an innocent kind of symbol, and it is corrupted by experience, which is sex, and it gets something bad happen to it. So that's why it belongs in Experience, but it's kind of a striking poem for its imagery and whatnot. So there are a bunch more interesting poems in this work, and you can actually, if you just look at the titles of the poems, you can get a sense of sort of which ones are the Innocence and Experience, and which ones correspond with each other. It's kind of interesting to take a look. But in general, we've talked about how this work is William Blake's kind of exploration of the contrast and kind of interdependence of two stages of life, so of innocence and experience, and how if the world is only innocent, you don't have you're kind of naive and you don't really know what's going on, and if you only had experience, then you'd be like worried for your life all the time, and you'd be running from the tiger. So you kind of need the lamb and the tiger, and the poems in the innocence section, like the lamb and like the little black boy, and those poems are kind of about children and about children's points of view and general innocence. So yeah, and so in the Experience section, there's kind of this more mature voice that we talk about the tiger, which is kind of scary, and we talk about the sick rose, which is sick with syphilis, a horrible STI. And you know, it's the sense that, you know, you have experience, which is which is corrupting, but you also then you kind of know what's going on. So that's the benefit of that. You know, one isn't better than the other. Innocence and experience they're not competing for dominance. They balance each other out. You know, yin and yang, Megamind and Metro Man. The world needs evil Will Ferrell and good Brad Pitt, and that got all started with William Blake.
The Romantic era was a European artistic movement that spanned the 19th century. Music of this era was exciting, passionate, and full of life, as were the composers who created it. This era championed individualism and innovation, and each composer wrote highly acclaimed music in their preferred genres that is still popular with audiences today. Ludwig van Beethoven bridged the gap between 18th and 19th century styles of music. His fiery passion is reflected in his powerful and evocative music. Beethoven's best-known works include the Moonlight Sonata, Für Elise, Ode to Joy, and his Fifth Symphony, all of which he wrote after he began to suffer from severe tinnitus, a condition that eventually caused total deafness. Despite this ailment, Beethoven continued to compose amazing works. After his death, he was idolized as a musical genius by later Romantic-era composers. Franz Schubert was like a 19th century Billy Joel, who is best remembered as a prolific songwriter whose career was cut short by an early death from syphilis. His favorite genre was Lieder, which just means songs in German, but is used in classical music to refer to German songs from the Romantic period for the piano and voice. Schubert loved to sing his Lieder while accompanying himself on the piano at musical parties called Schubertiads. In addition to writing over 600 Lieder, he also composed many instrumental works, including his famously unfinished symphony. Franz Liszt was a piano virtuoso who showed off his skills on trans-European concert tours. A fabulous performer, Liszt really knew how to work a crowd, incorporating flashy hand movements to dazzle his audiences, and often tossing handkerchiefs and gloves to the crowd for fans to fight over. He was very popular, and started a craze nicknamed Lisztomania that swept Europe. As a composer, Liszt's music helped to form the New German School of Music, which featured expanded musical forms and new harmonies. He also did a number of transcriptions, rewriting orchestral music so that it could be played on the piano. Unlike Liszt, Friedrich Chopin was very shy and hated to perform in public. Almost all of the music he wrote consists of short, one-movement works called character pieces that were created for home performance on the piano. Born and raised in Poland, Chopin used his music to support nationalistic sentiments that were sweeping Europe by incorporating Polish folk tune idioms into his compositions, which can be heard in his mazurkas and polonaises. Giuseppe Verdi is known mainly for his operas. Several of his more catchy opera songs can be heard today outside the opera house in commercials, movies, and other pop culture reference media. These include La Donna Immobile from Rigoletto and the Brindisi, or drinking song, from La Traviata. Like Chopin, Verdi was also a nationalist. He used his opera music to fuel the Risorgimento, an Italian political movement that sought to unify Italy. Verdi played an important role in Italian nationalism. Even today, Verdi's chorus Va Pensiero from his opera Nabucco is often regarded as the unofficial national anthem of Italy. Robert Schumann's dream was to become a piano virtuoso like Liszt, but those hopes were crushed by a permanent hand injury. After that, Schumann focused on composition and started the New Journal of Music, a publication that critiqued new music, reviewed concerts, helped promote new composers, and revived interest in the music of older ones. Schumann married his piano teacher's daughter, Clara Wieck, who was a talented pianist and composer herself. The two had a happy life together until Schumann succumbed to a mental illness that eventually required him to be institutionalized. Johannes Brahms was discovered by Robert Schumann, who became his mentor and guide. Brahms was more traditional than most romantics and was deeply inspired by the music of the two previous eras, especially that of Bach and Mozart.
He was his own harshest critic, destroying hundreds of works that he believed weren't good enough to be performed. Over time, Brahms fell deeply in love with Clara Schumann, despite the fact that she was 14 years older and already married. This attraction caused Brahms a great deal of mental anguish as he struggled to reconcile his feelings with the respect he had, both for Clara and her husband Robert. Brahms never married and is often hailed as the musical successor of Beethoven. Pyotr Ilyich Tchaikovsky is inextricably linked to the magical worlds he created for the ballet, with music such as Sleeping Beauty and Swan Lake. Tchaikovsky has always been a crowd-pleasing favorite, and his music for the Nutcracker Ballet is some of the most often performed music in the world. He was a master of orchestral music that extended beyond the ballet stage. Other notable works by Tchaikovsky include the 1812 Overture, the love theme from the Romeo and Juliet Fantasy Overture, and his first piano concerto. The Romantic era was an artistic period that spanned the 19th century. Beethoven and Schubert helped music transition from the classical to the Romantic era. Chopin loved the piano, Verdi excelled in operas, and Tchaikovsky is best remembered for his ballets. Music critics like Schumann challenged people to think about music in a new way, while touring virtuoso performers like Liszt helped to create the rock star status of musicians that persist to this day. Others, like Brahms, helped to preserve the legacy of past composers by expanding musical innovations from previous eras.
Growing up in beautiful Cumberland caused Wordsworth to develop a deep appreciation of nature. As he began to write, Wordsworth made celebrating nature a central theme of his work. As a founder and leader of Romantic poetry, his appreciation for nature made this an important element of the genre. He used fond memories of his childhood in his poetry. There was a time when meadow, grove, and stream, the earth and every common sight, to me did seem a paralleled in celestial light, the glory and the freshness of a dream. While he was attending St. John's College in Cambridge, Wordsworth spent a few of his summers seeking out nearby locations that were known for their awe-inspiring natural settings. To explore the countryside intimately, he'd walk. For example, in 1790, Wordsworth took a walking tour of several countries in Europe. This included France, Switzerland, and Italy. This only deepened his love of nature. Wordsworth was in France during the French Revolution. He'd return in 1791 when he became fascinated with the politics of the Revolution. This would foster another theme of Wordsworth's poetry, writing for and about common people. Just as the French Revolution involved the masses rising up against the aristocracy, Wordsworth's Romantic poetry would focus on ordinary people, in stark contrast to the poetry that came before. The poor would find a place in Wordsworth's poetry, and he'd write in accessible language that came to define the movement. Politics wasn't the only thing that kept Wordsworth interested in France. He was smitten with a certain Annette Vallon. Annette was involved in the Revolution, and in 1792 she gave birth to a girl named Caroline. Wordsworth would keep his affair with Annette quiet for a variety of reasons, especially since the child was born out of wedlock. In 1802, before marrying his American wife Mary Hutchinson, Wordsworth returned to France with his sister Dorothy to meet his daughter. He apparently kept in contact with Annette for years, and it's believed, though not confirmed, that there are numerous references to her in his poetry. Speaking of which, let's get to the poetry. For such a looming figure in Romantic poetry, Wordsworth's notable career was fairly brief. He'd met Samuel Taylor Coleridge in 1795, and together they published Lyrical Ballads in 1798. While Wordsworth's poetry dominates the collection, the book begins with Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which is still the most widely read poem in Lyrical Ballads. The most significant Wordsworth poem in Lyrical Ballads is lines composed a few miles above Tintern Abbey on revisiting the banks of the Wye during a tour, 13 July, 1798. Also known as Tintern Abbey. The poem uses the memory of a visit to a long-abandoned abbey as an opportunity to celebrate nature. Also of note from Lyrical Ballads are several of the Lucy poems. These poems involve the speaker's unrequited love for a maybe fictitious dead woman named Lucy. Some people think Lucy is Wordsworth's sister, Dorothy. However, it's also possible that she may just be a literary device that allowed Wordsworth to write about longing, love, and nature. One of these poems is Strange Fits of Passion I Have Known. In the poem, the speaker tells a story about traveling at night to his lover's cottage. Along the way, he watches the moon, which is getting lower in the sky in front of him, just over her cottage. And now we reach the orchard plot, and as we climbed the hill, the sinking moon to Lucy's cot came nearer and nearer still. When the moon drops behind the cottage, he says, "What fond and wayward thoughts will slide into a lover's head? Oh, mercy, to myself I cried, if Lucy should be dead." Despite Lucy being dead, the poem is a fascinating look into the mind of a man in love. He has this terrible, dark thought that comes out of the disappearance of the moon. In this poem, nature isn't necessarily something awe-inspiring so much as a catalyst for his mind's wanderings. Some of the other significant Wordsworth poems in lyrical ballads are We Are Seven, The Idiot Boy, and Lines Written in Early Spring. Starting in 1801 with the book's second edition, Wordsworth included a now famous preface that established his beliefs about what poetry should be and, as it turned out, what romantic poetry would be. It's in this preface where Wordsworth spells out all the themes you've come to know and love about this genre: common language, nature, emotion, and more. He states that poetry should be the spontaneous overflow of powerful feelings, recollected in tranquility. In other words, poetry isn't a clinical exercise. If there's no emotion in it, and it's not written because the urge to express your feelings is overwhelming, then what's the point? In 1807, Wordsworth published Poems in 2 volumes. It was a bit of a flop at the time, but today several of its poems are considered among his best. Let's briefly discuss a few of the collection's notable poems. First, The Solitary Reaper begins with this evocative image. Behold her, single in the field, yon solitary Highland lass, reaping and singing by herself, stop here or gently pass. He goes on to describe how he's transfixed by this woman and her song alone in nature. She's Scottish, so he doesn't understand the words. Will no one tell me what she sings? And that's important. He loves the music and he doesn't have the language to convey his emotion, but he knows it's powerful. Then there's the sonnet London, 1802. In it, the poet cries out to the long-dead poet John Milton, saying, Milton, thou shouldst be living at this hour. England hath need of thee, she is a fen. Of stagnant waters, altar, sword, and pen. Fireside, the heroic wealth of hall and bower, have forfeited their ancient English dower of inward happiness. There's a lot to dissect here. The altar means the church, the sword means the military, the pen means literature, and fireside means the home. This poem is a good example of one of the ways in which Wordsworth differed from his fellow Romantic poets. He cares passionately about morality, which he sees has gone awry in England. Some of his contemporaries were a bit more about free love, see Blake, and drugs, see Coleridge. Finally, there's the sadly titled I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud. This is actually a happy poem about the speaker walking in a natural setting. When all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils, beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. He realizes a poet could not but be gay in such a jocund company. It takes a pretty hard-hearted person to not be happy when staring at a field of daffodils. Wordsworth isn't that guy. The daffodils fill him with pleasure, and later, whenever he feels sad, all he has to do is remember those flowers. We should also note the Prelude. This is an epic poem that Wordsworth began at age 28, continued working on for decades, and never quite finished, but his wife published it after his death. The poem is autobiographical, detailing events from throughout his life. Later in life, his politics would shift dramatically. He stopped being as revolutionary-minded or even sympathetic to revolution, becoming more conservative and patriotic. Despite this shift in tone and politics, he was still England's poet laureate from 1843 until his death in 1850, when he died of pleurisy, which is an inflammation around the lungs. Let's take a few moments to review what we've learned about William Wordsworth. To summarize, William Wordsworth was a poet and a writer who helped found the Romantic poetry movement in England. The movement celebrated passions of his, including nature and the common man. Along with Coleridge, he published Lyrical Ballads, the book that defined Romantic poetry. And even though Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner is still the most widely read poem in lyrical ballads, Wordsworth's contribution to it is massive, including the famous Lucy poems, which involve the speaker's unrequited love for a maybe fictitious dead woman named Lucy. Wordsworth's other major poems include Tintern Abbey, which uses the memory of a visit to a long-abandoned abbey as an opportunity to celebrate nature, The Solitary Reaper, which describes his love of a woman like his love of nature, London, 1802, which addresses John Milton, and I Wandered Lonely as a Cloud, which is a simple, happier poem that basks in natural beauty. In addition to all of that, he was working on a massive project throughout his life known as The Prelude, an epic poem that Wordsworth began at age 28, continued working on for decades, and never quite finished, but published posthumously by his wife.
So we're talking about Victorian literature, and it's good to keep in mind that all literary periods or movements are really just a scholarly construct to help readers understand and classify literature from different time periods or that have been written in different styles. So it's not like Charles Dickens got together with George Eliot and Robert Browning and went, hey, we're Victorian writers, so our work better have a strong sense of right and wrong. That's not how it worked. Characteristics of Victorian literature are likely similar because the artists were inspired both by the art that came before them and the events occurring during the time that they were working. So something can seem Victorian but not have been written in the Victorian era, or something written in the Victorian era might not actually seem Victorian. For example, Charlotte and Emily Bronte wrote Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights in what would be considered the Victorian era, but those novels have much more qualities of the Romantic period. So what I'm going to talk about are the commonly observed characteristics of poetry and prose written during the Victorian era and the probable causes for those characteristics. So now that you're suitably enthused, let's dive in. So Victorian literature is just literature written during the reign of Queen Victoria in Great Britain. My favorite British comedian, Eddie Izzard, refers to Queen Victoria as one of England's more frumpy queens. You can take a look at her picture and decide for yourself. So Queen Victoria reigned from 1837 to 1901. Some major events that took place during the Victorian era include a huge growth in population. During Victoria's reign, the population of England more than doubled from 14 million to 32 million. There are also some significant improvements in technology. The Victorian era slightly overlaps with Britain's Industrial Revolution, which saw big changes to the way that people lived and worked and traveled. And these improvements in technology offered a lot of opportunities for the people in England, but it also represented a major upheaval in regards to how people lived their lives and interacted with the world. Those of us who are alive before the internet should be able to relate. I mean, the internet's made a lot of things easier, but it's also brought along a lot of issues about personal privacy, how we communicate, and the potential for terrible things like identity theft. Another characteristic of the Victorian era are changing worldviews. In addition to the major developments in technology, there were emerging scientific beliefs like Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. And those things are changing how people in England thought about themselves and how they interacted with the world around them. Most notably, a lot of people were distancing themselves from the church. And finally, there were poor conditions for the working class. The Industrial Revolution led to the distance between the haves and have-nots growing at a really high rate, and a lot of people, especially artists like writers, felt obligated to speak out against what they believed to be societal injustices, which if you've followed any of the We Are the 99% movement, it might sound familiar to things that are happening right now. So this isn't an exhaustive list of things that were happening during the Victorian era, but it's just meant to give you a sense of what was going on and why that would have inspired the writers of that time to write what they do. Arguably the most well-known Victorian writer was Charles Dickens. He wrote a lot of novels about the struggles of the poor and the battle between right and wrong. His characters were really vivid but not terribly nuanced, so it's pretty obvious from the get-go who's good, who's bad, who can be reformed and who can't. Dickens himself had to leave school early to work in a factory to support his family after his father was sent to jail. So it's not really surprising that a lot of his works, including Oliver Twist or David Copperfield, have protagonists who are good people that fall into bad circumstances that they don't deserve. It seems like that's something he could really relate to personally. Dickens' novels will usually end with every character getting the kind of ending they deserve. So the good people get happy endings and the bad people get sad endings, and there really aren't that many loose ends left at the end of the novel. And we'll talk more about Dickens' novels in another video. Another notable novelist from that time, from the Victorian era, is George Eliot. It's important to know that George Eliot was actually a woman. Her name was Mary Ann Evans. She wrote under the name George Eliot to conceal the fact that she was a woman because she thought that her work wouldn't be taken seriously if they knew it was written by a female writer. The Bronte sisters also had gender-ambiguous pen names to hide the fact that they were women, and I promise that's the last thing I'll say about the Bronte sisters for this video. George Eliot wrote a bunch of successful novels during the Victorian era, including Adam Bede, The Mill on the Floss, Middlemarch. Middlemarch, I think, is her best novel and arguably her most well-known. Her novels tended to focus on the lives of people living in the country and were noted for really strong character development. The characters were really, really clear and nuanced in a way that I personally don't think Dickens were. Some modern critics actually consider Middlemarch to be the best novel ever written. I'm a big fan of it myself, but that strong character development could sometimes lead to some really boring chapters that I found myself skimming. Anyway, we'll talk about George Eliot later in another video too. Victorian poetry is different from Victorian novels in a lot of ways. Some of the notable poets from the Victorian era are Lord Alfred Tennyson, Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and also Matthew Arnold. Their poems were often characterized by a strong desire to connect with the past and a skepticism about religion, which could tie in with Darwin's theory of evolution coming into prominence during that time. And they also had a stronger sense of humor than was generally present in the Romantic poetry that came before it. I want to be clear that not all the poems had to have all of these characteristics. It's not like every poem written in the Victorian era had to be funny, skeptical, and nostalgic all at the same time. As we explore more of Victorian literature, and really all of literature, it's important to keep in mind that the characteristics that I've talked about are things that people have observed in retrospect about these works, and not qualities that the writers were necessarily striving for at the time. This is true really for all periods and all forms of art. Knowing the characteristics of a particular time period, in this case the Victorian era, can really help you to understand the motivations of the people who lived at that time and who wrote then or painted then or did whatever they were doing. But it's important that as you read these works, you draw your own conclusions and make your own observations too, because they're just as valid.
The Charles Dickens life is kind of like something out of a Charles Dickens novel, which is probably not a coincidence. He was born in 1812 in England, and he was the second of 8 children. That's kind of a lot of children. And things were going super well for a while, which is not like a Charles Dickens novel. And the family, they moved into a fancy house, they had servants, he was even going to private school. Things were great. He read a ton. He read Daniel Defoe, Robinson Crusoe, things like that, Henry Fielding. And he also was really into the Arabian Nights. That's where like Ali Baba and Aladdin, all those stories come from. But then it all came to kind of an abrupt halt when his father was thrown into debtor's prison in 1824. And as I guess was common then, also his mother and siblings were sent to debtor's prison at the same time. That seems a little excessive, but oh well. And it's kind of like he kind of ends up like the Fresh Prince in reverse, essentially. In West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days. Instead of starting out in West Philly and going to Bel Air, he started out in Bel Air and went to West Philly alone at age 12. West Philly in London at that time was a factory. Analogy, maybe by analogy he's wearing thin. Basically, he had to go work at a factory at age 12 that was overrun with rats, and he had a fairly posh existence, was basically unended, and it traumatized him. And because suddenly he's one of like a ton of child laborers, which he wasn't really all that familiar with before. And what's even kind of worse is that after his family did eventually get out of prison, his mother wanted him to keep working at the factory. So he gets his family back, but he's still stuck doing this kind of awful job. And fortunately, at least he did get to go back to school. His father got him into a school in London and, saving him sort of from a life of factory stuff forever. And then even more financial problems kind of force him out of school in 1827. He starts working as a law firm clerk. Also works as a reporter, which kind of hones his writing a bit. 1830, he falls in love with a woman named Maria Beadnell. Her parents didn't approve, so they sent her off to finishing school in Paris to get her away from him. 1836, he must have totally forgotten about her because he married a woman named Catherine Hogarth. Then go on to have 10 children, which is like, whoa, kind of a lot. It's like 2 Brady Bunches or half a Duggar clan. And it's a bunch of kids, but it is nothing compared to his literary output. He has tons of books. He published his first short story in 1833. This was quickly followed by a flood of novellas, novels, plays, many stories. He wrote a ton. His first kind of fully fledged novel was called The Posthumous Papers of the Pickwick Club, or just shortly known as the Pickwick Papers. And it was published in 19 monthly installments from 1836 to 1837. It's kind of just a collection of stories loosely connected to each other. And, you know, in Pickwick Papers was actually kind of like an original, you know, Star Wars of its time in a lot of ways. Like, there were spin-offs, there were bootleg versions, there were stage shows, merchandising. All it was really missing was a terrible Christmas special. We will get to Charles Dickens' Christmas special later. You should also check out the Star Wars Christmas special because it is hilarious. We meet Chewbacca's family. It is awful. Anyway, it's also so this is kind of the beginning of a hugely successful and prolific career for Dickens. Next comes Oliver Twist, which is published again in installments in 1838. And this is about a miserable orphan boy stuck in a workhouse, which, if that sounds familiar, probably is, right? Dickens drew on his own experiences to write this, and it's actually been adapted into a musical called Oliver, which was then adapted into a movie version that I never saw, but I watched the preview a ton of times on Disney VHS. Please, sir, I want some more! So after that, there are several more novels, including Nicholas Nickleby and The Old Curiosity Shop. 1842, Dickens goes to America, and he comments on a variety of stuff. He really throwing his opinion out there. Important things like condemning slavery, losing battle type things like the rampant piracy of all of his novels. Can you imagine like pirating books, right, instead of music? I guess that was the world. Although people do apparently pirate Kindle editions, like rebel nerds, I guess, I don't know. And, you know, so Dickens hated that people were making illegal copies of his books and he wasn't getting paid. Now, kind of ironic, right now he's all over the internet because he's in the public domain. He's probably rolling over in his grave about that, but them's the breaks, dem's the berries. Back in England, he completed A Christmas Carol in 1843, and this was his special Christmas book. And you're probably familiar with this one, right? It's about a guy named Ebenezer Scrooge, and there's 3 ghosts. Ever seen a Muppet Christmas Carol or heard someone say, "Merry Christmas, everyone"? Right, that's all from this. You know, people always like complain about Christmas starting in June or whatnot. Like, Christmas wasn't always like that. It wasn't always this months-long shebang with parties and TV specials and Mariah Carey and whatnot. But, you know, the movie Love Actually, which I hate and watch every year, even so. It was A Christmas Carol that started all of this off, right? It kind of sparked interest in Christmas as this real festive holiday in Britain and in the US. And it's kind of, this is all getting going at the same time. The whole decorating the Christmas tree thing, the month-long celebration. You know, if they had TV, they'd probably be producing those annoying Gap Christmas commercials. We have Charles Dickens to thank for all of this, so thank you, Charles Dickens. Sounding a lot like Scrooge right now, aren't I? But so Dickens, he wrote 4 more Christmas novels, actually, but we're not going to talk about those because we're sick of Christmas already. 1849, he publishes David Copperfield, which is his kind of most directly autobiographical novel, and it's about his days training to be the world's greatest magician. No, it's not. Not that David Copperfield. It's just about a kid, or guy. He has many adventures. He meets lots of interesting people. There's not really any magic. I just said that to get you interested in it. Bleak House in 1853, Hard Times in 1854. This is not sounding so fun anymore, right? This is not you couldn't even pretend that there was magic in those. And, you know, Bleak House actually is, I jest, but Bleak House actually is one of his more popular novels. It's got lots of interesting characters. It, you know, kind of got cool interwoven subplots. It's also a critique of the British judicial system, so you can make your own judgments about how interesting that would be to you. 1857, Dickens, he was starring actually in a play that he'd written called The Frozen Deep, and he fell in love with Ellen Ternan, who was one of the actresses who was playing opposite him. And you might, like, how did he have time to fall in love while he was in a play that he'd written and writing all his other stuff? I don't know. I guess he had his priorities straight. But even worse than all of that, right, he was 45 and she was 18, and you might have forgotten about his wife and their 10 children, but he had her too, so this was kind of not that nice. He got totally busted when a jeweler delivered a gold bracelet to his wife that had a note from Dickens to Ellen, his mistress, which is totally what happens in Love Actually, which is weird that now I've mentioned that twice in a video, even though I don't like it very much. So he got separated from his wife, and they didn't get divorced, because you couldn't do that back then, especially if you were famous. But Dickens would actually go on to kind of support Ellen for the rest of his life, and they traveled around together and probably annoyed the hell out of his wife. And, you know, with his new muse, Dickens completed 2 of his really biggest hits. So he published Great Expectations in 1861 and Tale of Two Cities in 1859. And even if you've never read A Tale of Two Cities, you probably know how it starts, right? It's the best of times, it was the worst of times, yada, yada, yada. It's set in, wait for it, 2 cities. That should be a quiz question. How many cities is Tale of Two Cities set in? 5! You know, it's in London and Paris are the 2 cities of the title during the French Revolution. And the plot kind of deals with, you know, the good and the evil that comes from overthrowing the French aristocracy. You know, right, best of times, worst of times, right? He's letting you know right from the beginning that we're dealing in opposites. And we have a whole lesson on that, so we'll talk more about Tale of Two Cities. Great Expectations is about an orphan named Pip. Again, there's those orphans, who's helping out a convict. So that is a heartwarming story. He falls in love with a girl named Estella, who is being taken care of by this really strange old woman named Miss Havisham. And Miss Havisham lives in kind of a decaying old mansion, wearing a wedding dress and generally just being weird. And you know, you get to learn I have a video on that one too, so we can learn more about that together as, you know, later. But a fun fact about Great Expectations is that Pip was Daniel Radcliffe, remember Harry Potter. It was his first film or TV role. It was, you know, it's kind of how he got his start, how he got discovered to be Harry. So that's cool. Dickens, you know, he was pretty prolific for a while. It declined around 1865. June 9th of that year, he was actually in an almost deadly train accident. Well, it was deadly for lots of people. All these cars like plunged off a bridge. His didn't, but he was kind of rattled by that. He wrote a little ghost story about it called The Signal Man. And then 5 years, you know, kind of 5 years later to the day, he died. It was 1870, and he was really one of the most popular authors in England, in Victorian England at the time. So, you know, we'll kind of dive more into sort of individual styles and themes as we go. I mentioned we're going to discuss several of these novels in more depth. An important thing to know about Dickens, I mentioned this with regard to a couple of the books. Most of his works were published serially, which means that they were kind of published in sections as he wrote them in magazines, like TV episodes, basically. Again, they didn't have TV, so they had to make do with what they had. And this kind of publication schedule can really change, you know, how you conceive of a novel, how it evolves. So that's something that's important to keep in mind with regard to his stuff. It's also important that he loved a good satire, right? He liked to comment on social issues, particularly class and poverty. And you know, satire can be funny, it can also be kind of alarming. He was really into like railing against social conditions, you know, especially in factories and, you know, the things that he had experienced. And for upper class readers, this shocked them. He kind of really opened the door on a lot of this stuff that was going on. He also is really into, he sort of combines awful realism, kind of harrowing realism, right, like this poor Oliver Twist, his early life, alongside like very idealized things as well. So like the transformation of Scrooge in A Christmas Carol. And there's also, he's not shy to be sentimental. Oliver Twist is ridiculously sentimental. Right, the character is he's good, he's pure, he's kind of virtuous to the point of being obnoxious. You know, this is not something that Dickens is trying to avoid. You know, you can find some fault with Oliver and with characters like him, but Dickens has also got some great characters. You know, if they're realistic or complex or kind of caricatures, he's got great names in particular. He's got the Artful Dodger, Inspector Bucket, Martin Chuzzlewit, Mrs. Snagsby, Mr. Fezziwig, Uriah Heep, right? These are great names. These are awesome. So that you'll have those to look forward to as you enter the wild world of Charles Dickens. So to sum things up, he is Victorian England's really most acclaimed and popular novelist. He wrote a ton. His early life was kind of rough. He was, had money, and then he was in poverty, and then he had to do child labor. But he ends up using this for a lot of his writing. He writes Oliver Twist, which is about orphans, much like he experienced. David Copperfield, Tale of Two Cities, Great Expectations, that Christmas Carol thing that you can thank for Christmas Palooza every year. And he's noted for his use of satire, his kind of social critiques, realism, sentimentalism, kind of side by side, and really vivid, memorable characters with awesome names like Chuzzlewit. So yeah, that is Charles Dickens. Charlotte and Emily Bronte are probably some of the most well-known children of Maria and Patrick Bronte, who were their parents. The couple actually had 5 daughters and a son. They had a lot of kids. Only Charlotte, Emily, Anne, and their brother Branwell actually made it to adulthood. But it's important to know that they had these other siblings because the effects of their lives and deaths of their sisters actually did have a lot of influence over their works. Both Charlotte and Emily and the rest of their siblings were born in Yorkshire. Charlotte in 1816, Emily in 1818. Their mother died in 1821, which is kind of tragic. Their aunt moved in to help their father raise the children. And when the Bronte girls, they're all sent off to boarding school, and it wasn't a very nice experience for them. They had harsh treatment, seriously unhealthy conditions. 2 of the girls, Elizabeth and Maria, actually end up dying of typhus, after going to boarding school. So that's, like I said, only 4 of them made it to adulthood. That's where the other 2, bit the dust, unfortunately. And Charlotte and Emily return home shortly after their sisters' deaths, because that's kind of a downer when you're away at school, and maybe it's not just a safe place to be if everyone's coming down with typhus and dying. And they come home, with their surviving siblings. They spent a lot of time just sort of in their own little worlds. They create these kind of fantasy worlds. They had a couple named Angria and Gondel, which sound awesome. They sound like things out of World of Warcraft. I mean, it's amazing that like kids back then were exactly like kids right now, in terms of creating just worlds of their own to play in and think about. All 4 siblings, not so surprisingly, given that background, really loved to write. They wrote these dramatic accounts of the things that happened in these imaginary worlds, which again is something that's common to first graders nowadays, right? Everyone's writing fantasy stories and whatnot, Lord of the Rings, Light. And Emily and Charlotte were both really interested in education. And they each, they held various teaching jobs throughout their lives, and what they really wanted to do was eventually go and open their own school. Few unsuccessful attempts of doing so. They returned to writing, and they published a book of poems with their sister Anne. And they used the pseudonyms Kerr, Ellis, and Acton Bell, which they chose they're kind of androgynous sounding names. They chose them because they weren't really sure if their work would be taken seriously, if publishers and readers knew that it was written by women. But they wanted names that would preserve their initials anyway, so that's how they came up with those kind of weird names. And this trend of publishing works under androgynous pseudonyms continued beyond that book of poems. So when Charlotte published her best-known novel, which is Jane Eyre, this is in 1847, it was under the name Currer Bell, so she used that same pseudonym. It was originally titled Jane Eyre, an Autobiography, and since it was written really convincingly from a woman's point of view, people started to speculate about whether Currer Bell might really be a woman, possibly because Kerr sounds like a totally fake name, so that might have tipped him off a little bit that it was like a pseudonym. And despite getting some kind of early criticism for being coarse, Jane Eyre was actually a big hit, possibly due to the fact that there was all of this scandal around who the author was, whether it was a woman, all of this stuff. It probably raised its profile a certain amount. We're going to go into more details in another video about the plot of this and what really happens, but basic overview is that Jane Eyre goes to work as a governess for the enigmatic Mr. Rochester, with whom she inevitably falls in love, even though he's rich and she's a governess and by her own account is very plain. So that's kind of the setup for that novel. Same year, 1847, Emily Bronte publishes her most famous and actually only completed novel, Wuthering Heights. Like Jane Eyre, it was, kind of controversial, right? Because it's pretty dark, features lots of kind of nasty things happening, cruel treatment of other people. And, when it was first out, it wasn't that well received. It's, since then, it's a classic of English literature now. People regard it as such. We're going to go into more details again about this in a separate video, but briefly talk about it here. doomed romance of Heathcliff and Cathy and all of their relatives, and it gets very messy and complicated. After Emily Bronte dies of tuberculosis in 1848, so that's kind of tragic, Charlotte has Wuthering Heights published under Emily's real name. Charlotte Bronte goes on to publish 2 more novels, this Shirley and Villette. Shirley wasn't seen as quite as radical as Jane Eyre. It was written in third person, so it was kind of less immediate woman's experience. Villette is in first person again. It's about a girl named Lucy Snow who goes abroad to teach at a boarding school. You can kind of see how schools come up again and again, right? The Bronte sisters wanted to open their own school, right? Life kind of imitates art to a certain extent. And a novel called The Professor, which is actually the first thing that Charlotte wrote, wasn't actually published until after she died in 1854. And she died essentially of morning sickness, which is kind of awful. She, was basically just so sick from being pregnant that she got dehydrated and couldn't eat and died. So it's an awful way to go. And you can see that the whole family kind of dies in tragic ways. Branwell was addicted to alcohol and laudanum, and he died at the age of 31. They all died pretty young. So the story of the Brontes might seem like a sad one, right, with all of this dying, not so great. It is in a lot of ways, but the important thing to remember is, right, this is a time in which they felt like they couldn't publish under their own names, under their own, female names, because they wouldn't be taken seriously if, they were known to be women. And so it's really pretty incredible that they were able to be so successful as they were in this kind of climate. And that's really what you should take away. And really, it's incredibly sad that they all died young, but it's amazing they were able to accomplish so much. And who knows what they would have done if they hadn't died of tuberculosis and of being pregnant. So yeah, that's the lives of the Bronte sisters and an overview of their work. And go and read it. It's pretty good.
How do I know you exist? If you were to provide me with proof that you are a conscious person, what would you offer as evidence? You might show me your birth certificate, or meet me in person to demonstrate that you are a real, thinking, breathing human. Now try a different question. How do you know that you exist? You could look in a mirror, or look at documentation that shows that you were born. But isn't there a more fundamental way that you can say that you exist, even without this information? Is there some proof that comes from within you and not from anything outside of you at all? In this lesson, we'll look at how early modern rationalists René Descartes and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz understood how we arrive at conclusions about what is true, including even the basic knowledge that we exist at all. Rationalism is the view that what we know comes from reason. In philosophy, this approach is often understood in contrast to the view that what we know comes from sense experience or empiricism. Those who are described as rationalists may see sense experience as beneficial in some respects, but still believe that our rational minds are mainly responsible for determining truth. Let's look at Descartes for his explanation of what this really means. René Descartes was a French philosopher, mathematician, and physicist who is often described as the father of modern philosophy. He lived during the 17th century, an era of many empiricists, but he did not follow this path. Descartes started with the idea that one should doubt most of what we think we know to help us get to the truth. So let's begin with the skeptical concept that we may know nothing at all. What is the first thing we can consider proving from this place of total doubt about everything? Descartes believed that the first thing we know for sure can be summed up with his famous phrase, "I think, therefore I am." Okay, what does this mean, you might wonder? Well, Descartes had set about the task to doubt anything and everything, even his own existence, until he could reasonably conclude that something is true. So if you question even your own existence, how do you go about proving you exist? Descartes pointed out that in order to doubt, there has to be someone doing the doubting. In fact, to think at all, there must be someone doing the thinking. So starting in a place of complete doubt then, first and foremost is the knowledge that you are thinking, and so your own thinking mind proves you exist. I think, therefore I am. From here, Descartes believed you could go about establishing other truths that are reasonable to conclude, like the beliefs that the physical body is separate from the mind, and that matter exists. Note that it's not from experiencing the world with one's senses that he came to this belief, but through reason or using one's own rational mind. This is the essence of rationalism, that sensory information, what we see or hear for instance, is not the primary way we come to know things. Instead, our own rational mind is how we come to know things with certainty. He also points to examples of where senses could even mislead us. For instance, we might sense something in our dreams, like the idea that we are in a garden, smelling flowers with a breeze blowing. But in this case, our senses are not accurate. There is no garden and no breeze. But Descartes doesn't pooh-pooh the senses completely. He does recognize they are useful insofar as the senses help us move around in the world and do what we need to do. Yet the senses are not the sole basis for our knowledge and are well worth doubting, says Descartes. Like Descartes, Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz saw reason as the main source of knowledge. A German philosopher and mathematician, he made significant contributions to a variety of disciplines, including physics, logic, ethics, and theology. Born just a few years before the death of Descartes, he is also considered an early modern rationalist. Leibniz acknowledged that the senses are responsible for some of what we discover as truth, but he did not agree with the empiricist idea that the senses are the basis for all knowledge. Instead, like Descartes, he believed that a good deal of what we know comes to us through our ability to use our rational minds. While we might think of our mind as an organ called the brain, Descartes argued that the concept of the mind is something much more than physical matter. The mind is not made of material in the way the rest of the world is. It's not stuff like a chair or a plant. It's immaterial. Leibniz also believed the mind was immaterial, but then went even further to question whether even the physical body and other stuff is material in the way we imagine, coming up with his own theory for what makes up the world as we know it. He used the term monads to describe what he saw as the primary elements that make up the universe. These monads contain all the potential properties they could have in the future and a trace of all the properties they've had in the past, folded up to appear as we perceive them in the moment. Both Descartes and Leibniz rejected the idea that the mind is a blank slate at birth, as philosopher John Locke had said. The human mind starts off life with some innate ideas all its own. Rather than giving credit to the senses for most of what we know, early modern rationalists saw this innate reasoning as a key basis for gaining knowledge. René Descartes and Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz were both early modern philosophers considered to be rationalists. Rationalism is the view that what we know comes from reason. In philosophy, this approach is often understood in contrast to the view that what we know comes from sense experience or empiricism. Descartes believed that starting from a place of complete doubt about everything, the first we know for sure can be summed up with his famous phrase, "I think, therefore I am." He was also able to conclude that matter exists and that the physical body is separated from the mind. Leibniz went even further to propose that everything is immaterial based on his theory of monads. Both philosophers placed primary importance on the power of the rational mind and innate ideas, emphasizing the ability to know things rather than focusing only on sensory experience.
First thing you need to know about Middlemarch is that the title refers to a fictional town. It's not a time of the year. It's not an entreaty to march in the middle. It's, and because it's a novel named after a town, you might be able to make a few guesses about what it's going to be like right off the bat, right? Unless we're in a kind of world like Pixar's Cars, except instead of cars that are people, like towns that are people, and that like they go, I don't know. Unless we're in some crazy land, we're probably dealing with multiple protagonists, right? That's what we get from naming it after a place instead of after a person or a theme or whatever. And its subtitle, A Study of Provincial Life, really confirms this assumption, right? As in most studies, we're going to be examining a bunch of different people with the aim of kind of figuring out something about provincial life. And you can note right away the removed tone, right? It's not a novel, it's a study. And this novel, study, it's super long. I mean, my paperback copy when I had this was about 800 pages. It's a huge book. And so it's more of like a testing out a new heart medication study than like a, I'm a senior sociology major, please fill out my survey kind of study. This is like a big deal novel. And it's set against the backdrop of the Great Reform Act of 1832, which is aimed at making the voting more fair in England, basically. It redistricted stuff so that like it was a bit more representational. It also extended the vote to more people. So who wrote this novel, right? We got George Eliot, who is, psych, a woman. Don't want to get caught with your pants down thinking that George Eliot is a man, because she is not. She is a woman. Her real name is Mary Ann Evans. And In Middlemarch is probably her most famous novel, most well-known, certainly. Virginia Woolf, who's a famous modernist writer, so in the early 20th century, characterized Middlemarch as the magnificent book that, with all its imperfections, is one of the few English novels written for grown-up people. You might worry that novel for grown-up people is a synonym for boring, but in this case it's not. I mean, I like it, right? And do I seem like a real grown-up? Don't let the blazer fool you. So what happens in and around the town of Middlemarch and in and around this novel? As I mentioned before, we are dealing with lots of characters. These characters have lots of intersecting storylines. And, first we encounter Dorothea Brooke, who is a beautiful, smart, and marriageable young woman. But she's a little bit idealistic, and, we find her, like, devising schemes to improve the living condition of her family's tenants, along with Sir James Chetham, who's clearly got the hots for her. But instead of marrying him like everybody expects, she decides she's going to marry this guy named Edward Casaubon, who's an old guy who is a scholar, and he's trying to write a book called The Key to All Mythologies. And she thinks that this is going to be like a great work and that she can help him to do this, and that will sort of, she can share in his intellectual triumphs, because she's smart and she wants to do things that are, helpful and good, and that's her goals. Next, the next kind of major character that we meet is Tertius Lydgate, who is a young doctor. And he's also got kind of aspirations to be a reformer. He's a smart guy. He's fairly highly born. But he still wants to be a country doctor. Like, he's not going to go and just, like, make a lot of money. He's not going to go into, like, plastic surgery or whatever. I guess they didn't have that back then. But whatever the equivalent was, he's not going to do that. And, being a doctor, right, his ideas for reform are more medically based. He gets to Middlemarch and he starts his own hospital. He gets a good reputation as a doctor. But, he's also a marriageable young man, and he's quickly ensnared by the beautiful Rosamund Vincy, who's kind of the beauty of the town. She's the niece of a guy named Mr. Bulstrode, who's sort of a prominent banker in Middlemarch. He's important. We're going to get to him a little bit later, but just remember that name, Mr. Bulstrode. He's Rosamund Vincy's uncle. She's super vain, but I guess it's kind of justified because she is really pretty. But she's also actually pretty smart. I mean, she's educated, she uses this to her advantage. She's born middle class, but she really wants to rise up to a better class. And since Lydgate is higher born, right, the doctor, she figures this might be the way to do it. So we've started out right off the bat here with two marriages that we can pretty sure are going to end in disaster, right? We've got old man, young woman, scholarly pretensions. That doesn't sound like it's going to end well. And then we've got medical reformer and, like, vain wife who wants to use him for his money. That doesn't seem like that's going to happen. And right here we can note something that is actually fairly unique, at least from novels that came before this, which is that, a bunch of Victorian novels and romantic novels that came before, like Jane Austen and things like that, end in marriage, right? There's something that's called a marriage plot, where, everything kind of resolves itself by two people getting married at the end. And this is still pretty common today, right? If you've ever seen a romantic comedy, you've seen a marriage plot where it ends in a kiss. And in these kinds of books and movies, right, the marriage is the climax, and it's the goal to everybody's problems. Eliot goes out of her way here to point that marriage is actually the start of everybody's problems. She starts with these marriages instead of ending with them. And then she goes on to document these problems at great length. That's pretty much the whole rest of the book. So we've talked about, Lydgate and Rosamund. We've talked about Dorothea and Casaubon. There's a third sort of player in this book. Rosamund has a brother named Fred Vincy, he's supposed to go into the church. That's his, that's what his parents think he should do. He's kind of a drunk. He's kind of bad with money. He likes to gamble. All he really wants to do is marry Mary Garth, who's his childhood sweetheart. She won't do it unless he gives up on the church, because she doesn't want to be married to someone who hates his job, which makes sense because that's miserable. And he would have had money so that he didn't have to go into the church, because he had this inheritance from an old guy named Mr. Featherstone. But Featherstone rescinded it at the last minute and then tried to unrescind it, but it didn't work. So basically Fred is stuck in a hard place because he's going to have to go to the church, but then he can't marry his love of his life. So that's a problem. That's sort of the third problem. We've got three main sets of issues, essentially. And these people are all connected because they live in Middlemarch. And if it sounds a bit, scattered, it's worth knowing that Eliot actually didn't intend all of these things to be in the same book at first. She was writing about Dorothea, and then she was also writing about the other people. She ended up stringing them kind of into this novel, weaving them all together. So that's why it does sound a little bit disparate, but it does all come together in the end, and I will tell you how, eventually. So basically their paths are crossing all throughout. Dorothea goes on her honeymoon to Rome, right? She's married this old guy. And quickly the scales fall from her eyes. She realizes that Casaubon doesn't really care about her helping him out with his work. She also begins to realize this Key to All Mythologies probably isn't ever going to be finished, because he just keeps working on it and isn't really internally motivated to scholarship. He just wants to write this thing so that he gets famous. It's kind of like your friend who's been working on a screenplay for 5 years and convinced it'll drag him out of his life of obscurity working at Denny's. Except that Casaubon does have money, so that's the difference. But it's definitely not a good thing. And also the sex is not that good. He's not passionate enough for her, is how George Eliot puts it. But I think we all know what that means. And because he's kind of an old dude. Remember, let's all remember that. Anyway, all of this coincides nicely with her meeting one of his much younger cousins, whose name is Will Ladislaw, and I think you can see where this is going. Will's kind of an artsy guy, runs into her in Rome, but Dorothea is loyal to Casaubon. She does not have an affair. She's not that kind of woman. George Eliot actually compares her to Saint Teresa in kind of a famous opening prologue. So she's not the adulterer. This is not Madame Bovary. This is not what we're talking about. Still, Casaubon is really not happy with Ladislaw's presence because he suspects there's something going on. They're definitely attracted to each other, but they're not going to act on it, at least now. They all come back to England, and meanwhile, Lydgate and Rosamund's marriage is totally falling apart, like we predicted. They get into money troubles, in part because Rosamund's got really expensive taste, and her charms are wearing thin on Lydgate, and his lack of money is kind of making her love run dry because she's slowly realizing that this is not going to be the kind of life she anticipated with him. He ends up taking a loan from Mr. Bulstrode. Remember him? He was the banker who's Rosamund's uncle, kind of to keep things going with his practice. Meanwhile, it finally seems like Dorothea might be going to catch a break because Casaubon is sick, and he's probably going to die because he's super old. And this is really exciting when you're reading the book because you're like, oh, I hate this guy. And you kind of think, oh, maybe she'll get to marry Will Ladislaw. That would be great. No, Casaubon has got provisions against that in his will. He does die, but it turns out that he's put all of these stipulations in that if Dorothea marries Ladislaw, she will lose her inheritance to him, which is really nasty, right? But up until now, we've probably just thought that Casaubon is a little bit distracted, kind of old, not really that into stuff. But this is actually really directly mean. He's being nasty to Dorothea. So this is a problem. What's she going to do? We don't know. We leave that be for a second. We go back to Fred Vincy, who is our third, thread of all of this. His money troubles continue. He has to borrow money from Mary Garth's father. Mary Garth is the woman he wants to eventually marry. So that's embarrassing. But then things are looking up a little bit. He starts training to be a land agent under Mary's father. Things might be going better. He starts to learn a new profession, and maybe that will be better than just becoming a drunken, gambling vicar, which was seemingly the plan before. And all throughout this, Dorothea's uncle, this is like all throughout this is not chronological. Dorothea's uncle, who's referred to as Mr. Brooke, has decided to run for Parliament as a reform candidate, and this plotline seems to be largely for comic relief because he's terrible at it. But it does underscore a major theme in the novel that we can see with all of these characters, which is self-delusion. Because, Casaubon is wrong about the significance of his project. Dorothea is wrong about Casaubon's dedication to intellectual pursuits. Lydgate is wrong about Rosamond. Rosamond is wrong that, marrying Lydgate is going to make her upper class. So when Mr. Brooke fails comically, right, and his entire run is sort of hypocritical, right? Dorothea was actually working to make his tenants' lives better, and he just doesn't care. He just wants to be in Parliament. It underscores another point, which is that the difference between people who pursue things for its own worth and people who pursue it for like outside validation, right? Like Mr. Brooke, who just wants to be in Parliament, he doesn't care about actually helping his people. That's a huge difference that's in the book, right? Because Casaubon is doing his research to be recognized rather than just because he wants to do it. Whereas Dorothea actually cares about bettering herself and learning and dedicating herself to reform and all of this stuff. Lydgate actually cares about being a doctor, right? He didn't go into a more lucrative field. He went into to be a country doctor. Whereas Rosamond just does everything to get a better social station. So that's another kind of, separation that we get between the characters. Are you watching this video out of a love of learning, or are you watching it to get college credit? I don't know. Either is okay, but this difference is what Eliot is getting at. How does this all wrap up? This is a lot of stuff that we've talked about. It wraps up weirdly, right? When I first read this, I was like, what is going on? I don't understand this. I'm going to try to break it down for you the easiest way that I can. So Mr. Bulstrode, who you must think, why does she keep mentioning this guy? He clearly has nothing important. He is important. Mr. Bulstrode, right, has bailed out Lydgate from financial trouble. Turns out that he does not have an innocent past. His wife is actually Will Ladislaw's grandma, and he made his money from stolen goods, and he's been concealing all of this, so nobody knows. And then this old man who's like dying, his name is Raffles, which is kind of a funny name, turns up, and he knows everything. He knows all the stuff about Bulstrode's past, and he basically jeopardizes Bulstrode's whole operation. Lydgate, right, the doctor, treats Raffles because he's dying, and he's like, don't give him booze. And of course Bulstrode gives him booze because he wants to finish him off. And this works. The poor guy dies. But the cat's already out of the bag. He's already told people about Bulstrode's, illicit starts in his banking efforts, and Bulstrode is disgraced, takes Lydgate down with him. Since people find out that he gave Lydgate a loan, they assume that Lydgate's involved. Bulstrode and Lydgate both leave town. Rosamond is happy at least because she finally gets to get out of Middlemarch, and she kind of makes Lydgate become a more, money-making kind of doctor. And then she gets the money that she's always wanted. This book seems like it's kind of unrelentingly sad, right? This is awful. Why does this happen to all these people? It's not quite unrelentingly sad. Fred Vincy and Mary Garth do get married, like I kind of alluded to before, that things might be looking up for him. And Dorothea says, no, I don't need his inheritance. I'm going to marry Will Ladislaw anyway. So that's nice. I mean, she gets to marry this guy. But Eliot still doesn't let us feel super great about this ending, right? Otherwise, it would be just a traditional marriage plot. Because, right, Dorothea, we've seen, really does have goals, right? She wants to be a reformer, she wants to be smart, she wants to learn things. So she gets a nice ending, right? She marries this nice guy, but she doesn't get to do any of those things that we thought that she would get to do, that it seemed like they were so good. So it is still a bit, it's bittersweet. She has a happy ending, she's a wife and mother, she's, does pretty well, but she doesn't really fulfill her potential in the way that we hope that she will at the beginning. So how do we think about all of this? It's so, do you think this was long? Try reading the thing. Whew. I mentioned you can read the novel as a commentary on self-delusion, hypocrisy, all of these things. Everyone's wrong about everyone else, right? Dorothea and Casaubon, Lydgate and Rosamond, Mr. Brooke, who tries to run for government. And you can also break it down into which characters sort of pursue knowledge for its own sake and which pursue it for gain. But what else is a study of provincial life trying to do? As many novels with multiple protagonists, it seems to be kind of investigating the problem of perspective, right? As Eliot puts it, ego. And there's a famous scene in which Eliot describes what happens when you place like a light on a surface of a scratched mirror, right? There's these random scratches, you put the light down, and suddenly it seems as if the scratches have kind of aligned themselves in a ring around because they're illuminated in that way. And she's using this as a metaphor for particular Rosamund Vincy's egotism, right? That she thinks that the random world is kind of revolving around her. But you can use this as a metaphor for storytelling itself, right? The random events of life always have to be organized around a perspective, right? And that would be the light, one perspective or another. Or else it would be entirely incomprehensible. We would not have any idea what was happening. And so Eliot's aiming for real uncompromising realism, right? You can see this because it's a bummer of an ending. And part of this realism is the truth in realizing that, like, reality is constantly being organized by egos, right? Either the characters or the extension of the author. And so the idea that we're doing all of these different perspectives contributes to Eliot's, desire to have something that is a real novel, and that Virginia Woolf praised as being the only novel written for grown-ups. So I told you a lot. I hope you picked up some of it, and that's Middlemarch, and it's really a great book. So if you think about, like, your favorite creative person, I don't know, maybe Joss Whedon, he's a favorite of mine, right? Buffy, Firefly, all those good things. Imagine if he, like, used his artistic background to transition from being just a producer of art to being actually, a critic of stuff, right? An important essayist, a thinker, a kind of social, critic of things. Imagine if that were to happen. Or like if, Roger Ebert, right, famous film critic, eventually wrote a whole bunch of book-length treatises about 21st century social skills. That would be the kind of career transition that was made by Victorian thinker John Ruskin. Began his professional life as a painter and an art critic, eventually ended up contributing to discourse across many topics, and kind of helping to shape socialist and charitable institutions through his thought. In case you didn't figure it out already, this is one of those nonfiction lessons that needs the nonfiction glasses. These are Harry Potter glasses. I bought these at a costume shop, just in case you were wondering. That's why there's tape down the nose. Anyway, so we're going to talk about Ruskin's, we're talking about his written output. The guy was super prolific, over 50 works to his name, which we're not going to talk about all of them because even I would get bored. But it's important to keep in mind sort of the general principle that informed all of his work. To Ruskin, art doesn't just refer to a pretty picture. Art is really, to him, it's the natural expression of humanity's commune with truth, beauty, and the divine. That's how he sees it. In a lecture at Oxford, he remarks that the teaching of art is the teaching of all things. And he believed that art was really the measure of a nation's well-being. He said the art of any country is the exponent of its social and political virtues. To get back to kind of our opening metaphor, right, it would be like if Roger Ebert were saying that a country is only as good as the movies it produces, which, I don't know, if you go and just pause and look at Fandango right now and see what's playing in your local theater, you might be horrified. I mean, if this were true, and you say, I don't know what's playing right now, but I think Madagascar 3 is actually one of them. So that in an earlier lesson, I joked about Madagascar 3. It turns out that it's real and it's playing right now. So if Ruskin is right about the artistic output reflecting the country, then I think we're all doomed. Anyway, back to Ruskin. For the sake of sort of easy conceptualization, easy demarcation, we're going to divide Ruskin's life into two halves. We've got his artistic phase, and we've got his social critique phase. There's actually a lot of overlap between them, and we've already established that the ideas he explores in both are definitely linked. But his important published works can kind of easily be organized into these two categories, and it's kind of a handy way to show gradual universalization of Ruskin's thoughts, so how he kind of goes from art to more generalized thinking. He's born in London in 1819. He's the only child of two first cousins, which kind of makes modern-day people go, ew, but made ancient-day people go, I don't know, that's my sexy dance. His father was a wine importer whose business required a great deal of travel, which Ruskin would actually go along with and actually helped shape a lot of his views because he was a well-traveled little kid. For much of his life, he was educated at home, although he eventually went off to Oxford. Didn't really agree with him, he didn't like it so much, although he did end up winning a poetry prize, which was good. He tried more than a few times, but he eventually won. Poetry turned out to not be where Ruskin's real creative interests were. Otherwise, I wouldn't have these on, would I? While he was traveling with his family, he was falling in love with landscapes and architecture. He was exposed to lots of interesting things. And from a pretty young age, he would sketch really complicated maps, buildings, nature scenes. These drawings were heavily influenced by, there's a romantic painter named J.M.W. Turner, who ends up being kind of a crucial figure in Ruskin's, both in his published life and in his personal life. So when he was 15, Ruskin published 3 articles in the Magazine of Natural History, which indicate even then that he had a real attentive eye to detail in nature. He'd gradually expand on this idea. His first published book of criticism is 1843's Modern Painters 1. There's a few more coming, as you might notice from that Roman numeral. It's ostensibly a defense of J.M.W. Turner's work. Also presents Ruskin's artistic philosophy, like kind of for the first time. He's saying that the goal of the artist is truth to nature, which really just means that he wants to see moral as well as material truth. In other words, he's saying that good art isn't just about like representing a thing on the canvas, which would be the material. It's also about the impression of the world that it conveys, and that's the moral. So art is really about thought and about matter. You can't just paint a pretty picture. It's gotta say something about the world, is what he's arguing. 2 years later, he publishes a second volume of art criticism. This one's more focused on the Renaissance and pre-Renaissance painters. Here he's focusing, he more concretely connects truth and beauty and divinity. He says, the beautiful is a gift from God. And the role of the great artist, at least to Ruskin, is to kind of perceive this beauty, divinity, and truth and communicate it through his work. So this goes along with his earlier message, right, that you can't just have a pretty picture, you gotta have, some there behind it. And in this way, the artist really functions more as a translator than as a communicator, which is an interesting idea if you think about it. And it's a very romantic notion, probably influenced by Turner, probably influenced by Ruskin's own father, who was into people like Lord Byron and Sir Walter Scott, who are kind of romantic authors. Ruskin rejects really all notions that art is mechanical. He thinks it really should be a soulful, holistic kind of creative process. Not one that you can just replicate in a cold, sterile environment like a studio. You need to be kind of out experiencing it. And 1856, he publishes Modern Painters 3. Remember, that's, like I said, there'd be more of them. He'd write that art is the expression of spirits of great men. So that's his real art theory. Beyond the Modern Painters volumes, he published a whole bunch of other art criticism books, 1840s, 1850s, that illuminate other kind of key parts of his philosophy. 1849's The Seven Lamps of Architecture. Readers learn that Ruskin vehemently opposed architectural restoration, right? He only wants to preserve things. So if, the Globe Theater burns down, he does not think that we should rebuild it. That should just be lost forever. And he writes about it that it's impossible as to raise the dead, to restore anything that has ever been great or beautiful in architecture. So I don't know if that's his opinion. His 3-volume The Stones of Venice from 1851 to 1853. That's a long, kind of a whole bunch of works that he's publishing on that. He continues his anti-restoration thread. He attempts instead to preserve in words what he sees as a city whose architecture is just being ruined by like Austrians who are occupying it, corrupt artists. And it's in these volumes that really his cultural critique kind of starts to seep into his writing. So this is where we see the transition from art to kind of more, more social writing. Second volume of Stones, he writes this passage about kind of the disconnect between gentlemen and workmen, right? Upper class people, lower class people, essentially. He said, it's only by labor that thought can be made healthy, and only by thought that labor can be made happy, and the two cannot be separated with impunity. So he's saying, that you have to work to be, good, essentially. And his postulations on creative work, division of labor, industrial capitalism are brief here, but they're there, and they soon become the focus of his career, as we'll, see next. And critics have identified a bunch of different factors that lead to Ruskin's shifting interest in writing. His observations about how poor people lived, he writes about that in Modern Painters 4. He just can't let it go with the Modern Painters, apparently. He always had some affluence. So this is sort of development in this direction. He's seeing how the other half lives, essentially. And he experiences sort of a crisis of faith in 1858. Whatever the reason for that, 1862 sees the publications of really one of his most important works, which has nothing at all to do with art. It's called Unto This Last, and it's a collection of essays that attack industrial laissez-faire capitalism and kind of the entrenched division of labor, political systems, all the things that support capitalism. And there's a real famous passage from the book where Ruskin really makes this plain, and he says, "There's no wealth but life. The country is the richest which nourishes the greatest numbers of noble and happy human beings. That man is richest who, having perfected the function of his own life to the utmost, has always the widest helpful influence, both personal and by means of his possessions, over the lives of others." So critics of Ruskin's thought accused him basically of being a socialist. Those who follow current politics might draw connections to similar mudslinging these days among certain parties. Ruskin himself vehemently denied this. He said that he was a Tory of the old school. He's not a socialist. But there's certainly massive anti-capitalist stuff in his works. That's kind of undeniable. So what did he believe? Let's kind of go into that a little bit more. For Ruskin, the key is just that traditional political economic structures totally ignore the importance of social glue. Economic competition, encourages workers to fight with each other, kind of become alienated. And become alienated not just from their product, but from each other and from the other classes. This, of course, breeds resentment, which eventually is going to harm society, and doesn't allow it to pursue truth and beauty, where we can kind of see the recurrence of Ruskin's interest in art. Ruskin's suggestion was to fix wages for all workers, which he believed then the quality of the work would then be the sole determinant for employment, and being chosen to work would be its own reward, So he's saying it's problematic that inferior workers and products can gain a foothold by undercutting fair prices, and that fixed wages would negate this problem. I don't know how realistic a solution that is, but that was what he proposed. So not the destruction of capitalism, but instead sort of a version of capitalism that still had much stricter controls, and would allow for more people to be fulfilled in their work. So essentially he's saying that you're going to fix the wages so that only the best garbage men get hired to be garbage men, and the others do more fulfilling jobs, is sort of his point. It wasn't that earning money for good work was bad, it was just that sort of typical capitalist competition gets in the way of society's ability to do anything really that's that great, because it's always kind of a race to the bottom in terms of making something that's cheap. Instead, governments should encourage, capitalist cooperation, so kind of a balance. Ruskin's thoughts went on to influence a whole bunch of people, including a bunch, welfare programs, experimental co-ops, like those hippies who, hang out and make lentils all day long. Certain non-government organizations. Even Gandhi was really into Ruskin. He helped translate it into, his native language. And, it's important to note that when we're talking about economic matters, Ruskin wasn't just a big talker, He was wealthy, but he was also really generous with his money. He was a patron to a bunch of artists and social programs. His emphasis on honest labor even led him to include manual work as a part of the courses he later taught when he was a lecturer at Oxford. So he had this class where, soon to be famous writer Oscar Wilde would help rebuild some of London's roads. That was a homework project in one of his classes. After Unto This Last, which I said was one of his most famous works, Ruskin continued both his artistic and social critiques. He produced works like Fors Clavigera, Letters to the Workmen and Laborers of Great Britain. And like I said before, he also did a lot of teaching at Oxford. But he grew kind of increasingly disenchanted with prevailing art styles later in his life, like Impressionism, and he eventually kind of retreated from his works, and then he passed away in 1900 of the flu, which killed people back then, and still now, but they're mostly old people. Just to sum things up, no scholarship. The scholarship of Ruskin kind of fell out of vogue for a while, but there's really no denying that he had a lot of impact on a lot of cool people. Frank Lloyd Wright, Oscar Wilde, Tolstoy, Gandhi, they were all influenced by his writing and teaching. Thanks to him, we have a model not just for art criticism, but also for social welfare programs that persist to this day, at least somewhat. Not many men have been able to kind of parlay a specific critical career into like just general, I'm going to tell you what's right to do in society. But Ruskin did it. Started off as a struggling poet, ended up just kind of being a general theorizer on life. So yeah, that's John Ruskin.
Have you ever seen Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan? You might know it by someone yelling, "Khan!" really loud and angrily. It's okay if you haven't, not everyone's a Trekkie. But you've probably heard about the climactic scene in that film where the Enterprise's first officer, Spock, sacrifices himself to save his crewmates, and by extension, a whole lot of other people. Right before he dies, Spock tells his superior officer, Captain Kirk, that the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. And this is a pretty classic example of utilitarianism, the philosophy which today's subject, one Mr. John Stuart Mill, is most associated with. Throughout his life, John Stuart Mill, or JSM, so I like to call him for short, contributed to a variety of philosophical disciplines, including logic and epistemology, economics, religion, metaphysics. But it's really his work in political and ethical philosophy that has really garnered him the most longevity and fame. It's okay if you've never heard of him. He produced dozens of texts in his lifetime, but the two writings that stand above the rest are 1859's On Liberty and 1863's Utilitarianism. Those texts led fellow philosopher Henry Sidgwick to note upon Mill's death, "I should say that from about 1860 to 1865 or thereabouts, he ruled England in the region of thought as very few men ever did." So pretty high praise. But before we talk about how John Stuart Mill died, let's talk about how he lived. He was born on May 20th, 1806 in London, England, to Harriet Burrough and noted economist James Mill, so already off to a good start genetically. James was an educated fellow, heavily involved in the early 19th century movement called philosophic radicalism, which led him to pushing his son's education from an early age. John studied Greek at age 3 and Latin at 8, and he was made to recite everything he'd learned to his father each night. Pretty intense. John was also responsible for educating his 8 younger siblings, which is a huge deal. So education was really important to him from a very early age, and that rich educational connection to his father really defined Mill's career. He was obsessed with merging the rational, Enlightenment-influenced philosophic radicalism of Mill Sr. with his own interest in the more humanistic, emotional romanticism, particularly the works of Samuel Coleridge, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, William Wordsworth, and many others. Mill felt that his own upbringing lacked the aspects of imagination and humanities that are so crucial to the Romantics, but he really appreciated and loved his father's devotion to what could be called radical empiricism, or a stringent belief that everything one can and should know about the world is observable. You may have heard of empirical evidence, something that can be observed and scientifically proven. Before we get into a discussion of Mill's more defining works, there are a few key concepts that it's helpful to know because they show up in all of his writings. One of them that we already mentioned is utility, which literally means just usefulness, and we'll talk about it more fully in a second. The other is naturalism, and that's a philosophy which denies that there is really anything outside our empirical world which can be known or really is even worth knowing. Finally, there's anti-institutionalism, a byproduct of both of those beliefs that kind of rails against the social institution, against the man, if you will, churches, governments, etc., that don't really abide by those naturalistic principles. So keeping those 3 principles in mind, let's take a look at his works. Although On Liberty was published earlier, I think we should talk about utilitarianism the first, because I think it's really Mill's most iconic text. It was released in 1861 in a serialized magazine format, and then as a book in 1863. And this text really lays out a full definition of Mill's conception of utility, the central framework of his philosophy in politics and ethics and pretty much everything else. He defines the utilitarianism theory like this. Actions are right in proportion as they tend to promote happiness, wrong as they tend to produce the reverse of happiness. By happiness is intended pleasure and the absence of pain. By unhappiness, pain and the privation of pleasure. So this is a fairly simple rule that can get complicated pretty quickly. For Mill, happiness is the only thing that has intrinsic value. In other words, it's the only thing we find valuable without any external validation. But what makes us happy? Mill thinks we can only figure that out through careful personal introspection, which means that utilitarianism is, at its base level, a very individualistic philosophy. But then, how would that function in a larger society? If Spock was a utilitarian, why would he sacrifice himself for the good of the many? I mean, that probably wouldn't make him very happy. For Mill, the key to emphasize is that society is nothing but a collection of individuals. In an earlier work called A System of Logic, he had this to say about society. Men, however, in a state of society, are still men. Their actions and passions are obedient to the laws of individual human nature. So men are not, when brought together, converted into like another kind of substance with different properties. By extension, therefore, Mill thinks that what makes one person happy should end up making society happy. The only exception to this is when Mill notes that individuals must never infringe upon the rights of others. Everyone has the right to seek their own happiness, but no one has the right to take away someone else's. Mill spells this theory out a little more clearly in another one of his major texts. We're going to jump now to On Liberty, which came in 1859. In this one, he pays more attention to his conception of society and a little less on the individual. He lays out what he calls one very simple principle, but something that people have actually referred to as the harm principle. If we take the definition of utilitarianism as a rule for how individuals should treat themselves, the harm principle really lays out how individuals should treat each other. And so Mill says, the sole end for which mankind are warranted, individually or collectively, in interfering with the liberty of action of any of their number is self-protection. That the only purpose for which power can be rightfully exercised over any member of civilized society against his will is to prevent harm to others. His own good, either physical or moral, is not a sufficient warrant. He cannot rightfully be compelled to do or forbear because it will be better for him to do so, because it will make him happier, because, in the opinion of others, to do so would be wise or even right. These are good reasons for remonstrating with him, or reasoning with him, or persuading him, or entreating him, but not for compelling him, or visiting him with any evil in case he do otherwise. That is a mouthful, and really all he's trying to say there is individuals have domain over themselves and their own happiness only except in cases where one's happiness is infringing upon the happiness of another, or the rights of another, like the freedom or liberty of another. An important thing to keep in mind here is that no one has the right to force another to act correctly except in cases of avoiding harm. Mill actually calls this society's biggest problem, noting that it can be tyrannical and describing it as the feeling in each person's mind that everyone should be required to act as he, and those with whom he sympathizes would like them to act. According to Mill, people need to be free to pursue their own happiness in order for humanity to prosper, and then prosper it will. Mill saw the human race as one that must necessarily make progress, that they can only do so when the harm principle is applied. Humanity, says Mill, is not a machine to be built after a model and set to do exactly the work prescribed for it, but a tree which requires to grow and develop itself on all sides, according to the tendency of the inward forces which make it a living thing. So what that means is that this requires individual freedom to put oneself in situations where one can prosper. Further, Mill thinks we will naturally gravitate towards prospering in groups because human beings like each other's company. We desire unity with others because it makes us happy. This point allows us to make some sense of Spock's sacrifice. By allowing himself to perish, Spock fosters the happiness of countless others. He makes this choice because he feels united to his fellow crewmates, no matter how cold he may seem, and he decides that this action will foster the most harmony. Still, had Spock not wanted to sacrifice himself, Mill's harm principle would have prevented Captain Kirk or Dr. McCoy or anyone else on the ship from forcing him to do so. Freedom of choice, or strict individualism, is, after all, the most important part of Mill's philosophy. Of course, we don't have to boldly go where no man has gone before to see the relevance of Mill's philosophy. It applies other places than the Star Trek Enterprise. His heavy emphasis on empiricism, individualism, and essentially this sort of hands-off, live and let live ethics have some really serious relevance today. For example, Mill's 1869 text, The Subjection of Women, advocated for thorough gender equality, a radical notion in the 19th century and unfortunately to some of our contemporaries today. Though Mill's principles leave us with a lot of unanswered questions and some gray area that later thinkers would go to explore, the core of his philosophy, seek your own happiness and do not prevent others from doing so, is really one worth taking to heart. So those are the works of John Stuart Mill.
All right, so we're talking about literary modernism, which is sort of a subset of a larger artistic movement called modernism that sort of embraces painting and music. And in the literary realm, it's basically responsible for some seriously weird literature produced sort of roughly between the end of World War I and the beginning of World War II. So we're just going to sort of give a little introduction here. We're going to go over basically the who, the why, and the what. So there's some pretty famous names associated with modernism, and we're mainly going to talk about British modernism and a few sort of interlopers from other countries who mostly wrote in Britain or are more associated with that part of the movement. There are some American modernists. We're not going to touch on them right now. When you think of literary modernism, really the king of it is James Joyce. He's actually Irish, so right off the bat we've got one of these interlopers. And his book, Ulysses, is really considered one of the most significant books that's been written ever. Another person who's also famous and also an interloper, not really British, is T.S. Eliot. He's an American who comes, and he actually does become a British citizen at a certain point, but he's a poet, and what he's really, again, most famous for is a poem called The Wasteland. He also wrote the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock. He has a lot of great poetry. He won the Nobel Prize. He's a pretty cool dude. Next we've got Virginia Woolf. Now she actually is British, and she's a novelist, and she writes some pretty famous things on like Mrs. Dalloway, To the Lighthouse. And she's interesting for having written sort of a lot of essays about women's rights and suffrage that are pretty cool as well. Her novels are cool, her essays are also very interesting. Next we've got D.H. Lawrence, and he writes, he's a little different than these. He's done a lot of trouble for writing a book called Lady Chatterley's Lover, which, as you might be able to anticipate from the title, had a lot of sex in it, and that was something that was kind of problematic for people at the time. So that's a reason to take a look right there at those books. Next, I mean, we've got Samuel Beckett, who's another Irishman, and he's most famous for a little play called Waiting for Godot, which is basically just two dudes on stage waiting for Godot, and that's kind of unclear who that is. It might be God, and so that's sort of his most famous thing. So that's sort of an overview of the big players: Joyce, Eliot, Woolf, Lawrence, and Beckett. There's kind of some subsidiary people who maybe didn't produce as much work that's interesting, but are still big movers and shakers. And those would be people like Ezra Pound. He's a poet who was good friends with T.S. Eliot for a while, and Gertrude Stein, she wrote these kind of little absurd poems, and she was a big mover and shaker in the movement. Same with Wyndham Lewis. He and Ezra Pound are friends. So these are just sort of people, you should know that they're modernists. You probably don't need to know specific works that they produced, but just know who they are. It's kind of a good idea. Now we're going to talk about why are these novels and poems the way they are. And it's seen by many people as kind of a response to a lot of the destruction and disruption caused by World War I. Remember, like I said, this movement kind of gets going right after World War I is concluded. And, just to kind of give a little overview of what happened in World War I that was so upsetting, is that it was actually a way more destructive war than was predicted. And this was because they had technology that was better than the warfare style was designed for. So trench warfare with people shooting at each other, that wasn't really what was anticipated, and when it happened, it turned out, tons and tons and tons of people died. And at the same time, you have industrialization of weapons obviously getting sort of better. The city kind of transforms in a way that's kind of upsetting, but also interesting, and certainly different than it was before. And it's this difference that really provokes a lot of artists, including these writers and also painters and musicians, to really kind of think that they need a new art to make sense of this new world. Makes a certain amount of sense, right? And you've probably, I'm sure you've seen some modern art, and you've probably made fun of it, right? Because it doesn't really look like anything. It's kind of abstract, or
it might be a picture of a woman, but she's got like 3 faces, like that's modernist. That's modernism in visual form. And we have the same thing going on in modernist literature. It doesn't always make sense. In fact, it's kind of a good way to test. If you're reading something and it seems to be written in like, contemporary English, modern English, but it doesn't make any sense, chances are you might be looking at a work of modernist literature. So that's kind of a good little trick to use if you're trying to identify it. So that's sort of an overview of sort of why and maybe what they're getting at with some of their weird techniques and why they get there. Now, this is our last little segment. We've gone over sort of the who and the why, and now we're just going to take a look at the what. Like, what actually is going on in these works that makes them so weird? And it's basically, we're going to kind of boil it down to 4 things. Sort of non-linearity of plot, sequence of things. Irony and satire, these people love making fun of stuff. That's kind of a characteristic. Voices and the idea of stream of consciousness, that's going to be really important. And also allusions. So basically shout-outs to other works. Like you put in a little quote from something else and you're suggesting that the reader might want to go take a look at that other thing. So these 4 things, I'm going to go over quick examples of all of them. So non-linearity, basically, like I said, modernist works, they don't always have plots, first of all, but when they do have plots, they don't always seem to kind of go in the way that you'd expect, like from beginning, middle to end. And it's a lot, this shouldn't be an unfamiliar concept to you, because like there's tons of movies right now, or recently, that have taken advantage of this. Just think Pulp Fiction, right? You never know totally what's going on, like where things are, what's happened before. Think Inception, Memento, these things, right? And the thing about all these movies, right? They're all, first of all, they're all great movies, but they're all kind of become puzzles, right? Part of the fun of it is trying to figure out, like with Inception, right? Like, why did the top keep spinning or did it not keep spinning? Right? There's people debating it all over the internet, like, it's part of the fun of the movie is that you don't know. And that's true of modernist works as well. Part of the fun of reading it, or sort of the intent of reading it, is that you're putting together the pieces of this puzzle and trying to figure out why it's presented the way it is. So now, irony and satire play a big role because these people are, they kind of, they're always saying things sort of halfway. Verbal irony is just saying one thing and meaning its opposite. So, if someone's got their cat and it's like crawling up your leg and they ask you how you are and you're like, oh yeah, I'm fantastic, like that's verbal irony. It can also be situational. So like if someone, like a celebrity gets up and they're talking about the dangers of alcoholism and then they end up in rehab the next day, that's sort of a situational kind of irony. Sometimes in the case of literature or plays, it's called dramatic irony, and that's when the reader and the audience know more than the characters do. So you see a character, they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to be fine, but you actually know that they fall off a cliff. Like, that's dramatic irony. And in the case of what I just mentioned, it's not that funny. So irony isn't necessarily humor, although it often is, but it definitely is always sort of a mismatch between what's actually going on and what should be going on, or what people think is going on. So the next thing I want to talk about was sort of the idea of voices and streams of consciousness. Now, streams of consciousness are terms that are going to be pretty synonymous with people like Joyce and people like Woolf. They employ this technique a lot. Voices is more the poets, so Eliot uses a lot of voices. And what these basically just mean is that modernists are really interested in trying to get into consciousnesses, and not just one, multiple ones. So, movies like, the movie Crash, is kind of an example of multiple storylines all at once. There isn't one definitive voice that's telling you what you should think or believe about the text. And so the last thing that's really important to modernism I want to talk about are allusions. Now allusions, like I said before, they're basically just literary shout-outs, and it can be to anything. It can be to another book, it can be to music. And it's actually a lot like sampling. To go back many, many years, the song Ice Ice Baby, right? That dun 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 dun, right? That is totally taken from Queen's Under Pressure, and he just snatched it and used it in his work. And that's sampling. That's also kind of an example of an allusion. It's taking something that you recognize and using it in a new way in your work. And so, for example, in Eliot's poem The Wasteland, he quotes Shakespeare. He quotes The Tempest, which is one of Shakespeare's plays, a line, "Those were pearls that were his eyes." And since The Tempest sort of opens with this disaster at sea, and the scene in the wasteland is dealing with this fortune teller who's maybe going to predict things, it kind of recognizing the allusion to the Tempest adds to your ability to understand what Eliot might be going for in that scene. So that's illusions. So just, as a quick overview of what we've gone over, we've looked at kind of who the big modernists were, Joyce, Eliot, Woolf, Lawrence, Beckett, and then those sort of movers and shakers, Pound, Stein, and Lewis. We've looked at why they wrote differently, that basically it was a reaction to World War I and industrialization and sort of this new world, new art for a new world. And we've looked at the characteristics of what makes their work weird, and those were nonlinearity, kind of irony and satire, voices and stream of consciousness, and then finally illusions. So yeah, that's sort of an overview of what goes on in literary modernism, and hope you enjoyed it. You might think of these as Harry Potter glasses. James Joyce did it first. So James Joyce, he's an Irish author, and he's really one of the more important literary figures of the 20th century. And he's so important, actually, that people in Dublin and all over the world, they celebrate Bloomsday, which is named after one of the main characters in his book Ulysses. They celebrate that every year on June 16th. They kind of raise a stein to James Joyce in a metaphorical and probably literal sense. So he's really kind of a figure that has kind of had long-lasting impact in literature, and he's really pretty well remembered. Ulysses is considered one of the best books in the English language by a lot of people. It's really a key book for the modernist movement, which is a movement in literature between World War I and World War II. But it's also, his works tend to be, as they go along in sequence, they get more and more confusing and difficult. And this is also kind of a hallmark of modernism. And he's particularly famous for starting or kind of honing the technique known as stream of consciousness. This is one of those things, you might take a look at it, take a look at a passage written in stream of consciousness and just think, what's so great about this? I'm gonna read you a passage just so you get a little idea. Yes, because he never did a thing like that before, as asked to get breakfast in bed with a couple of eggs since the City Arms Hotel, when he used to be pretending to be laid up with a sick voice, doing his highness. You get the idea. There's not a lot of punctuation. There's not a lot of there's not really a lot going on to sort of signify what that all means. The thing that kind of distinguishes maybe his stream of consciousness from something that I might come up with just writing is really that there's a lot of intention behind there, and we'll go into more specifics later on and kind of why we know this, like why we're pretty sure that this is intentional. This isn't an accident. The way that he frames things, even if it seems like a stream of mess, it really has got intention and meaning behind it. We'll go into that a little bit later, but first let's just kind of talk about who he is as an author. He's born in 1882, which coincidentally is the same year that Virginia Woolf was born. Fun fact. And he's the oldest of 10 surviving children, which is that's a lot of kids. But he's the oldest, so he probably gets all the benefits of that. And his family was pretty well off to begin with. They were doing okay, but as he grows up, they kind of descend further and further into poverty, and that becomes a problem because he starts out going to boarding school. Actually, the same boarding school that his character Stephen Dedalus attends in his novel Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. It's a little autobiographical, but he can't keep going there because they can't pay anymore. So he comes back. He has to go to local school. Goes to college in Dublin, heads off to Paris, and wants to go to medical school, and that doesn't work out so well. He doesn't really like it. Can't really follow the lectures in French. I'm sure you and I can identify with that. And then he has to come home actually because his mom is sick and she's dying. And he ends up staying in Dublin, and he starts to work on what's eventually going to become Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man. It starts out as an essay, it morphs into a novel that he's going to call Stephen Hero. Stephen is the hero of the book. That's pretty self-explanatory. And he eventually, over the course of many years, rewrites it into what we now know as Portrait. In the meantime, in 1904, on June 16th, that date might sound familiar, he meets his future wife, Nora Barnacle, which might be the best name ever, I think. And that's sort of, that day kind of lives on in infamy because it's the day that he chooses to set Ulysses on. Ulysses is his second big novel, June 16th, 1904. So they hit it off. They end up eloping together to Zurich. They end up in Trieste, which is in Italy. They have a couple kids. And then sort of, in 1914, he publishes a short story collection called Dubliners. And then in the meantime, he's also been working on this, revised version of Portrait that's not Stephen Hero. He publishes that in book form in 1916. And now he starts working on Ulysses. And that starts getting published serially, so doesn't have anything to do with breakfast. Gets starting published serially, which just means in installments in a magazine. In 1918, that gets shut down after about chapter 13 because that's when the main character, Leopold Bloom, masturbates on the beach, and this is a big description of it. They can't publish that serially anymore. It turns into a big court case about censorship. Actually has a lot of implications further down the road for like what is considered pornography. It was not, and so it kind of opened the door for lots of things. But anyway, had to be stopped publishing serially. Gets published in its final book form in 1922. Then he starts working on Finnegan's Wake, which is going to be his last book. It takes him a while. It's not published finally until 1939, although again it's sort of in this serial format, published throughout that time. And then he dies in 1941 from surgery for an ulcer. He'd kind of not been in great health, but that kind of couldn't handle the surgery. He died. That's very sad. He was still not like in the best place with his religious beliefs, so his wife just didn't want to have mass for him, and so that's his life. He kind of starts out as this boy in Dublin, and he kind of follows the trajectory that he lays out in Portrait of the Artist for his character. He ends up becoming this great writer, and he's a really interesting, particularly interesting author, and not just because of his stature in the 20th century literature field, but because he really changes a lot from book to book in his style. And just as kind of a way to sort of go over his four main things, we're just going to take a look at sort of each one, when it was published, and just a sample line. I was trying to think of something that comes up pretty much in every one of his works, and prostitutes come up in pretty much every one of his works. So we're just going to go through and read description of a prostitute from each Joyce work, and it's going to really kind of show you how he just gets kind of weirder and weirder and weirder as we go along. So in Dubliners, remember that, again, that's in 1914. It's a short story collection about people living in Dublin. Most famous stories in it are Araby and the Dead. It's kind of just fun fact. And it reads fairly normally, but very beautifully. It's beautifully written. And the stories tend to be characterized by these sort of moments of epiphany. That's kind of the really thing to associate with Dubliners. But when he's describing a prostitute, it sounds pretty straightforward. He says, frank, rude health glowed in her face, her fat red cheeks, and in her unabashed blue eyes. Her features were blunt. That's from 2 Gallants. That's a story in it. It's pretty straightforward. It's kind of unadorned, good description. Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, that's in 1916. This is the semi-autobiographical novel. It's about a guy named Stephen Dedalus, who's essentially Joyce, becoming an artist. And it reads a little more kind of experimentally. It's still pretty realistic, and also has a lot of epiphanies. And sample line about a prostitute from Portrait is, a young woman dressed in a long pink gown laid her hand on his arm to detain him and gazed in his face. She said gaily, "Good night, Willie dear." Her room was warm and lightsome. So you can see with that, again, it's still pretty straightforward, but you got that word at the end, lightsome, which doesn't sound like a word that I've ever heard in the English language. And so you start to get some kind of experimentation in what kind of language you're going to use. We get to Ulysses, where we're really experimenting with style. We're alluding, that's just kind of shouting out to like tons of other literary works. It's also way longer. And so the sample line about a prostitute from Ulysses is, and this is just nuts. The famished snaggle tusks of an elderly bawd protrude from a doorway. The bawd, her voice whispering huskily, "Come here till I tell you, Maidenhead inside." So you can see, there's really, the stage directions, and there's those words, snaggle tusk is basically lightsome, but, to the extreme. we're getting words here that aren't totally words that you and I are use, but are really to the point of what Joyce is trying to say. And it starts to be pretty cool, pretty weird. Then we get to Finnegan's Wake, which is kind of nigh unreadable. It's really experimental. It's got lots of words from foreign languages sprinkled in. It's kind of in its own weird Finnegan's Wake language. Kind of a good thing to know about Finnegan's Wake, just for fun fact, is that the beginning of the book and the end of the book are the same sentence, but kind of in a circle. So the beginning of the book is river run past even Adams, from swerve of shore to bend of bay, brings us by a commodious vicus of recirculation back to Howth Castle and environs. And then the end of the book is end here us then Finnegan take bus. I can't read that. I'm just going to read the last line. Away alone, alas, aloved, along the river run past even Adams. You see it's this big kind of circle. That's sort of an important thing to know about Finnegan's Wake. But as you can see from those lines, it's nuts. And the way that he describes a prostitute in this is, I said to the shiftless prostitute, let me be your fodder, and to Rhodes and Prater brothers, ciao, camarade, evangel of good tidings, omniant is the healer's word for the lost, loathsome, and whomsoever will. Doesn't make any sense, at least to me. I'm sure it does make sense to some people who study this endlessly, but that's the point, is that he goes from something that's very easy to understand, like Dubliners, into something that's really not. And so why does he do this? And that's something that we'll explore a little bit more in sort of individual videos about these works. But it's really the key takeaway is that he can do it. He can make sense. He knows how. And that's really the important thing to know about modernists in general, in art, in music, is that they know how to be normal, and they choose not to be. And so that's always kind of an interesting way to approach any kind of work of modernism, is to take a look at it, see where it's weird, and think about why it's weird. Why did they do it? Why does he use lightsome instead of full of light? Why does he use the not English word instead of the English word? And that's, there's a lot of intention there. So Joyce, he's a pretty famous dude, pretty awesome. And we trust him when he's weird, that he knows what he's doing, because he kind of proved early on that he was able to make sense. And that's Joyce. So today we're going to talk about Virginia Woolf, and she's one of the more famous modernist writers. Modernism is just a movement between World War I and World War II in literature, and she was made kind of famous recently for the release of the movie The Hours, which it's also a book, and it's kind of about her life and her works. And takeaway from that movie should not be Nicole Kidman's weird prosthetic nose, although I think for a lot of people it was. We're going to kind of go a little deeper into Virginia Woolf, go beyond the nose. So she was born in 1882, which, kind of fun fact, is the same year as James Joyce. They also died in the same year, in 1941. And she was born to kind of a pretty Tony family, although both of her parents had previously been married, so there were a lot of kind of random half-siblings running around. Her father was kind of a historian, writer type guy, and he was really involved in the art world. Her mother was a model, or in that day it was sort of modeling for paintings, but you can see her mom in some paintings. And they actually both died when she was pretty young. And that sort of set off sort of the beginning of her, struggle with mental illness. It was kind of her first nervous breakdown she suffered after her mom died. And so that was kind of rough on her. And it was also rough on her because she wasn't really allowed to be educated properly, because she was a woman. So she kind of didn't get to go to Cambridge. All her brothers got to go. But she was sort of lucky that her dad was this, prominent art sort of history writer figure, because he had a really awesome library, and she was would go around and read stuff, and kind of ended up being, largely self-educated, at least, beyond what you would normally teach women. So in 1912, she marries Leonard Woolf, and that's where she gets her last name, Woolf. And together, they actually start their own printing press. It's called the Hogarth Press. And they end up publishing a lot of Sigmund Freud, the famous psychologist, They end up publishing a lot of his works in England. And the Hogarth Press is kind of like a publishing arm, in a way, of the Bloomsbury Group, which is just a bunch of kind of artist, bohemian type folk who live in Bloomsbury, which is just an area of London. You can go there. It's like right by the British Museum. They published T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. That's the first copy of that. Is run through the Hogarth Press. And so they're kind of, figures in the literary movement really, before Virginia Woolf ever publishes anything herself, or at least before she publishes novels. She's kind of working as a critic. She writes things for newspapers. She didn't publish a novel until she was 33. And she didn't really publish anything fame-making until maybe Jacob's Room in 1922, and that's when she's 40. So she kind of takes a while to get going. Her first books are The Voyage Out in 1915 and Night and Day in 1919. And then in 1922, again, she publishes Jacob's Room. Jacob's Room is kind of her first thing that really is getting to be more experimental. And just, it's basically, it's sort of an indirect character study of Jacob, but we never see Jacob. We just kind of see things in his room, essentially. And that's kind of an experimental way of sort of doing a character study. That's her first sort of veering into weirdness. And then her breakthrough novel in 1925 is Mrs. Dalloway, and that's the one that kind of gets all the play and the hours. And it takes place sort of over the course of a single day in June, which is another similarity with Joyce. That's Ulysses also takes place on a single day in June. It's kind of like 24, but like with a lot less Jack Bauer. And in the book, basically, Clarissa Dalloway, that's Mrs. Dalloway, the title, she's throwing a party. She decides to buy the flowers herself. That's the opening line of the book. And then there's this other character, Septimus, who's kind of a shell-shocked veteran of World War I, and he ends up killing himself, and they're kind of connected through their existence in London. And it's narrated so that we get sort of the close internal thoughts of the characters. And it kind of ends up being somewhere in between sort of a stream of consciousness, which is usually in first person, just kind of thoughts without much punctuation or anything, and free and direct discourse, which is in third person, but kind of gets into the minds of the characters. And so then in 1927, she publishes The Lighthouse, which is even more experimental than Mrs. Dalloway, and it's kind of got even more shifting perspectives and really less sense of concrete time. Mrs. Dalloway was one day. So The Lighthouse is kind of miasma. It starts out really, there's we're following a family, the Ramsey family, in their cottage on the Isle of Skye. That's actually based on Virginia Woolf's experience going to a cottage out in Cornwall with her family. And so we kind of see that, and then time just goes nuts, and it gets really weird, and people die, and there's go into more detail on that in the video onto The Lighthouse. So then we have Orlando in 1928. That's just the next year, and this one is really trippy and kind of awesome. There's a great movie adaptation with Tilda Swinton, and it's about a dude named Orlando who was born sort of in Queen Elizabeth I time, and he was also maybe her lover briefly. He decides that he's just not going to grow old, and then he goes to Turkey, and then he wakes up a woman. And so then he kind of lives out to the present day and hangs out with important people, and supposedly this character of Orlando is based on Virginia Woolf's affair with Vida Sackville-West, who's an aristocrat, and she had an open marriage with her husband. But yeah, so Orlando, this kind of gender-bending character, is sort of maybe based on Vida Sackville-West, and the idea that the person is sort of maybe independent of the gender. So that's a really interesting book. So then in 1929, she comes out with A Room of One's Own, which is an essay, and this is kind of a famous, important essay about women writers. So it's kind of a feminist tract, and it really asserts that women kind of have to have money and a room of their own if they're going to write fiction. And it's this sort of idea that you just have to be independent in order to write. And she kind of posits a fictional Shakespeare sister, Judith Shakespeare, who's bright and curious, but she can't go to school because she's a woman, and sort of that you might have had a Judith Shakespeare if things were different. So 1931, we get The Waves, which is extremely experimental. This has got like 6 characters basically speaking, and that's it. But we don't really know when we're switching from one to another. It's really not about plot. It's really kind of about consciousness and these people interacting with each other. And that's really kind of maybe her weirdest, coolest, most experimental work that she does. And then she publishes these two works that aren't really quite as significant, The Years in 1937 and Between the Acts in 1941. They aren't really kind of as significant as her previous works, although the latter, the Between the Acts, is kind of notable for being sort of about the beginning of World War II. Then in 1941, she commits suicide. She kind of walks into a river with her pockets full of stones, basically. And you know, she'd suffered from mental illness all her life, maybe bipolar disorder, people think now. And you know, she definitely had sort of severe depressive episodes all throughout. And she wrote a note to her husband Leonard, and she basically said that she was worried about ruining his life by being depressed. But sort of, you know, things to remember about, you know, her life are she's a member of the Bloomsbury Group. That's this sort of group of bohemians. She and Leonard have the Hogarth Press, which publishes lots of modernist works. And really her most famous books are Mrs. Dalloway's The Lighthouse, Orlando and the Waves. She's also famous for her sort of feminist essay, A Room of One's Own, which is, you know, in her support of women's suffrage. And then, you know, in her personal life, she was kind of bisexual and had a torrid affair with Vita Sackville-West, which is always fun to remember. So yeah, that's Virginia Woolf. We're going to be talking about Samuel Beckett and the theater of the absurd. And he's kind of a writer who's on like the latter end of modernism, kind of right up into postmodern time. He kind of straddles that border a little bit. And he's Irish. He was born in Ireland in 1906. On Friday the 13th, actually, which was also at that time it was Good Friday. So he was clearly destined for great things, also slightly creepy things. And he's kind of most famous now for his plays, particularly for Waiting for Godot. That was sort of first performed in 1953. But he also wrote prose, and actually he kind of started out writing prose. And he spent a lot of time hanging out with fellow Irish writer James Joyce early in his career. And he was actually helping him kind of research and then transcribe Finnegan's Wake when Joyce was working on that. So like Beckett was basically his secretary, like taking transcription essentially of Finnegan's Wake. This is kind of a story that a professor of mine used to tell, like may or may not be true, but I think kind of gets at like the essence of this relationship. Apparently Joyce, you know, kind of was saying what he wanted to write down, and Beckett was typing it, or you know, writing it. And then Joyce like dropped something on his foot and swore, and then Beckett was like, should that go in there? And Joyce was like, yeah, just throw it in. And if you read Finnegan's Wake, you'll understand, like, there's just everything is in that book. So that was sort of what Joyce and Beckett got up to when in kind of an influential time in Beckett's career. He was a lot younger than Joyce at that time. And so kind of through the 1930s, he publishes a few novels. He publishes like story and poetry collections. The most famous of those is Murphy in 1938. Also, just kind of as an aside, he loves M names, particularly in his fiction, not so much in his plays, but names that start with M, and Beckett, like this. And you know, so he kind of bums around Germany for a while. He ends up in Paris. He almost dies when he's stabbed by a pimp. No joke. Kind of upset him for some reason, no one really knows. World War II breaks out, he joins the French resistance, hangs out doing that. World War II ends, and some kind of important things happen for Beckett after that. The first of which is that he starts writing in French. You know, so his native language is English. But you know, he knew French pretty well, and you know, he was able to write in it. So it's like different than if like I were trying to write in German or something like that. But it's still kind of going to have an effect on his prose and sort of what he's able to do. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that he really kind of makes a conscious decision that he's going to be way more minimalist and weird than he was prior to World War II. And he makes this conscious decision to kind of not be like Joyce. You know, Joyce was kind of, but especially by the end of his career, he was kind of cram everything in the kitchen sink into his books. You know, so let's, like, for the sake of argument, and scholars will you know, roll over in their offices and graves for me saying this. For the sake of argument, if we compare like Joyce to maybe, I don't know, J.K. Rowling, sort of post book 3 when she maybe fires her editor, she puts like everything in those books. Like there's nothing that is left out in those later Harry Potter books. But like if Beckett were telling the story of Harry Potter, it would probably be something more like, a conversation on a blank stage between Professor Quirrell, that guy with the turban who had Voldemort in the back of his head, and then like the 4 creators of the Marauders map, like there's these 4 guys in a map. Like it would be just like the most absurd sort of boiled down conversation between just random people. That's kind of that's Beckett's sort of take on maybe material that Joyce would have just tried to put everything in possible. That's kind of the key difference. And what Beckett, when he's doing this kind of bizarro form of minimalism, when he does it in theater, it's called the theater of the absurd. And this is kind of a movement that's getting going. It's not just him. A movement that's getting going sort of in the 50s, 60s in theater. And Waiting for Godot is kind of like the hallmark play of this. Again, it premieres in 1953. It's about 2 dudes named Vladimir and Estragon. And they are, you guessed it, they're waiting for Godot, who, spoiler alert, never shows up. We also never really find out who he is. And like I said before, it's really kind of the centerpiece of this theater of the absurd. And it's this play, which tend to be sort of plays that have characters that kind of talk a lot and sort of meander around, but without really meaning to kind of ground it. So they sort of talk around meaninglessness, basically. So they kind of just bicker and talk about stuff, and nothing really happens. It doesn't really go anywhere. But they kind of, it's kind of funny. They sort of circle this drain of nothingness, but in kind of a very funny way. And a lot of theater of the absurd is really kind of darkly comic. And so he writes some other plays that are kind of in this vein. Endgame premieres in 1957. That has like a character in it called Ham, who's blind, and his parents, Nell and Nag, who live in trash cans. Yes, like Oscar the Grouch. And he also writes Happy Days. This premieres in 1961. These are characters Winnie and Willie, and Winnie's buried in the ground, and Willie's asleep. Like, you can see that these kind of setups are just bizarre, and they're meant to just be sort of showcases for kind of random, weird dialogue between people that kind of dance around this question of like meaninglessness and whether there's meaning in things. So roughly around the same time that he's writing these plays, that's really what he's sort of most famous for. He also writes some kind of darkly comic, similarly themed novels that are also kind of absurdist. Not quite as famous, but you should know they exist. They're known retroactively as the trilogy, and they're Malloy, Malone Dies, and The Unnameable. So you see those M names are coming back. They're basically, the first, Malloy is just sort of internal monologues of a bum named Malloy, and a detective named Moran is trying to track him down, might turn into Malloy at the end. It kind of starts to go crazy, we don't really know what's going on. Malone Dies, Malone's in an asylum, like maybe a hospital. He's kind of telling his story, but he's also telling another story. The Unnameable is just like, you can't tell what's going on. It's entirely a monologue, but not really representative of anything. It's just kind of words. And the novels seem to kind of represent a progression from kind of semi-normal narrative to just absurdity, like no characters, just language, that you get in the end of The Unnameable. There's really no attempt to kind of represent anything. It's just words, is what we get by the end. And you can see how this kind of dovetails with the themes that are present in the plays. We're in this kind of absurd space that doesn't really reflect anything that's going on in reality. And it's also in total stasis, so like nothing happens in the plays, or really in the novels, or really much of anything. It's just kind of more about sort of meditating on nothingness is kind of what Beckett's really good at. And because of this, he's kind of relentlessly dark, but he's also pretty funny. He kind of has a sense of humor about the fact that life doesn't mean anything, which you could argue is something that maybe we all should have. So anyway, quick review of Beckett. He's friends with Joyce, kind of influenced by the progression of Joyce's later works, kind of takes the opposite path. Instead of trying to incorporate everything, kind of accepts meaninglessness and kind of writes about that. Important plays, Waiting for Godot, Endgame, Happy Days, among a few others. The novel trilogy, Malloy, Malone Dies, The Unnameable, less likely to be famous, but still pretty cool. And it's kind of just dark comedy about the meaninglessness of life. If I were going to draw a contemporary analogy, I would say that maybe like Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia is kind of a good Beckettian character. He huffs glue, he eats cat food, he's kind of generally disgusting, but he's also a genius. So I would say that's kind of Beckett. Hello. I'm just brushing up on Ulysses, one of the most famously difficult and impenetrable works in the English language. These scribblings are my attempt to penetrate it, which I will share with you. And we're just gonna roll through this. It's gonna take about 15 minutes. That is absurd because Joyce wanted to keep people busy for hundreds of years. Literally, he said this. He wanted to keep scholars busy for hundreds of years studying this, trying to work out all of his puzzles. We're just going to ignore a lot of his puzzles, but we're going to go through the plot, the characters, basic things you need to know, and we're going to try to get a sense of really why this is such a lasting legacy kind of work, like why people think it's so important, why there's legions of crazy people. Every June 16th, they celebrate Bloom's Day, which is Leopold Bloom is the main character in this book. They go to Dublin, they wander around, they follow the footsteps of the people in this book. It's kind of like, you know, crazy Harry Potter people go to platform 9 3/4. That's basically what people do with this giant tome. So plot and characters, just so you have a framework to kind of hang everything else on. If you've read Joyce's previous novel, his Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, or if you've watched the video on it, you probably remember Stephen Dedalus. He basically spends that book kind of figuring himself out, finding himself as an artist. And we meet him in Ulysses. It's kind of like if you wander into the Starbucks in your hometown and you're placing your order and then you see that the girl behind the counter is that girl who's going to go off to LA to become an actress and now she's taking your order at Starbucks. That's kind of how it feels when we run into Stephen at the beginning of Ulysses, because he spent the last book, he was going off to Paris, he's going to be an artist, and now we find him, he is back in Dublin. He's living with just an awful guy named Buck Mulligan. He's working as a school teacher. He's not doing too well, but what he's hoping to happen is that he will give a great talk on Shakespeare, and then all will be well. He's going to be famous, and that might not be how you or I would do it, but we can probably identify with how he's feeling. But the thing about Stephen is that he is really annoying. I mean, I guess that's a matter of personal preference, but he's very intellectual, and he's very self-conscious about being intellectual. So we get a lot of part of this is written in his sort of stream of consciousness, so we just get his thoughts, and they're very elevated thoughts. He's kind of snooty, and so it's really quite a relief when in the 4th chapter, you know, we get a new character. His name is Leopold Bloom, and I mentioned him earlier in the context. Bloom's Day, that's named after him, and he also lives in Dublin. He's just like a friend of. He's kind of tangentially related to Stephen. He's sort of a friend of Stephen's father. He's an older guy. He's more in his 40s, late 30s. Stephen's in his early 20s. And right away, we really get a sense of what kind of dude Leopold Bloom is. Opening line of his chapter, his first chapter, is Mr. Leopold Bloom ate with relish the inner organs of beasts and fowls. So, you know, he likes to eat meat, essentially. And you kind of get this real sense of him being a grounded kind of guy. Stephen's kind of highfalutin, intellectual. Bloom, you know, we see him eating. The chapter basically ends with him using the bathroom, and we get a very, very detailed description, right down to the wiping. So that's Bloom. He is a man of the earth, essentially, and he's very smart. You get the sense that he's a smart guy, but he's not an intellectual in the same way that Stephen is, and that's actually pretty refreshing to run into after we've spent 3 chapters with Stephen. So yeah, the rest of the book is kind of just, we follow Bloom around on his day. He goes to a funeral, he makes breakfast, has lunch, dinner, he goes to the pub. That's a fun thing about doing Bloom's Day, is it involves a lot of going to pubs. He hangs out on the beach, and this is a part, Ulysses, you might know this about Ulysses, it got banned because it was obscene. That's because Bloom goes to the beach and watches a girl, and as he's watching her, he masturbates. And that was not cool in 1923 to write about that. It's still like a little creepy to write about it now, but so it wasn't allowed to be published anymore serially after that happened. So, you know, you might want to take a look just for that. It's a fun little scene. So this all happens. This is, you know, about this much of the book is just following Bloom around, and then what eventually happens is that he goes to the maternity hospital to hang out with some dudes while one of their wives gives birth. And here he runs into Stephen. And they're just kind of hanging out and drinking. Again, that's not something that we probably have a lot of experience with, but we find out, you know, midway, sort of we get a little break from Bloom midway through. We find out that he has given his talk about Shakespeare at the National Library, and that's just in Dublin, and that it hasn't gone that well, as you can probably predict from sort of Joyce's attitude towards Stephen throughout. It's kind of a crazy talk. It's about how he thinks that Shakespeare is the ghost of Hamlet's father. He tries to make a biographical argument about Hamlet and Shakespeare and things like that. And it just doesn't go over that well. No one really gets it. So he's disappointed. So when Bloom runs into him at the maternity hospital, he's disappointed. Then they all decamp and go to a brothel and hang out there and drink more. It gets crazy. And then the book basically ends with Bloom sort of taking Stephen under his wing. Stephen's like crazy drunk, can't take care of himself. Bloom sort of corrals him, takes him to his house, and they have a nice little conversation. Bloom invites him to stay. Stephen says no, and he kind of wanders off into the night. And then Bloom goes to bed, and we get a very long and impossible to parse monologue from Bloom's wife in extreme stream of consciousness. And that's Ulysses. I mean, that's really, if all of these pages, that's what happens. I mean, there's, you know, lots of little things that I didn't describe, but plot-wise, that's basically what you need to know. Now, what probably occurs to you at this point is that, why do we care? Like, this is not that interesting of a story, right? Like, young, annoying dude wants to be a good literary scholar. Old, like, dude who likes to eat and poop, doesn't see, you know, goes about his day and tries to help out young Stephen in the end, and Stephen says no. So, yeah, after hearing all that, I think maybe the inevitable question is, why is this book considered the best book in the English language? And I'll give you a hint, it's not really the plot. You kind of need to know that to understand the rest, but you might have been wondering where the Ulysses comes into Ulysses. No one is named that in the book. Stephen and Bloom are our main characters. And it's really, what it is one giant allusion to the Odyssey. Ulysses is just another name for Odysseus. That's his Latin name. And so all of that, all the plot that I just outlined for you is divided into chapters. They're known as episodes among Joycean people. And each one of them is associated with a different thing in the Odyssey, essentially. And this actually wasn't in the original text. Joyce just published this, and I think some of his friends were sort of like, what are we supposed to do with it? And so he actually wrote up little schemas and gave them to him. He gave these to his friends, and they basically said what is supposed to correspond with each chapter. So basically which episode from the Odyssey is supposed to correspond with which chapter in the book. And just to give an example, when he brings Stephen to his house and they talk, that one's called Ithaca. And Ithaca is Odysseus' home. And so that one is like pretty obvious, makes a lot of sense why that would be called Ithaca. There's other ones aren't nearly as obvious. So when Stephen gives this talk about Hamlet, that episode is called Scylla and Charybdis, which are basically in the Odyssey, they're two monsters that Odysseus, he's sailing, and they're both bad, and he has to avoid both of them. And you could make sort of an argument that Stephen is dealing with this in some way and giving his talk, that there's sort of he has to avoid lots of things while he speaks. He has to sort of avoid seeming one way or avoid seeming another way. You can make an argument for it, but you can see that it's clearly not as spot on as the Ithaca one. These correspondences, they aren't exact, and what they're really meant to do is more tell us how to look at this book, and it really starts to frame, the story of the Odyssey really starts to frame Ulysses as really concerned with the idea of fathers and sons. Stephen is associated from the beginning with Telemachus. His episode is called Telemachus, the first one. Bloom is kind of associated with Odysseus, and Bloom actually, at some point before the novel takes place, lost a son. And so you really get this sense as it moves along, and as they meet each other then at the end of the book, that Bloom is really kind of trying to get Stephen as a son, and Stephen resists this. We see he doesn't stay over at his house. But this father-son dynamic is something that is not only there in the Odyssey, it's echoed throughout in all sorts of other ways. So, remember Stephen's talk was about Hamlet and his father and Shakespeare and how that was all related to each other. And it really starts to kind of resonate on lots of levels, the idea of the father, the son, and sort of that mysterious bond between that and what that really means. And that kind of echoes throughout the whole book. And so what really becomes one of the more interesting things that changes from chapter to chapter, I think, is this idea of different styles, and that sometimes it's stream of consciousness, sometimes there's one that's set in a newspaper office that is written in headlines. My personal favorite chapter is Ithaca, and that's actually written entirely in question and answer format. And so what you really get a sense is that what the book is, I don't want to say the book is about any one particular thing, because that's a little bit of a bold statement to make. But what I think a really productive way of looking at it is that it's not so much about the plot, but more about organizing a story and organizing information. And you can see with all those schemas, right, those are all different ways of organizing it. And in a way, the styles are all different ways of sort of organizing it. And you kind of get a sense that when, at the end, when you get this very, very long stream of consciousness monologue from Bloom's wife, that he's kind of just throwing up his hands and saying, you know, I'm not going to do a style, like essentially that he's not going to filter this information. He's just going to give it to us all. And whereas all of these others represented kind of choices in filtering information. And really to kind of, you know, really bring this home, I think I'll leave you with really one of the coolest quotes from the novel, and it really summarizes this point. And it's just, you know, we walk through ourselves, meeting robbers, ghosts, giants, old men, young men, wives, widows, brothers in love, but always meeting ourselves. And that's really kind of what he's doing, is he's taking us through the same thing, but really kind of always meeting the subject, what he's trying to convey, just in many, many different ways. So yeah, that's Ulysses, summed up. Hope you enjoy it. And there's a lot more in there that I left out, but I think I covered the good stuff.
Who was Emily Dickinson? It's a reasonable question for us to ask now, over a century after she died, but it's really a question that people who knew her may have asked too. If you know anything about Emily Dickinson, and it's cool if you don't, you may know that she was a bit of a recluse. People in her hometown of Amherst, Massachusetts generally thought her to be quite a weirdo because she rarely socialized and wore white clothing most of the time. I can't wear white because I'd spill in it, so I just think it's a testament to her good table manners. Emily Dickinson was born in 1830 in Massachusetts and was one of the most prolific and inspired American poets of her time. She was also one of the very few women poets of the 19th century, which is cool for her but lame for the 19th century. She wrote over 1,000 poems with various themes during her lifetime, but she had a few favorite themes that would pop up over and over again. Here we'll examine Dickinson's life and some of her more well-known poems to see what makes her writing so unique. I wish I had a cool story about how she had humble beginnings and overcame adversity to become a writer, but Emily Dickinson was actually born into pretty comfortable settings and was well educated for a woman of her time. Despite being intensely private, she did publish a number of poems during her lifetime, though no one realized just how prolific she was until her sister Lavinia discovered a huge collection of previously unknown poems after Dickinson's death. Emily Dickinson's poems were not like other poems being written at her time. Though they varied in length, many were quite short and had short lines. They were written in pretty plain language, and they frequently didn't even rhyme. Gasp! Emily Dickinson employed a technique called slant rhyme, which is where lines don't rhyme perfectly, but instead only sort of rhyme, like in this poem, which just happens to be my favorite of hers. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. Generally, in a poem like this, you would expect the second and fourth lines to rhyme, but here they don't, or at least not quite. The similar, but not really the same sounds of soul and all is a great example of slant rhyme and something you can find frequently in an Emily Dickinson poem. What's also notable about this poem is that it has no title. This is another common characteristic of Dickinson's work and something that also made her poetry a little bit unusual. It can also make poems tricky to refer to when you don't know their title, though generally most people just use the first line of a Dickinson poem to refer to it. For example, that previous poem would just have been called Hope is a Thing with Feathers. While Dickinson did mention God in a number of her poems, like many of her contemporaries, she didn't exactly write poems worshiping God and praising his infinite wisdom like the other poets of her time. To Dickinson, the individual using their own thoughts and senses to view and interpret the world was more important than relying on deity. Death also shows up a lot in a Dickinson poem, sometimes even as a person. Dickinson's attitude towards death is a little more friendly than you might expect, as evidenced in one of her more well-known poems, Because I Could Not Stop for Death. Nature also appears frequently in Dickinson's poems, sometimes overlapping with her other spiritual themes. Animals like flies, birds, snakes, and other creatures frequently make appearances, sometimes in the title roles. Dickinson uses nature as a means of explaining different aspects of life, the self, and higher powers. By choosing imagery and metaphors that compare creatures and natural elements to ethereal or human aspects, she gives the reader an idea of how we and the world we live in are all interrelated, though sometimes not always in the most positive way. To see how Dickinson sees death and religion, we're going to take a look at one of her more famous poems, which begins with the phrase, Because I Could Not Stop for Death. Dickinson didn't actually title this poem, but we know it from its first line, so that's what we're going to call it. Let's read the poem. Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste, and I had put away my labor and my leisure too, for his civility. We passed the school where children strove, at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of grazing grain, we passed the setting sun, or rather he passed us. The dews grew quivering and chill, for only gossamer my gown, my tippet only tulle. We paused before a house that seemed a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice but a mound. Since then 'tis centuries, and yet each feels shorter than the day I first surmised the horses' heads were toward eternity. Sounds pretty, right? Though this poem is longer than the others we've looked at so far, you can still see those short, quick lines and the evidence of slant rhyme. Think about how day kind of rhymes with eternity, but not really. Now let's take a look at what's actually happening in the poem. What's going on here is actually that the narrator is dying. So let's revisit. She's traveling along into eternity with death and viewing the different phases of life as she does it. First she sees kids playing at recess and grain growing, all young, happy images of living things. Next she sees the setting sun and dew and evening and indications that things are maybe starting to draw to a close. And then you see a fallen down house that's really more of a grave, possibly the narrator's grave. Basically, it's an indication of the end of things. But they don't stop at the grave. That's what's interesting. They continue on into mortality because the grave may be the final resting place for her body, but it's not the last stop for her spirit. The whole ride is pretty much imagery of the narrator's life passing before her eyes, and she journeys on into death. But it's not really a sad thing. It's chilly maybe, but it's peaceful, and the company isn't bad, and the character knows they're heading towards their eternal rest, where centuries will seem like mere seconds. In this poem, death really isn't upsetting. It's nothing to be feared. She shows that it's gradual and gentle, and there's no need to be afraid. More than that, Dickinson implies that death is just a means of carrying your soul on to a better, more eternal place, a necessary carriage ride into the hereafter. In short, death may suck sometimes, but it's really worth it in the end. Because I Could Not Stop for Death is one of the many poems that deal with the idea of immortality, another recurring theme in Dickinson's poetry. So let's put this all together. What do we know about Emily Dickinson? She was an American poet who lived and wrote in the 19th century. She wrote over 1,000 poems on a variety of subjects, but is commonly known for focusing on death, immortality, and nature. Her poems were unlike many others written at the time because they rarely had titles. They often contained short lines. They frequently employed slant rhyme or lines that only sort of rhyme, like pop singers who think it's okay to rhyme crazy with baby. That's neither here nor there. As a person, Dickinson was really a mystery to those around her, and she still is one to us today, but her poetry is widely considered some of the most important American literature, and we're really lucky to have it.
The most famous poet from Harlem was Langston Hughes. He wrote during the 1920s and 1930s when there was an explosion of African American writers and poets writing and publishing called the Harlem Renaissance. Hughes, like other poets of the time, was concerned with portraying the lives of members of the black community. He wanted to highlight their concerns and the challenges they faced in America at that time, including racism. And Hughes also wanted to highlight the unique ways that the African American experience was different from the experience of white Americans. At the time, jazz music was very popular, especially within the African American community. Like his contemporaries, Hughes loved jazz music. His poetry was influenced by some elements of jazz, including its rhythms and the way that jazz music freed itself from traditional musical forms. Some titles include The Weary Blues, The Negro Speaks of Rivers, and Mother to Son. Let's look at two of Langston Hughes's most famous poems and examine what makes them special. Perhaps the most famous poem by Langston Hughes is Harlem. It is also sometimes called Dream Deferred. Let's read the poem and then analyze it. Harlem. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? Dreams are usually thought of as abstract things, ideas, and concepts that don't have any real-world importance. In fact, if you ask most people how important dreams are to basic survival, they'll answer, not at all. Everyone knows that you need food and clothing and shelter to survive, but dreams? Are they really that important? In Harlem, Hughes is saying that dreams are a necessary part of survival. He starts by asking a question. What happens to a dream deferred? That is, when you put off or defer a dream, what happens to it? Most people might say that a dream deferred will just fade away, but Hughes disagrees. He compares dreams to food, a basic element of survival. He talks about what happens when dreams are put off. They're like raisins, dried and shrunken and not nearly as juicy as the ripe grapes they came from. They're like rancid meat. They crust over like syrup left out. And he also compares them to physical ailments, an infected sore and someone sagging under a heavy load. So basically Hughes is saying that dreams are an important part of human survival, and when they're ignored or put off, they rot and infect everything around them. And then the last line, or does it explode? This idea swoops in at the end of the poem and jars the reader with its vivid violence. We can imagine the fallout of a deferred dream like the result of a bomb that's exploded, destroying everything around it. Though the poem's message is true of all people, regardless of race, it's hard not to read this poem in the context of the Harlem Renaissance. At the time when Hughes was writing, slavery had been over for 60 years, but black people were still treated with horrible inequality in their day-to-day lives. The dream of equality had been deferred, and the deeper message of the poem is that leaving that dream deferred will have consequences not just for the dreamers, but for those denying the dream. In this context, Hughes is saying that the explosion of the deferred dream of equality could hit the entire country, not just the African American community. Another poem by Langston Hughes that explores the idea of the fragile relationship between the black community and the rest of America is called I Too Sing America. I too sing America. I too sing America. I am the darker brother. They send me to eat in the kitchen when company comes. But I laugh and eat well and grow strong. Tomorrow I'll be at the table when company comes. Nobody'll dare say to me, eat in the kitchen then. Besides, they'll see how beautiful I am and be ashamed. I too am America. In Harlem, Langston Hughes talked about the effect the deferred dream of equality had on both African Americans and America at large. In I Too Sing America, he addresses the many faces of America. He points out that though America was portrayed in art and literature as a mostly white country, there were many faces of America. Even though he is black, he asserts his right to be called American too. Again, Hughes discusses the dream of equality. Today, he says he is sent to the kitchen when company comes. That is, America denies him his place as a fully accepted member of society. But Hughes looks forward to the day when he'll be able to eat at the table with white America and will be accepted and even celebrated for being a part of America. Some people believe that the poem that inspired this one was I Hear America Singing by Walt Whitman, written just before the beginning of the Civil War that freed African American slaves. In that poem, Whitman discusses the many different people that make up America: mechanics, carpenters, seamstresses, boatmen. He describes all of them as singing, making up a song together that is America. In this poem, Hughes responds by saying that he is singing America too. That is, that he is a part of that chorus from Whitman's poem, even if his skin is a different color. He reinforces this idea with the last line when he changes the verb sing to the verb am, so that the last line reads, I too am America. Langston Hughes was a famous poet of the Harlem Renaissance. He wrote about the fight for racial equality in his poems Harlem and I Too Sing America. In Harlem, he discusses the dream of equality and implies that if it's not given, people of all races will end up paying the price. In I Too Sing America, he points out that despite being treated badly, he is a part of America, just like the white people who received better treatment than him.
Okay, so we're talking about T.S. Eliot, who is a poet from the modernist period, so that's around World War I to World War II. He in particular wrote kind of all through there, 1915 all the way up into the 50s, so a little bit after World War II. And he's kind of an interloper in this course because he's actually an American, but since he really wanted to be British, we'll let him in. I mean, I'm kidding. He actually did become a British citizen later on in life, and he lived in London from 1914 onward. So he really is more considered a British poet, even though he was born in St. Louis, actually. Then he went to Harvard, so he spent some time in Boston. And then in 1914, so this is kind of just after World War I got going, he moved to England, and he just stayed there forever. He went to Oxford for about a year, that's why he left. But he didn't really like it that much. He ended up going to London instead, and that's where he stayed for a very long time. So Eliot's most famous works were kind of published near the beginning of his career, and they're definitely modernist in style. But he starts out, he publishes the love song of J. Alfred Prufrock in 1915, and it's really kind of a meditative poem that's sort of a monologue of a dude, presumably J. Alfred Prufrock, although we're never actually told that. And it's filled with these really disjointed but kind of striking images about this aging man wandering around a city. And it's sort of funny that he publishes this. This is really his first major published work. And he was actually really young when he did it, and he'd just gotten married to his first wife. So he's sort of this young man at the start of his career, and yet he's writing this poem about being old and decrepit and being full of regret. So that's a little bit of an interesting kind of difference between his life and his work. He wrote some, nonfiction sort of critical essays, and one of his most famous ones, published in 1919, is called Tradition and the Individual Talent. And this sort of makes a kind of controversial, people still debate what this really means, controversial claim that poetry needs to be impersonal. So it needs to be, you need to be able to interpret it without sort of knowing anything about the author and his circumstances. So that's what he says in Tradition and the Individual Talent. And then what he does next is he publishes The Wasteland, and that's really his big ticket poem, big ticket item. If you're going to read any Eliot, well, first read Prufrock, but then read The Wasteland. It's pretty cool. And that's in 1922. And this is really one of the most famous works of modernism, and it seems to really kind of embody the movement. It's highly referential. It references lots of other works. It's kind of directly about sort of devastation, disorganization, and how to regenerate that. That's sort of the preoccupation is with regeneration of something that is a wasteland in metaphoric and sort of literal senses. And it's full of, as a part of this, it's sort of full of real juxtapositions between past and present. They'll be right next to each other in the same part of the poem. And it's got a nice basic 5-part structure with some of Eliot's notes at the end. The poem was so complicated he had to add his own notes to it, so you might have a prayer of understanding what it means. So then in 1925, Eliot publishes a little poem called The Hollow Men, sort of follow-up to The Wasteland. And it's still heavily elusive, but you can already see sort of a beginning to change in his style. It's not quite as heavily ironic. It's less sort of grounded in a particular place. The Wasteland was really kind of grounded in London in a lot of senses. And it feels more hurried. It's got shorter line lengths. It's got, less sort of long, meditative lines, essentially. It also contains really one of the most quoted lines ever in the history of literature, and that's, "This is the way the world ends, not with a bang, but with a whimper." Probably heard that, and fun fact, it's T.S. Eliot, but it's from The Hollow Men. It's not from maybe one of his, from Wasteland or Prufrock, which are maybe some more famous poems. So in 1927, kind of a significant thing happens for Eliot. He converts to Anglicanism, and he becomes a British citizen. And I think he was Unitarian before, so he really kind of makes a recommitment to religion in the form of Anglicanism, which is the Church of England. So his poems after that, first of all, he starts writing plays also, and his poetry and his plays after that really start to be more religiously focused. So in 1930, he publishes a poem called Ash Wednesday, which already you can see that's kind of religiously focused right there in the title. And that's really a lot different in style than these past works. It's much less elusive, it's much more meditative, it's got lots of repetition of phrases in it, and it's also kind of overtly religious in its themes and its preoccupations. He also writes in 1935 a play called Murder in the Cathedral. Again, you can also kind of tell right there from the title that it's religiously focused. And this is about a martyr, Thomas Becket. He gets killed in a cathedral, and that's what the play is about. And so that's sort of what he's doing, in the early 30s. And then in 1936 through 1942, he publishes really what's considered sort of his final masterpiece, which is 4 quartets. And they're 4 poems. Their names are Burnt Norton, East Coker, The Dry Salvages, and Little Gidding. And these are all place names. These are all actual places that exist. And this poem is still pretty religious, and it's also structured around each poem is about a specific place that's in the title, but they're also each about an element. So Burnt Norton is about air, East Coker is about earth, The Dry Salvages is about water, Little Gidding is about fire. There are some consistencies with earlier poetry. They're each in 5-part structure, which is like The Wasteland. But it really starts to be influenced, especially these later ones, starts to be influenced by World War II and by sort of the experience of the Blitz in London, which was a pretty bad experience. And sort of for this work, and also for his cumulative career, he wins the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1948. So that's sort of a culmination of his career, I guess. And afterward, he's still active in literary circles. In 1957, he's 68, and he gets married to his 32-year-old secretary. His name is Esme Valerie Fletcher, and she's actually still alive. He died in 1965, but she is still alive and still sort of managing his estate and, basically dealing with who can use his works. So that's sort of T.S. Eliot's life. Just as sort of an extra fun fact about him, this isn't something that you'd probably need to know for a test or anything, but he wrote a book called Old Possum's Book of Practical Cats, and that actually got turned into the musical Cats, the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical, and like all the poetry is in there. If you listen to any of those songs, that's basically T.S. Eliot poetry in a musical, so that's pretty cool. That's, his lasting legacy. No, his lasting legacy is The Wasteland and all this other stuff, but Cats is sort of an interesting side note. Anyway, that's T.S. Eliot.
While Tennessee Williams wrote some short fiction and poetry, he is best known for his plays from the late 1940s through the 1960s, which include Pulitzer Prize winners A Streetcar Named Desire and Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Today, his plays are heralded as classic examples of contemporary American literature, and they are still some of the most produced in the world. This lesson will explore the life, influences, and major style elements of Tennessee Williams. Born on March 26, 1911, Thomas Lanier Williams III, later known as Tennessee Williams, spent his first 7 years growing up in Mississippi before he was uprooted and moved with his family to St. Louis because of his father's job. Williams' family life was not perfect. His father was prone to drinking and abuse. It didn't help that Williams was smaller than most kids his age, and his father was often disapproving of him due to his more effeminate nature. Later in life, Williams would embrace his homosexuality, but not under the dominating influence of his father. Williams's mother was not so happy in her marriage and was at times hysterical, often obsessing over Williams's life. She was super interested in social pretenses and always looking to raise the family's status. Enduring bullying from kids at school, as well as from his father at home, Williams took comfort in his close relationship with his older sister Rose, who was his only close friend growing up. Williams's sister Rose was shy and suffered from emotional anxiety. Later in life, Rose was diagnosed with schizophrenia and underwent a frontal lobotomy, which was this common practice they used to do in the 1950s, involving the removal of parts of a person's brain. Yikes. As you can imagine, this surgery was pretty traumatic, and afterwards Rose was committed to an institution. Williams looked after her and often expressed worry and concern for his sister's well-being. Williams didn't find the success of the Glass Menagerie until he was 33 years old, and he would struggle for years before he would find it. When he was 18, he managed to enroll in the University of Missouri in Columbia, where he studied journalism. He entered his stories and plays and writing contests to earn extra income, and he was the first freshman to receive honorable mention for his piece Beauty is the Word, which was a play about rebelling against religious upbringing. When he failed military training in his junior year, his father pulled him out of school and put him to work in a shoe factory. His work in the factory was tiring for Williams, but would later form the inspiration not only for his character Tom from the Glass Menagerie, but for Stanley Kowalski from A Streetcar Named Desire, a role played by superhunk Marlon Brando. The factory job took up most of his time, and though Williams tried to write every hour that he wasn't at work, pecking late into the evenings on his typewriter, he found no success with his writing during the time he spent working at the factory. Exhausted and discouraged by the lack of any further successes, by the time he turned 24, he suffered from a nervous breakdown and quit his job. He went back to school, and in 1938 he graduated from the University of Iowa with a degree in English. In 1939 he moved to New Orleans, using a grant from a federally funded program created by Franklin Roosevelt intended to put artists back to work. This program helped Williams survive, living in the French quarters of New Orleans during the Great Depression. If you are picturing him living the life of a starving artist, passionate about his work and looking to find his big break, you're right. It was during his time in the French Quarter that Williams fully embraced his sexuality and had several fleeting relationships before meeting his partner of 14 years, Frank Merlot. During his years in the French Quarter, he also began to intensely study theater, and it was as a playwright that Williams found his calling, producing the Glass Menagerie. Williams followed up on the success of the Glass Menagerie in 1947 with A Streetcar Named Desire. After this play, Williams became a total celebrity and wrote 7 other critically acclaimed plays between 1948 and 1959, including Tony Award winner The Rose Tattoo and his second Pulitzer Prize winner Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Williams would adapt much of his writing to screenplays for films, including The Glass Menagerie in 1950, A Streetcar Named Desire in 1951, The Rose Tattoo, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof, Suddenly Last Summer, and his most recent adaptation, The Last of a Teardrop Diamond, which is a film that came out in 2009, based on his 1957 screenplay. Although his earlier works continue to be celebrated as classic examples of American literature, Williams's later works met mixed reviews, and he would increasingly turn to alcohol as a coping mechanism for his failed work. In 1969, his brother had him hospitalized, and he continued to struggle through the 1970s, eventually dying in 1983 in a hotel room surrounded by bottles of wine and pills. They say that art imitates life, and that is definitely the case with Tennessee Williams. For example, his first big success, The Glass Menagerie, is about a family struggling to make it after being abandoned by their alcoholic father. The play shows Tom, a young worker at a shoe factory who just wants to pursue a career as a writer, his disabled and intensely shy sister Laura, and their controlling mother Amanda. It is easy to see how this troubled family life must have inspired his characters. Williams's work at the shoe factory gave him sympathy for the plight of the industrial worker, which can be seen in his portrayal of Tom, who, like the young Tennessee Williams, struggles to make ends meet, let alone find time for his writing while working at the factory. Also like Tom, Williams found himself haunted by his devotion to his sister Rose, whose sensitive and introverted personality are immortalized in the character Laura, and whose experience of being institutionalized would later show up on stage in A Streetcar Named Desire. It is easy to see how his relationships impacted his portrayals on stage, and it is clear that the realism in his plays is heightened because he blended his life into his art. Williams was influenced by some famous writers, including D.H. Lawrence and William Faulkner, as well as famous playwrights William Shakespeare and Anton Chekhov. But Williams's greatest influence came from the work of a poet named Hart Crane. Williams admired Crane so much that he wanted to be buried at sea in the exact same location where Hart Crane was buried. A Streetcar Named Desire even begins with a segment of poetry by Hart Crane. And so it was I entered the broken world, to trace the visionary company of love, its voice an instant in the wind, I know not whither hurled, but not for long to hold each desperate choice. From The Broken Tower by Hart Crane. Both Crane and Williams have a strong appreciation for metaphor, and Williams's reference to the broken tower is a clear example of metaphor in his work. In the play, the main character, Blanche, physically visits a run-down area of New Orleans, or a broken world. But in the play, we are also visiting another broken world, the one in her mind, as she is constantly dealing with turbulent emotional outbreaks, hearing voices from the past, and literally hallucinating fantasies of what she would like to be or have. Setting up the play with a reference to the broken tower is a clear illustration of Williams's flair for poetic meaning, and we can picture the broken landscape of Blanche's mind throughout the play. Metaphor and symbols are a major element in all of Williams's plays, and they are defining characteristics of his style. Much of Tennessee Williams's work is classified as Southern Gothic, a specific genre of writing unique to American literature. Gothic, in the literary sense, does not mean the characters ran around shopping at Hot Topic and dyeing their hair black. Rather, it is a style of writing that focuses on the mysterious, supernatural, unexplained, or unusual. Whereas traditional Gothic literature may include supernatural qualities to drive the plot, the unusual or supernatural qualities of Williams's work come out often as demons in the mind, and major themes in Southern Gothic literature include addiction, madness, and sexuality. In A Streetcar Named Desire, for example, Blanche has a drinking problem, is hypersexual, and often hallucinates shadows on the wall, or hears voices and music from the past. Unlike traditional Gothic writing, the Southern Gothic writer specifically depicts the mindset or culture of the American South. Southern Gothic literature transforms old-school figures like the damsel in distress into more modern versions like the out-of-work schoolteacher who lost her family estate and needs a place to stay. These characters tend to embody both qualities and darker tendencies, and to be tragically fated, meaning it typically doesn't work out for them. The complex mixture between both the light and the darker elements of the human psyche is what makes the Southern Gothic dramas so bewitching. We are captivated by the disturbing parts of the human psyche, and also taken in by the fantasy world they invoke. To sum up, Tennessee Williams's life was full of emotional struggle, and his hardships serve as inspiration for his plays. In terms of style, Williams's plays are known for their symbolism and metaphor, as well as for being examples of Southern Gothic writing, meaning that his plays depict realistic portrayals of psychology of the South, as well as realistic portrayals of powerfully tragic and psychologically disturbed characters. Known for his political activism and his marriage to Marilyn Monroe, Arthur Miller was a powerful force in both American history and literature. His work dominated the theater scene in the 1950s and 60s and continues to influence American culture today. He was highly perceptive of the human condition, and he had amazing talent when it comes to writing. His work is known for portraying complex characters who cope with real-life situations and confront guilt and remorse from their past actions. This lesson will explore the life and work of one of America's greatest playwrights, Arthur Miller. Arthur Asher Miller was born in New York City in 1915 and spent his childhood playing football with his older brother and the neighborhood kids, and going to Hebrew school. Arthur was 14 when the stock market crashed, and moved with his family to Brooklyn, the setting for his most famous play, Death of a Salesman. He worked to save money for college at an automobile parts warehouse, where he was isolated as their only Jewish worker. At the time, the University of Michigan was ideal because it didn't have quotas against Jewish students, and it was one of the few that supported creative writing as an academic field. Due to his poor academic record, he had trouble getting accepted into the writing program. He had to apply 3 times before finally getting in on a probationary status. Miller loved the University of Michigan for all of the diversity, and he got to know people from all walks of life there. Across the country at this time, everyone was struggling to make ends meet, and most people were being laid off and going bankrupt. Needless to say, there was a growing interest in politics and economics. Miller often wrote political commentary for the Michigan Daily, but his passion for politics translated best in his writing for the stage. He would later say, "Theater can change the world." His first success as a playwright came in 1936 with No Villains, a play about a workers' strike and the conflicting reactions within a family. No Villain won the minor award for drama and spurred his confidence to keep writing. When he graduated from college, he married a fellow activist named Mary Slattery and moved to New York. They struggled financially, and he found work at a box factory and wrote a series of radio plays. In 1943, he helped write the screenplay for The Story of G.I. Joe, and finally earned a living wage for his writing. Miller had 2 children at this time, Jane and Robert. In 1948, he produced his first real success, All My Sons, a story based on a real-life incident where defective plane engines are knowingly sold anyway to the U.S. military. The title All My Sons refers to all the doomed pilots who were flying with defective planes just so one guy could make a profit. The incident came out during the aftermath of World War II, when America only wanted to think about the war's good side and to ignore some of the darker elements like war profiteering. All My Sons won Miller the New York Drama Critics Circle Award. In 1948, Miller followed All My Sons with the Pulitzer Prize winner Death of a Salesman, a play about the haunted thoughts of an aging salesman who struggles to deal with his past and make a successful living. Like All My Sons, Death of a Salesman exposed the imperfections going on in America, bringing attention to the hardships of trying to meet social expectations and how not everyone can live the American dream. Miller's tendency to portray stories that criticized mainstream America would get Miller in trouble in the coming years. During the 1950s, there was a growing mass fear of communism that would lead to Senate hearings called the McCarthy hearings. During this time, the government passed the Emergency Detention Act, which allowed them to put anyone they found subversive in jail or even in an internment camp. The McCarthy hearings led to the convictions of anyone associated with un-American activities, and many gave in to the threat of jail time or of being blacklisted from work by confessing that they had communist sympathies and giving the names of other sympathizers. Miller responded to this political hysteria by offering a criticism of the McCarthy hearings in his adaptation of a play by Ibsen, An Enemy of the People. The play shows how the greedy will of the majority can crush any dissenting voice that tries to do the right thing. In this case, trying to make people stop profiting off of toxic water. Then, as if his disdain for the growing absolute patriotism and fear-based hysteria epitomized by the McCarthy hearings wasn't completely clear, he wrote The Crucible, a play about the interrogations and forced confessions of witchcraft that happened in Salem in the 1600s. The Crucible has clear parallels to the McCarthy hearings, which demanded the accused confess their association with communism and name the names of others guilty of this crime. As you can imagine, The Crucible put Miller on the list of suspects in the eyes of the Un-American Activities Committee. And as if to pay homage to The Crucible, he was summoned to testify and asked to provide the names of anyone known to have communist sympathies. Just as the main character in The Crucible, John Proctor, remained silent in the face of his own death, Arthur Miller also remained silent at his hearing. However, he was not sentenced to death as he might have been in the 1600s, but he was cited for contempt, which he later fought to have overturned in the Supreme Court. It was also just after the stage production of The Crucible that Miller ended his first marriage and became engaged to Marilyn Monroe, placing him even more in the spotlight. Miller and Monroe had a supportive relationship while it lasted. Monroe was known for portraying sexual and comedic roles, but Miller wanted to show the kind of depth that she really had. So he wrote The Misfits as a Valentine for her and cast her as the leading role. The Misfits didn't end well, however, and by the time the production of the film began, their marriage was falling apart. The couple's divorce came right before the release of the Misfits film in 1961. A year later, Miller married his partner of 40 years, a photographer named Inga Morath, and had 2 children, Rebecca and Daniel. In the years that followed, Miller's work was banned by the government of the Soviet Union after he campaigned for the freedom of controversial writers. He wrote numerous plays in the following years, including In the Country and Chinese Encounters, as well as a musical called Up from Paradise. He also wrote his autobiographical work, Time Bends. In 1996, his son Robert produced a film version of The Crucible, starring Daniel Day-Lewis. Miller wrote the screenplay for the film, and it was in the production of this film that his daughter Rebecca met Daniel Day-Lewis, and the couple married later that year. Toward the end of his life, Miller won numerous awards, including the National Medal of Arts and the Master American Dramatist. Death of a Salesman was produced numerous times, including 1984, starring Dustin Hoffman as Willie Loman, and another one in 1999 that won the Tony Award for Best Revival of a Play. Miller's talent arose from his work as a journalist, and continued as he worked to expose the weaknesses that arise when humans are confronted with tough choices and moral dilemmas. His plays continue to be produced and celebrated for their portrayals of real-life people dealing with choices of right and wrong.
If there are two things I love, it's music and time travel. Luckily, they're basically the same thing. Music gives us a glimpse into people's lives, attitudes, beliefs, goals, and cultural aspirations. It's basically like traveling back in time. What mattered to people in ancient Rome? Look at their music. What was going on in the 13 colonies in the 1700s? Check out their music. How was the world changing in the late 19th century? You guessed it, the answer is in the music. So where are we? The late 19th century, which in terms of music would put us in the late Romantic period, the cultural era and musical genre that flourished from roughly 1850 to 1900. This was a big transitional period for music, and really for the world in general. Romantic music was a big deal, especially in Europe, and over the last several decades, it had defined people's ideas about music. In general, romantic music is characterized by a focus on subjective emotion and personal experience, national pride, and musical richness or flamboyance requiring virtuosic skill. Before this, music was often stiff and rigid, beautiful, but focused on achieving an almost academic perfection. The rules were strict. Romantic composers started to bend these rules, playing with new ideas, sounds, and even instruments. By the late Romantic period, composers were obsessed with pushing the limits of music, and this is where we see the transition into modernism. The music of the 20th century, characterized by freedom and experimentation with traditional rules of musical composition. So the late 19th century was an important transitional era as composers rejected the constraints of the past and looked to create a new world in the new century. Looks like the first composer on stage today is Gustav Mahler, an Austrian composer of the late 19th century. Mahler was one of the last great Romantic composers from this region, and his compositions represent the synthesis of a century of Austro-German Romantic music into something new and fresh. Mahler wrote symphonies, compositions with several musical parts made to be played by large ensembles. Now, remember when we talked about late Romantic music breaking rules and experimenting with compositions in new and unexpected ways? Mahler's symphonies were unique in that they were narrative, meaning they followed something of a storyline because they were based in emotional experiences. This isn't a dry, objective piece of technically perfect music. It's driven by Mahler's own personal emotions dealing with the subject of death. That's the theme of the narrative that drives the music and gives it direction. Mahler also creates this sense of narrative by using vocals as a major part of the performance. Traditionally, this was only done in opera, and in those cases, the voice was really the focus, separate from the orchestra. Mahler used voice as part of the symphony as just another instrument. This was a significant change that represented the increasing focus on freedom and experimentation that would define later modernist music. Next up on our musical trip back in time is Claude Debussy, a late Romantic French composer of the late 19th and early 20th century, most associated with Impressionism. The Impressionists were painters who used color to capture the feeling of a passing moment in time, to capture an impression. Debussy did a similar thing with music, although he never personally liked the term Impressionism. His compositions were created to evoke the impression of a mood, emotion, feeling, or atmosphere. Just as Impressionists used layers of color with rough textures, so did Debussy. The only difference is that he used layers of harmonies to build texture. Not only did Debussy rely on the personal, subjective emotional experience, he also heavily experimented with exotic chords and scales from places like Asia and Africa, bringing non-European motifs into European music. This was partly a reflection of the world at the time, as the French extended their economic power into Japan and Asia. Okay, we've got time for one last composer. Bela Bartók was a Hungarian composer of the early 20th century, and a major figure in the transition between Romantic and Modernist music. Bartók's signature was the use of elements from folk songs as parts of formal symphonies. Traditionally, folk music was considered to be something separate from the professional, high-culture music played by orchestras. Bartók began experimenting with the line between the two, bringing folk elements of Eastern Europe into his compositions. Not only did this help Bartók create the academic discipline of ethnomusicology, the study of folk music, but the use of non-traditional time signatures, tempos, chords, keys, scales, and rhythms greatly impacted modernist music and helped define the 20th century as a period of experimentation. He wasn't just playing around with the possibilities of accepted Western European music, he was actively using folk music of Eastern Europe to challenge accepted traditions. And that was a very modern idea. Music gives us a glimpse of cultures of the past, and from the music of the late 19th century, we can see a world full of change, challenging traditions of the last century. Artistically, this period is called the Late Romantic, and it was characterized by a focus on personal emotion and experience, musical richness or flamboyance requiring virtuosic skill, and a rise in experimentation and musical freedom. This transitioned into the 20th century modernist movement, in which experimentation and freedom were the key to musical composition. There were many composers who were important to this transition, but let's start with Gustav Mahler, Austrian composer of the late 19th century, whose works are characterized by the heavy use of narrative theme and incorporation of vocals into symphonies. Another major composer was Claude Debussy, French composer at the turn of the century who focused on evoking impressions of emotions or scenes through layers of related melodies that often used exotic motifs. Finally, we've got Bela Bartók, the 20th century Hungarian composer who introduced Eastern European folk music into orchestral symphonies, representing an unprecedented experimentation with scales, keys, and tempos. The past sure can be a fascinating place to visit, and thanks to music, time travel is just a listen away.
For hundreds of years, people have been playing music for the enjoyment of others, as well as acting and producing art for the pleasure of the masses. In making successful entertainment, there has to be something to catch the minds and hearts of the audience. Not surprisingly, other forms of music, including jazz in the last century, have influenced theater. Various musicals take their form through jazz music, and even an opera has been born of this medium. George Gershwin and Leonard Bernstein were two such pioneers, creating some of the best-known work for the stage utilizing a jazz medium. Their work is still recognized today and is still performed in theaters worldwide. George Gershwin was born to Russian immigrant parents in New York City in 1898. From the time he was 10 years old, the sounds of the city, including the rising jazz scene, were all around him, influencing his style and desire to become a musician. He worked as a composer for $15 a week after dropping out of school. Gershwin was influenced by his time in Paris, and it honed his expertise in jazz. Many popular singers of the time performed Gershwin's work, which he wrote constantly. After working in Hollywood for some time, Gershwin passed away in 1937 at the age of 38. His work is still considered some of the best of the jazz period and is performed now, with famous standards such as Rhapsody in Blue. George Gershwin's first opera was a one-act jazz number called Blue Monday. It was among the first to mix the new style of jazz music in with what was considered classical music to create a category all its own, known now as a folk opera. Blue Monday was a flop, and Gershwin wrote Porgy and Bess. The characters were African American, and it was set in South Carolina. While Porgy and Bess was not popular at the time, it has since gone on to be one of the most well-known and widely performed operas in America. Gershwin also worked with his brother Ira on various musicals, including Lady Be Good, Showgirl, and Girl Crazy. Leonard Bernstein was born in Massachusetts in 1918. He loved music even as a child, playing for hours with his sister at the family piano. Bernstein attended Harvard University, where he developed even more of a love for music. After graduation, he moved to New York, where he worked with the New York Philharmonic Orchestra as an assistant conductor. Bernstein married his wife Felicia in 1951 and remained married to her for the rest of her life, although their relationship was tempestuous through the marriage. Bernstein died in 1990 of a heart attack. He was one of the best-known composers of the 20th century, and his work, particularly his musicals, are some of the best-known in the world. Leonard Bernstein's opera Candide is one of the most well-known operas of the 20th century. Candide brought to life the novel by Voltaire and lent it comedic flair. It is a favorite of vocal students, particularly for sopranos, with the song Glitter and Be Gay. The influence of jazz is seen more keenly in this operetta, Trouble in Tahiti, and its sequel, A Quiet Place. The musical that Bernstein is most lauded for is West Side Story, where jazz music in the streets of New York brings Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet to life. The story of Maria and Tony has been acted on stages worldwide since its inception. Jazz music in the 20th century has influenced the world of musicals and operas in many ways, bringing what some may consider a lofty art form into a medium that people can understand. Two of the pioneers of the movement to combine jazz with the more formal classical music were George Gershwin and Leonard Bernstein. Through operas such as Porgy and Bess and Trouble in Tahiti, and musicals like West Side Story, audiences are still being exposed to these jazz influences and performances.
What a night we've got ahead of us. 2 different performances, 2 different countries, all in about 6 minutes. Oh yeah, we're doing this. You see, we're going to be watching ballet, a form of theatrical performance dance in which movement and music together tell a story. But why should we be limited to just one style of ballet when we have this? A magical traveling ballet theater. It's totally a thing. With our magical traveling ballet theater, we can witness ballet from around the world, and that's just what we're going to do. So dust off your tux and shine your shoes. We've got some ballet to see. Now, before we head off to our first destination, we need to update your wardrobe a bit. Lovely. You guessed it, we're off to Russia. Russia has one of the most respected traditions of ballet in the world, but today we're focusing on one artist, Igor Stravinsky, a Russian ballet composer of the early 20th century. Why Stravinsky? Because I want to see something that is both integral to modern ballet as well as really Russian. And that's where we find Stravinsky. It has been said that the only thing consistent about Stravinsky is his lack of consistency. He was constantly experimenting and pushing the rules of theater. But his works were also deeply connected to a sense of Russian national identity, at least up until roughly 1920. The most famous ballet to build upon this nationalist pride is Petrushka, composed in 1911. In this ballet, Stravinsky actually used pieces of Russian folk songs, which at the time was shocking. Folk music and high culture like ballet were supposed to be separate, but Stravinsky fused them together to present an artistic synthesis of Russian identity. In technical terms, Stravinsky constantly experimented with new ideas and sounds. 2 of the major areas where we see this are in the use of rhythm and harmony. Rhythmically, Stravinsky's ballets feature abrupt shifts with unexpected pauses or changes to the tempo. In terms of harmony, Stravinsky was known for polytonality, the use of 2 or more keys at the same time. Most music, practically all music from a European background, has 1 key. If I say that this is a symphony in D minor, that's the key. Stravinsky wrote the ballet so that different parts of the orchestra were playing in different keys at the same time. This radical idea became one of the defining traits of modern and experimental ballet, but it sure caused a stir when he first tried it. In fact, when Stravinsky premiered what has become his most famous ballet, The Rite of Spring, in 1913, people literally rioted after the first act. Police presence was required in the theater throughout the second act. Whoever said that ballet is boring? Well, that was fun. But I'm ready for another type of ballet, and through the magic of our traveling ballet theater, we are no longer in Russia. Where are we? That's right, back in the United States. Why? Well, to see Aaron Copland, of course, the American composer of the 20th century. Just as Stravinsky was known for capturing a sense of Russianness in his ballets, Copland is remembered for defining an American sound. Part of this comes through his themes. Appalachian Spring, which premiered in 1944, tells the story of American pioneers in rural Pennsylvania. The ballet Rodeo, which came out in 1942, tells the tale of a brave, roping and riding cowgirl looking for love. And Billy the Kid, a ballet that premiered in 1938, follows the story of the famed American outlaw. Like Stravinsky, Copland made heavy use of American folk songs in these ballets, bringing popular and artistic culture together. These American folk heroes, the pioneer, the cowgirl, the outlaw, had never appeared in ballet before, and Copland is credited with developing a truly American style of ballet. However, his compositions were far from campfire tunes. Copland used open and slowly changing harmonies to capture the essence of the frontier spirit, but was also deeply connected to experimental, modernist ideas. Like Stravinsky, he played around with tonality, altering the keys of his compositions and even occasionally incorporating atonality, the lack of any musical key. This system, in which the composer balances all 12 tones in European music equally to prevent a central key from forming, is one of the defining traits of modernist music. With these innovations, he defined American ballet in terms of themes and technical compositional style. Copland was obviously skilled enough to say that this wasn't his first rodeo, but it was modern ballets. We saw some great ballet today. Let's recap. First, we checked out Igor Stravinsky, a Russian composer of the early 20th century. Stravinsky was known for constant experimentation, but also for ballets about Russian national identity, at least up until about 1920. In his ballet Petrushka, composed in 1911, Stravinsky used themes from Russian folk songs, which challenged traditional assumptions that folk music and high cultural art should be separate. His 1913 The Rite of Spring displays other common traits, notably experimentation with various rhythms and polytonality, the use of 2 or more keys simultaneously. After that, we saw Aaron Copland, an American composer of the 20th century. Copland introduced uniquely American cultural themes of pioneers and outlaws into ballet, leading to works such as Billy the Kid, 1938, Rodeo, 1942, and Appalachian Spring, 1944. These featured drawn-out harmonies that emphasized the frontier spirit, but Copland also experimented with modernist ideas like atonality, the lack of key in a musical composition. Man, what a night. It's amazing what you can do with a little time, some great ballet, and a magical traveling theater. What a night we've got ahead of us. Grab your coat and hat because we're doing Broadway, but not just any Broadway. Tonight we're doing 2-minute Broadway, watching entire plays in a minute or less. That's 3 plays, all in about 6 minutes. And what a great lineup. 3 classics of Rodgers and Hammerstein. Who are Rodgers and Hammerstein? Composer Richard Rodgers and lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II, the creative team that changed the American musical forever with their mid-20th century Broadway hits. This team defined our ideas about the Broadway musical with their innovative stories, personal characters, and unforgettable music. Ready to see what I mean? Take your seat. Curtain's about to go up. Oh good, they're starting with Oklahoma, Rodgers and Hammerstein's first musical together, released in 1943. Based on Green Grow the Lilacs, a 1931 play by Lynn Riggs, this is the love story between cowboy Curly McLean and farm girl Lori Williams. Curly starts flirting with Lori, but she coyly turns him down and accepts an invitation from rival cowboy Judd to attend the town dance that night. As other couples in town deal with their romantic troubles, Curly tries to convince Lori to go with him to the dance. She refuses, mostly out of fear of Judd, and everyone heads to the dance. Once there, Lori tells Judd she does not love him. He storms off yelling threats, and Curly confesses his love for Lori, which she returns. They are married. Judd drunkenly appears with a knife and in the ensuing fight trips and kills himself. Curly and Lori leave for their honeymoon and live happily ever after. Ah, great play, right? This thing was absolutely groundbreaking in musical theater. Most plays before this were frivolous, light-hearted, and almost vaudevillian. But this was a story of love and betrayal with real characters and personal issues. But beyond that, it changed Broadway's ideas about musical by making the songs integral to the plots. Before, the songs were just fun little distractions, but in Oklahoma, the music is where all of the important plot information is revealed. This changed everything, and musical theater would never be the same. Looks like the next musical coming up is The King and I, Rodgers and Hammerstein's fifth musical together, produced in 1951. Based on a novel that was based on a true story, it follows Anna Leonowens, a widowed schoolteacher who moves to Siam to tutor the king's children. As she tutors the children, she continually insists on having a house of her own, a part of her contract thus far unfulfilled. The king orders her to think of herself as his servant, and she storms off, replaying their fight in her mind. The king apologizes, and Anna helps the king's wives prepare for the arrival of British diplomats. Amongst the diplomats is an old fling of Anna's, who asks her to come home to England. Later, the king and Anna dance together, and their love becomes apparent. However, they have a major falling out as the king reacts harshly against the secret affair between his slave wife and a Burmese scholar. Anna and the king do not speak for many months until it is revealed that he is very sick. She rushes to his bedside as he asks her to stay and counsel his son, the future king. As the new king abolishes Siamese practices that Anna hated, she and the king reconcile, and he dies. Sad, right? But again, there's that deep personal story that people came for. And again, great music that was used to tell the story, with songs like Getting to Know You, which establishes how Anna's relationship with the children is changing their worldview. By this point, Rodgers and Hammerstein had also cemented what many call the formula musical, meaning that many of their plays had similar pacing and resolutions, but also tended to feature a strong baritone male lead, a light female soprano, and supporting tenors and altos. There are exceptions to this, but in general, most Rodgers and Hammerstein productions followed this formula, making casting easier for them and giving audiences an idea of what to expect from their musicals. The last play we're watching this evening is The Sound of Music, released in 1959. Ever heard of it? It's another true-life tale based on the memoir of Maria Augusta von Trapp, the story of the von Trapp family singers. In this musical, we follow an Austrian nun in training, Maria Rainier, who is having trouble adjusting to life in the abbey, and is eventually sent to serve as the governess of Navy Captain George von Trapp. Maria and the children develop an instant relationship as she subverts the captain's militaristic tendencies. Despite his expected marriage to another woman, the captain and Maria discover their feelings for each other during a dance. Maria runs back to the abbey but cannot stay away from the captain, and soon the two are married. After their honeymoon, Austria is falling deeper into the grips of Nazi Germany, which concerns the entire von Trapp family. The captain is forced to accept a position in the German Navy, but uses the now famous musical talent of his children to postpone his leaving. Finally, during a farewell concert in which he declares his love for Austria, the Von Trapp family flees to Maria's former abbey, where the nuns help them escape over the Alps. This is one of the most famous musicals of all, due largely in part to the undeniably catchy music with songs like Do Re Mi, Climb Every Mountain, and My Favorite Things. Edelweiss was the last song that Rodgers and Hammerstein wrote together, just before Hammerstein's passing in 1960. The Sound of Music remains one of the most financially and culturally successful plays of all times, a fitting ending to the partnership of Rodgers and Hammerstein, the creative duo that changed Broadway forever. Composer Richard Rodgers and lyricist Oscar Hammerstein II, more commonly referred to as the partnership of Rodgers and Hammerstein, had more influence on musical theater than almost anyone else in American history. Musical plays were generally lighthearted and farcical until Rodgers and Hammerstein created Oklahoma, the 1943 musical about love, betrayal, and triumph in rural America. The characters were personal and complex. The music was integrally connected to the play and contained most of the important plot information, and the sounds were downright catchy. Oklahoma redefined the Broadway musical, paving the way for other Rodgers and Hammerstein successes like The King and I and The Sound of Music. And we got to see all three of them. Man, what a night.
When you think of jazz music, what comes to mind? Do you think of a smoky nightclub with a singer on the stage and a band, maybe with a trombone or a saxophone, two instruments that have contributed significantly to the genre? You could be thinking of a band class in a high school, where jazz standards are taught to kids with a variety of instruments. You could be thinking of riding in the car with your parents, with jazz music playing softly from the speakers. In fact, jazz music can be found in many different places, with different sounds and intonations that make up a person's unique jazz style. Most of jazz as we know it began its popularity in the earlier part of the 20th century, and it continues to be popular today. There are many legends of jazz music, and we don't have time to discuss them all today, so we're going to stick to three: Louis Armstrong, Charlie Parker, and Cole Porter. All of these men have different backgrounds and different stories, but the one thing they share in common is their love of jazz, from the smoky blues to the mournful wail of the saxophone. Louis Armstrong, or Satchmo as he was known in the world of jazz, was a poor boy from New Orleans, Louisiana, who was raised by his grandmother and by a Jewish family that he worked for. He dropped out of school early and began singing with a group of boys to make money for his family. Armstrong fell in love with music while in a reform school for boys, where he was exposed to the trumpet for the first time and played in a band. What followed was one of the most well-known careers in jazz, even today. Louis Armstrong played for presidents, celebrities, and even the King of England, who gave him a gift of a trumpet. Armstrong performed many standards that are still celebrated today, including Hello, Dolly, which knocked the Beatles out of the #1 spot on the Billboard 100 at the time. Some of his other well-known songs include Dream a Little Dream of Me and What a Wonderful World. Louis Armstrong's impact can be felt even now, with current artists such as Michael Bublé performing his standards. Charlie Parker, also known as Bird, is recognized as a visionary in the world of jazz. Parker is famous for using syncopation and movement within his compositions, features that were expanded upon by subsequent jazz musicians and have become hallmarks of the genre. Born in Kansas in 1920, Parker took music lessons at an early age and devoted his life to jazz. Sadly, he had a substance abuse problem that would impact his career and lead to his early demise. Parker was a significant influence on other artists within the world of jazz, including Miles Davis. Even through his struggles with heroin, he continued to perform and record music. Cole Porter is one of the most well-known and prolific composers of the jazz era. He was born into a wealthy family in Indiana in 1891 and attended Yale University, where he composed and wrote music, including the Yale Fight Song. Porter's love was musicals, and after graduating from Yale, he moved to New York City and then to Paris to work with the French Foreign Legion. He married Linda Lee Thomas while there, despite being gay. Their marriage, while one of convenience, was one they kept for the rest of Thomas's life. Upon Porter's return to Broadway, he incorporated jazz heavily into his compositions and shows, creating some of the most well-known jazz standards and shows that are performed even today. One of the most well-known was Kiss Me Kate, a musical based on William Shakespeare's Taming of the Shrew. His comprehensive songbook was most famously covered by jazz great Ella Fitzgerald, with standards such as Every Time We Say Goodbye and I've Got You Under My Skin. Porter died in 1964 of kidney failure at the age of 73. The art of jazz is one that developed over the 20th century and continues to be a beloved genre today. While there are many artists that contributed to jazz as we know it now, there were several men that are known as masters in the field. Louis Armstrong was instrumental in bringing jazz to the forefront of the music scene, with his work being popular worldwide. Charlie Parker was responsible for the syncopation and movement within pieces that is a hallmark of jazz. Cole Porter was a prolific composer who wrote a great deal of the standards we know and love today, as well as his musicals that breathed life into the theater through his original compositions. These men ensured the genre of jazz would be one that endured for years to come.
Take a listen to this. What culture is that from? That's called the Oriental Riff. It's a stereotypical Asian-sounding melody actually composed by Western musicians in 1847 who needed something that sounded Oriental and exotic for a theater production. The point is, we all know that the music of East Asia, the region including China, Japan, and the Koreas, is different than what we are used to in the West. Western music is built on certain rules and expectations, and East Asian music has rules of its own. Now that's an Oriental riff. Let's start at the most basic question of what makes East Asian music sound East Asian. Now, I should preface this by saying that China, Japan, and the Koreas each have their own distinct musical traditions, so these rules do not always apply to all of East Asia. However, in general, East Asian music is based on a pentatonic scale, a musical arrangement of an octave with 5 notes. In Western music, we have a heptatonic or 7-note scale. See this scale? The lowest note is a C, and the highest note is a C. That's an octave. In Western music, there are 7 different notes in an octave. In East Asian music, there are 5. That's the pentatonic scale, and one of the main reasons that East Asian music sounds different to us, since the relations between notes in a scale are different than we're used to. Like Western music, the East Asian pentatonic scales are actually based on mathematical formulas, in which the distance between notes is decided by ratios of pitches. Also, like in Western music, the scale is based off of the first note. So similar to how our C major scale starts with a C major note, or an A minor scale starts with the A minor, pentatonic scales start with a single note, then add the other 4 notes in relation to that. Aside from the use of the pentatonic scale, East Asian music shares 3 general characteristics. The first idea is linearity, the emphasis on melody. In Western music, we have instruments that play the melody, or the main musical theme, then other instruments that play harmonies, supporting chords and notes. East Asian music is all about the melody. Harmonies are very rare, and when used at all, aren't really part of the tension or release of the music. They're just there for a little extra color. The next major characteristic of East Asian music is transparency, the focus on individual instruments. No matter how big the orchestra is, each instrument has an individual role and is meant to be heard playing its own melody. Again, since harmonies are rarely used, instruments aren't meant to provide background texture. They each carry their own melody, and so you want them all to be heard. This does mean that instrumental groups tend to be pretty small. The third of the major characteristics of East Asian music is word orientation, which just means a very low use of abstraction in music. What I mean is that music is not just for music's sake. Traditional Asian music has a title or lyrics, and that is exactly what the piece is about. Think of it this way. What is the subject of a symphony entitled Concerto in D Major? Now, what is the subject of the Chinese song Moon Over the Cascade? Don't worry, that's not a trick question. It's about a moon over a cascade. Eastern Asian music is generally focused around an event, place, or mood that dictates the feel of the piece. Okay, there's one last important thing to talk about here. What sort of instruments are we using to play this music? East Asian instruments are often sorted into one of 8 categories originally developed by the ancient Chinese. First are silk instruments, or what we'd call string instruments. These include things like Chinese guitars and harps, which were originally made with twisted silk for the strings. Bamboo instruments are woodwinds, flutes made of bamboo. Wood instruments are generally percussion instruments made of wood pieces that are hit with something or hit together. Stone instruments are chimes made of stone, and metal instruments are metal bells or gongs. Clay instruments are ocarinas, or pots made of clay that can be melodic or percussive. And next we've got gourd instruments, mouth organs made with gourds, and finally skin instruments, drums made with stretched skins hit with sticks. Those are the most general categories, although throughout East Asia there are other instruments as well. Voice is a major one not listed here, and vocal performance is very important to East Asian music. That's East Asian music in a nutshell. There's still a lot more to it, but hey, at least now you know more than just the Oriental riff. The music of East Asia, the region including Japan, China, and the Koreas, is amongst the oldest artistic traditions in the world. The music is generally based on a pentatonic scale, in which 5 notes create an octave. That's different than the Western scale, which uses 7 notes. East Asian music is also characterized by linearity, an emphasis on melody, transparency, the focus on individual instruments, and word orientation, the low use of abstract music. Most East Asian music contains these traits. It is a very diverse region, however, so these rules don't apply everywhere. This region also features hundreds of instruments, although a traditional Chinese system categorizes them as silk, bamboo, wood, stone, metal, clay, gourd, or skin instruments, depending on how they're made. Altogether, this is one of the oldest and most complex systems of music on the planet, much more than just an Oriental riff. There are a few major areas that have contributed so much to humanity that they are considered to be cradles of civilization. One of these is the original cradle, the region where the first major settled societies appeared. This region is West Asia. You know, West Asia. Legends of flying carpets and genies in bottles, and some of the oldest systems of math, philosophy, and astronomy in the world. Today, many people refer to this region as the Middle East, the mostly Arabic-speaking nations in between Africa, Asia, and Europe. The term Middle East is problematic, though, because it sort of implies that Europe is the center of the world. So we prefer to just refer to its actual geographic position on the continent to which it belongs, which is in Western Asia. With traditions that are millennia old, it's really no surprise that this area has a rich musical heritage. Want to see? Well, grab a magic carpet and let's check it out. Okay, here we are in West Asia. Cool. This is a wide and diverse area, but the musical traditions of this region do share some very important. One of the most important aspects that gives West Asian music its distinct sound is the use of quarter tones, small intervals between notes. In traditional European-based music, we have 12 tones. They sound roughly like this. The interval between these is called a semitone. So you've got the note C and the note D, and in between them is C sharp. Those are increments of semitones. West Asian music has another level of notes that fit in between semitones. So in European music, C sharp is in between C and D. But then in West Asian music, there is a quarter tone between C and C sharp. That means that while European music has 12 different tones, West Asian music has 24, sounding like this. That's why this music sounds so different to people from outside of West Asia. It's actually using notes that the rest of us don't have. Another distinguishing characteristic of West Asian music is something called the drone, a continual note or chord that underlies the entire piece. Take a listen to this piece. If you pay close enough attention, you can hear a single, continual note underneath the rhythm, a long, low, drawn-out drone. Hear that? The use of the drone is common in some parts of Southern Asia, but West Asia is where it really became a defining part of music. The drone sets a constant feeling for the piece that provides structure and balance, but also helps to push the melody forward and maintains a sense of dramatic tension. The use of quarter tones and the drone really defined West Asian music, but those traits aren't alone. Since this music uses a single consistent note or chord for the drone, harmonies are not a major focus of West Asian music. That's different from what we're used to in Europe and the United States. Think of something like one of Beethoven's symphonies. The harmonies, notes and rhythms that support the main melody, are really important, and in fact most of the orchestra plays harmonies, with only a few sections playing the melody. Not the case in West Asian music. The only real harmony is the drone, so the emphasis is almost completely on the melody, which is complex, intricate, and ornate. When we say that a melody has lots of ornamentation, we mean that it is composed with lots of ups and downs and fancy little trills and all sorts of things that aren't really necessary. They're just there for decoration. West Asian music, with its heavy focus on the melody, takes ornamentation like this pretty seriously. Again, this helps build up dramatic tensions and sets up musical climaxes, a form that is another common characteristic of West Asian music. Well, that leaves us with one last important question. How do we actually play West Asian music? Again, there are a wide and diverse range of instruments used in this region, but generally they fall into one of four categories. String instruments are probably the most common, from lutes to harps. These instruments are great for West Asian music because the lowest string can be used to create a constant drone, and the ability to control the pitch makes it easy to create quarter tones. So it's not really a surprise that some of the oldest string instruments on the planet are from this region, dating back to ancient Mesopotamia and the oldest civilizations in the world. Woodwinds, flutes, and reed instruments are also very popular, as are basic percussion instruments like finger cymbals and drums. All of these help create complex rhythms that can lay on top of each other. The final instrument, very important to West Asian music, is voice. Most West Asian music has a lyric component, especially in Islamic areas where prayers and meditations are sung. Voices often carry the main melody, and West Asian music tends to favor vocal pitches that are tight and throaty, which helps create a dramatic feel that builds up tension and then leads to that famous musical climax and release. With a rich musical heritage like this, West Asia can claim to be more than just a cradle of civilization, but a center of civilization to this day. West Asia, the region in between Africa, Asia, and Europe, sometimes called the Middle East, is one of the oldest continually inhabited places on Earth, so it's got some great music. One of the most defining characteristics of West Asian music is the use of quarter tones, small intervals between notes that are actually half the distance used by traditional European music. Another important characteristic is the drone, a low, constant note that carries throughout the piece. The use of a drone means that harmonies are not very important and lets West Asian music focus on melodies, which are complex, intricate, and ornate. West Asian music is usually performed with a mixture of strings, woodwinds, percussion instruments, and voices. Together, these traits all combine to create a musical style that is ornate and dramatic, building up tension and leading to major musical climaxes. These are some of the most definitive characters of West Asian music. Flying carpets are optional. This is West Africa, and this is West African music. Not bad, huh? Yeah, you could dance to that. And you should. Really, you have to. In the European-based musical traditions, we think of things like instrumental music, singing, and dancing as separate things. But that's not the case everywhere. In West Africa, for example, dancing is inseparable from other parts of musical performance. So, as you can guess, West African music is, in some ways, a bit different from what we're used to. In other ways, it's pretty similar, and that's because traditional West African music played a major role in the Afro-Caribbean songs that eventually moved to the United States and became jazz music. So, some of this may sound familiar. But really, as long as it's got a beat and you can dance to it, that's what it's all about. Now, West Africa is a large place, and it's full of diverse people with diverse musical traditions, so we're obviously not going to be able to cover all of it. In general, however, West African music can be characterized by two things. The first is rhythm, a repeated pattern in music and the defining aspect of West African music. Listen to this. What do you notice? The beat, right? West African songs are polyrhythmic, which means that they feature two or more conflicting rhythms. Traditional European music has one main rhythm, not the case in West Africa. These songs create layers of distinct rhythms on top of each other. The most common form of polyrhythmic structure in this region is called the cross rhythm, which is characterized by the hemiola, a rhythmic pattern where 3 beats are played over 2 beats in the same space. Here's what that sounds like. This is the most common form of cross rhythm found throughout West Africa, but again, this is a simple beat by African standards. We start with a hemiola, then build more rhythms on top of it. So how do we create these layers of complex, juxtaposed rhythms? Well, as you may notice from these clips, percussion instruments are pretty important to West African music. We've got shakers, rattles, tambourines, cymbals, sticks, and of course, drums. These are 2 of the most common types of drums. The one on the left is called a djembe. The one on the right is called a talking drum because the musician can actually control the pitch to mimic the sounds of the human voice, which is pretty cool. Drums are pretty important to West African music, but these musicians actually use another instrument as well to create polyrhythmic songs: their bodies. This is where dance comes in. Clapping and stepping are often used to create 1 or more layers of the rhythm. For example, in the hemiola, that pattern of 3 beats over beats of 2, traditionally, the feet are used to keep the primary beat, while the hands play the secondary beat on an instrument. See what I mean about dance and music being inseparable? Rhythm is one of the defining traits of West African music. The other is the use of melody, or the main musical theme. Traditionally, West African songs do not place much focus on harmonies, the underlying notes to support a melody. They just have simple melodies. The melodies are intentionally simple because of the structure of West African songs. So you've got your juxtaposed rhythms. On top of this, you add a call and response melody in which a leader creates a melody and everyone else repeats it back. Listen to this traditional West African song called the Kai Kai Kule. Hear the call of the leader and response from the others? That's the most common structure West African melodies take. With this basic structure, music can start to get interesting. Can you see how this music takes basic components and then builds them on top of each other to create something really unique? You start with a basic polyrhythmic pattern from people drumming and dancing, add on several more conflicting rhythms, toss in some basic melodies, and maybe a leader setting out simple call and response melodies. West African harps and guitars can add melodies, but generally melodies are created by singing. And now you get to add on improvisation, the top layer of the song. Improvised rhythms and melodies are a big part of West African music and are performed by a soloist who can sing, drum, whatever, to add this top level. Improvised singing often includes more than just what we think of as singing, but also whistles, yells, trills, hoots, etc. There's no need to limit what's allowed. That goes against the entire spirit of West African music. So at the end of the day, this is what you've got. The music of West Africa is characterized by two main aspects, rhythm and melody. The rhythm is generally the most important, and West African songs are polyrhythmic, featuring two or more conflicting rhythms. The most common form of polyrhythm in West Africa is the cross rhythm, made from repeating hemiolas, or patterns of 3 beats played over 2 beats in the same space. Rhythms are often played by percussion instruments, but also from the sounds of dancing. Melodies can be performed on African harps or guitars, but are most commonly carried by voice. The typical pattern here is the call and response, in which a leader creates a melody and everyone else repeats it back. On top of this, many songs also encourage a leader to improvise new rhythms or melodies, allowing for the use of whistling, cheering, clapping, stomping, whooping, or pretty much anything else the soloist feels like. That's the spirit of African music. No restrictions, just freedom, expression, and a beat you can dance to. The world is full of music. Seriously, music can be found absolutely everywhere, and every musical tradition is distinct. Take, for example, the music of Eastern Europe. Music from this part of the world is different from, say, the music of Northern Africa, Western Asia, or Western Europe, all nearby regions. So where exactly is Eastern Europe? That's actually a difficult question. Eastern Europe does not have strict political or geographic borders. It's more of a grouping of people with some shared cultural heritage. Generally, the term Eastern Europe includes the Baltics, the Caucasus, the Slavic states, the Balkans, and the former Soviet states. However, defining what is and isn't Eastern Europe can be problematic. For example, Turkey borders, geographically and culturally, both Asia and Europe. Russia is an even more extreme example, with the western border on the Black Sea and the eastern border on the Pacific Ocean. Like I said, there is no strict definition of Eastern Europe, nor, frankly, does there need to be. What matters is that within this region are cultural similarities, which means that defining Eastern Europe by musical traditions is as good a method as any. So, what defines Eastern European music? And why does it often sound different than Western European or Asian music? Most organized musical systems are based on modes, a series of related notes spaced with specific intervals. In Western European music, this idea is most often seen through scales. A D major scale, for example, has notes each related to the note D, with small, consistent intervals between them. Eastern European modes, their hierarchies of notes, are not so consistent. The intervals tend to be wide and can change at different points. For example, Hungarian Romani music has a wide gap between the second and third notes, but a smaller gap between the fourth and fifth note. These wider gaps that are common in Eastern European music are generally 1 1/2 times the distance between the notes in a Western European scale, which to us can make the music sound slightly off-key or just a bit strange. Here's an example of that D major scale. And here's an example of one with more Eastern European intervals. Hear the difference? Just as Eastern European modes are irregularly spaced according to Western European standards, so are their meters, or the number of beats per measure. If you've ever seen a piece of sheet music, you've probably seen this, 4/4. That means that the measure is 4 beats, with a quarter note being 1 beat. Eastern European meters, when written like this, tend to read like 7/8, or even 2/8 plus 2/8 plus 3/8. Without getting too deep into musical theory, what this means is that the meter is irregular. While a 4/4 meter consistently places the accent or emphasis on every other beat, Eastern European meters place strong emphasis on various beats, which makes those beats significantly longer. This common Eastern European meter is called aksak by many, which is a Turkish word that means limping or stumbling. So just picture someone limping by. Rather than keeping a steady pace, some steps are quicker and more forceful than others. This pattern can also change throughout the song, with some measures having different meters than others, which we call mixed meter. These irregular meters and modes are amongst the most typical characteristics of Eastern European music, but they aren't the only ones. Traditional music of this region is also very commonly made for dancing or working, and so the meters and rhythms, while irregular, tend to be repetitive and propulsive, by which I mean they have an energy and strong sense of direction. This makes them especially good for lively dances and celebrations. Other similarities come from the sorts of instruments. Although, again, there is a wide variety between various parts of Eastern Europe, most of this music is performed by a mixture of stringed instruments, flutes, and simple percussion instruments. Voice is also very important, and many Eastern European songs do include lyrics, which often tell heroic tales of adventure and courage. Singers in this region tend to favor a bright and somewhat brassy vocal quality. These traits define Eastern European music, even though they actually vary quite a bit throughout the region. From the perspective of musical research, however, it is important to understand why these characteristics exist. Eastern Europe is geographically unique. In one sense, this region is connected to a world of music, and has been the crossroads of trade between Europe, Asia, and Africa for millennia. In another sense, people of Eastern Europe were traditionally very isolated. The high mountains, deep valleys, and rugged terrain separated people, so hundreds of essentially solitary communities developed throughout the Balkans, Caucasus, Baltics, etc. This means that while they shared similar cultural traits that represented the mixture of European, Asian, and African ideas, each community was free to alter that to fit their specific needs. There was very little sense of unity amongst all these different people, just hundreds of independent communities that each interpreted the customs of the region in their own ways. That's why there is very little standardization in Eastern European music. Irregular meters, irregular modes, and an inability to actually define the geographic borders of the region. That's Eastern Europe. There's some great music in the world, and a lot of it can be found in Eastern Europe, an area that does not have strict borders but is generally considered to be the region between Western Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Eastern European music is characterized by irregular meters and modes, which can largely be attributed to this region being both a crossroads of ideas from around the world, but also featuring geographically isolated communities, preventing major standardizations of music. In terms of the mode, or hierarchy of related notes, Eastern European music features inconsistent intervals between notes within a mode. Meters, or beats per measure, are similar, with inconsistent emphasis and duration of beats, called aksak, which is Turkish for limping. The music of Eastern Europe may sound inconsistent by Western European standards, but we should be clear that this is not an insult. After all, the world is full of great music. Why on earth would we want it all to be consistent? Fruor musica Latinae, divis et lenimur et pulchra est. Bonum est vivere in mundo quod habet bona musica. What? I'm talking about music in Latin. Isn't that what this lesson is about? Latin music, right? Oh, you mean the music of Latin America, or the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking regions of the Caribbean, Central America, and South America. Yeah, I guess that makes more sense. Latin music has roots in Southern Europe, Africa, and the indigenous cultures of Latin America, so it's a pretty cool synthesis of world music. It is motivated by emotion and passion, rhythm and movement, so get up on your feet, because you can't take Latin music sitting down. As they say in Latin America, baila. One of the most famous aspects of Latin music is the rhythm, which is largely inspired by traditional African beats that were developed in the Caribbean. Although there are many variants on this rhythm, the most fundamental form is called the clave, which is simply the basic Latin rhythm. This basic beat is what holds all of the complex rhythmic patterns of Latin music in place. There are two main patterns. The first is called the son clave, originally named after the Cuban musical genre of son cubano. Basically, the son clave features alternating patterns of 3s and 2s. This pattern gives the music a pulsating beat filled with the building and release of musical tension. Those first 3 beats are called a tresillo, or triplet in English, which means 3 notes evenly spaced across 2 beats. This means that they are slightly off the beat, which is part of what gives it that driving momentum. The other main clave pattern is the rumba clave, which flips the son clave around and has 2 alternating patterns of 2s and 3s. The 2 paired beats come first, with a triplet coming next. This mixes up the beat, but the effect is still largely the same, creating music with a heavy, driving rhythm that is as much the focus of the song as the actual melody, if not more. Latin music is characterized first and foremost by the rhythm. This is not some background or subtle beat. The rhythm is in many ways the real focus of the music. But it's not the only part of the music. Melodies and harmonies are both important parts of this music as well. Latin music developed as a mixture of musical traditions from around the world, and this means that it is actually pretty open when it comes to instruments. There are few restrictions as far as what is and is not allowed. Latin music has always embraced a certain freedom of experimentation. Drums, of course, are important, as are the sticks often used to beat the clave rhythm, which, incidentally, are also called claves. The percussion section may also include shakers, like maracas or tambourines. Again, percussion is pretty important to Latin music. Brass instruments, such as trumpets and tubas, are popular for the melodies and harmonies, as are guitars, which can play both melodies and rhythms. But, of course, we can't talk about Latin music without also talking about dance. Dance is integral to Latin music and really the driving motivation behind it. Latin America is full of dances, from the rumba to salsa to cha-cha to samba. Each of these are distinct, but generally emphasize a rhythmic strutting with the hips in a pattern of advancing and retreating. 2 steps forward, 2 steps backwards, that sort of idea. While these dances do have formal rules and patterns, again, the actual spirit of Latin music is not so strict. Dancing is simply a form of self-expression, and to the people of Latin America, the rules of dance do not always matter so much. What matters is that you are able to express yourself through movement, and as long as your music has a strong Latin beat, you can dance to it, whether you know the steps or not. Latin music is the music of the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking Caribbean, Central and South America. This music has roots in Southern Europe, Africa, and indigenous cultures of the Americas, making it a diverse synthesis of musical traditions with a taste for freedom and experimentation. The main emphasis of Latin music is on the rhythm, which is strong and central to the composition of the music. The most typical rhythmic pattern is called the clave, and there are actually 2 types, the son clave and rumba clave. Each use alternating patterns of paired and tripled notes to create a driving, pulsating rhythm that is great for dancing. Dance is one of the major priorities of Latin music, and while there are several important styles of dance, they are all generally characterized by rhythmic strutting from the hips. What really matters is the opportunity for self-expression through movement. So that's Latin music. It's something that you have to feel in order to truly understand it, though. So get out there and baila. Now, this is what I need. A nice beach, palm trees, a coconut with a little umbrella sticking out of it. Yep, this is what I've been missing. Of course, we're not here for vacation, we're here to work. But still, what a place to work. You see, today, we're researching musical traditions of Oceania, the geographical region encompassing the tropical islands of the southern Pacific Ocean. The first people to arrive in this area did so around 50,000 BCE, which is a long time ago. Since then, the cultures of Australia and Polynesia developed distinct and complex musical traditions. Yep, I think some musical research is just what I needed. Let's start over here in Polynesia, the cultural group of smaller islands east of Australia. Now, for us in modern Western culture, we think of music in a very specific way. Download your favorite songs, listen to them on your phone with headphones. It's a very personal, individual experience. Traditional Polynesian culture isn't like that. Music was completely a social event and was found all throughout society. From work to warfare to prayers and ceremonies, music was something performed by people together that demonstrated community and helped pass on stories and legends. After all, Polynesian culture was non-literate before the advent of European colonization. They didn't have a formal writing system, and this meant that histories and myths were passed on through songs. So, obviously, music was very important in Polynesia. Traditionally, Polynesians had a few instruments, drums and whatnot, but music was really focused on the vocal elements. Chants and songs carried throughout all life. Western musicians call the vocal mixture of music and poetry chant songs. The Polynesians call them mili. Mili are chanted and sung with complex lyrics but simple melodies. Traditionally, there were several types of mili, from the chants you sang while working to those you sang while rowing or fishing to those you sang while participating in a religious ceremony. Every person also had a chant dedicated to them at birth. This chant belonged to that person, and only he or she was allowed to use it. These traditional practices are not as common now as they once were, since European-style music has had a major impact on the islands. However, music still plays a major role in Polynesian society. In Oceania, the largest island by far is the country we now know as Australia. Before European colonization, Australia was inhabited by a people we now call Aborigines, although that's not a term they would ever have used themselves. Traditional Aboriginal Australian music, like that of Polynesia, was very focused on storytelling. Aboriginal Australian groups shared certain songs that were unique to their societies called clan songs. Each clan had their own clan songs, which were a way to identify different cultures. In general, these songs were believed to be given to people from the dream time, a spiritual world that people entered through ritual trances. In the dream time, nature spirits and humans could communicate. The dream time was a place outside of time and space, so anybody who ever visited the dream time shared it together, all at once. This means that you could meet with ancestors, future clan members, anybody who was in the dream state. This is where Australian Aborigines went to find new songs, and actually the original source of all culture, according to traditional beliefs. Singing and chanting were important to the Aboriginal Australians, just like they were to the Polynesians. However, traditional Australian music did have more of a focus on instruments. Music was generally part of an entire performance that included singing, instruments, and dancing all together. Instruments often included drums and other things to help maintain a rhythm. One common percussion instrument was the clapstick, two decorated pieces of wood that were hit against each other to create a steady beat. The other major instrument in Aboriginal Australian music is the didgeridoo, a long, hollow wooden tube that creates various tones when blown through. The didgeridoo is played as part of musical ceremonies and was often used to help shamans enter into the trance of the dream time, so it relied on extremely drawn-out notes. When I say drawn out, I don't mean that a note lasts 30 seconds. I mean a single, unbroken sound that lasts for 40 minutes. Not possible, you say. Didgeridoo players must master the skill of circular breathing, inhaling and exhaling simultaneously, which, yes, is possible. Some didgeridoo players have been timed at playing the instrument without a single break for over 50 minutes using this technique. The didgeridoo is one of the main instruments of Australian music that has survived into today, and it is at the center of cultural and musical revival movements as the traditional musical styles reemerge, adapt, and evolve for the modern world. The geographical region encompassing the tropical islands of the southern Pacific Ocean, called Oceania, is home to several traditional musical cultures. In the eastern chain of islands, called Polynesia, music is defined by community-based chanting and singing, which is called mili in Polynesian. Mili are both chanted and sung, and are usually not accompanied by many, if any, instruments. They are used to tell stories, pass down histories, and perform religious ceremonies. Storytelling is also a major focus of Aboriginal Australian music. The traditional music of Australia is based around the dream time, a spiritual trance world where dreamers interact with spirits and each other. Australian music is more reliant on instruments, such as clapsticks, wooden sticks beaten together, and the didgeridoo, a long, hollow wooden tube that is blown through. Playing the didgeridoo requires circular breathing, simultaneously inhaling and exhaling, which allows the musician to play for long periods of time. Australian music also traditionally is part of a ceremony in which singing, instrument playing, and dancing are all combined together. There is some beautiful music that comes from Oceania, and the scenery's not bad either.
Listen, my children, and you will hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. Chances are you've heard that line from Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, but didn't know its source. Chances are, too, that your understanding of Paul Revere's famous ride is based on Longfellow's poem and not the actual historical events that occurred on that day. Unlike many poets, Longfellow was a huge success during his lifetime. He was known as one of the fireside poets because people would read his poems by the fireside as a means of entertainment. Critics believe that Longfellow is popular for a couple reasons. The first is that he wrote lyric poems, which are poems that have a musical quality. The second is because he was interested in common life and found beauty in daily activities. As a result, his poems have a feel-good quality that people could identify with. Of course, Longfellow is best known today for memorializing American history through narrative poems, or poems that tell a story. In his poem, Paul Revere's Ride, he gives readers his version of the beginning of the American Revolution. But we do have to remember that this was his version, not a historical play-by-play. Why would he do this, you might ask yourself? Well, remember that Longfellow wrote for Americans, and evoking patriotism was part of that process. By starting with the command, "Listen, children," he is insisting that this is a story worth passing down to younger generations. He creates a hero in Revere, a hero who many still recognize today. Aside from the story aspect of the poem, it is, like many of Longfellow's other poems, musical in nature. The first two lines of the poem have a pattern of beats that create a rhythm. The amount of stress placed on each syllable creates a rhythm, which we can hear if we read each word with emphasis on those stressed syllables. Listen, my children, and you will hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. The same can be applied to lyrics from any song. Take, for example, these lines from Michael Jackson's Thriller. "Something evil's lurking in the dark." Of course, if we read poetry or even sang songs with such a ridiculous pattern of stresses, none of it would be popular. It's the natural, subtle rhythm, however, that does make Longfellow's poems, and most song lyrics, musical. The musical aspect of the poem is enhanced by Longfellow's use of rhyme and rhyme scheme. Like many songs, he uses end rhyme, where words at the end of each line rhyme with the words at the end of the other lines. In the first stanza, or the first block of lines, the words hear, revere, and year rhyme. The words five and alive also rhyme. This is called a rhyme scheme, the repetition of rhyming words. In this case, it's end rhyme, rhyme at the end of a line. The predictability of both the rhythm and the rhyme create a pattern like we are used to finding in music. So Longfellow wrote during the Romantic period in America, and like some of the other writers during this period, he was heavily influenced by the German Romantics. As a result, he incorporates themes that are found in much of the writing during that period. The first of these romantic themes is that we can gain wisdom from the past. While this is evident in many of his poems, his opening stanza of Paul Revere's Ride illustrates this well. Right away, we know he's giving significance to a time past. Two pieces of evidence point to this. One, all the people who were there are now dead. And two, it was a famous day and year. Why is it famous? Because he says so. We know it's something we need to know because he's summoning the children to learn the story to pass it on. The second of these romantic themes is the common man as a hero. Because Longfellow was writing to memorialize American history, he needed a hero to solidify his story. In reality, Paul Revere was one of many messengers who was sent to warn the colonists that the British were coming. He was arrested before he could successfully deliver his message. But because the other messengers were able to reach their destinations, the colonists were ready to fight. To create a story with the noble hero, however, Longfellow chose to focus the story around Revere. According to the poem, it was Revere's idea to use the lights as signals. He himself rode to every village. He faced all of the dangers alone. Longfellow even goes so far as to change the outcome of Revere's story by allowing him to reach his final destination. Of course, he wouldn't be much of a hero if he didn't achieve his goal. By attributing all the ideas and actions to Revere, Longfellow creates a hero who the whole country can admire. To recap, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, unlike many poets, was super famous during his time for writing gentle poems about common life and America's brief but noble history. Of these poems, one of the most famous is called Paul Revere's Ride. It's a narrative poem, which means it tells a story about Paul Revere and his ride from Boston to Lexington, Massachusetts, to warn the colonists that the British were coming to take over the colonial government. It's also a lyric poem with a steady rhyme and rhyme scheme, which gives it a musical quality. Finally, it's a romantic poem and reflects two of the major romantic themes: the Americans gain wisdom from the past, and that the common man can be a hero. You might find it ironic that you're currently watching a video about Herman Melville, when at his death most Americans had completely forgotten him as a writer, if they knew his name at all. Now, over 100 years later, most people know Herman Melville as the author of the story Moby Dick, one of the most well-known American novels of all time. In spite of his reputation for writing stories filled with adventure, Herman Melville's younger years were not terribly exciting. He was born into a rather wealthy family, but his father eventually went bankrupt and then died, leaving Melville as the head of the family. Melville ended up quitting school and worked to support his family for 7 years. After all those years of hard work, Melville began seeking adventure in his early 20s, and he decided to join a whaling expedition. After a couple years out at sea, Melville returned to America and began writing about his voyage, including Typee, A Peep at Polynesian Life, and Omoo, both about his time in Polynesia. In Typee, Melville elaborated on his experience with the cannibalistic tribe of the Typee and tells the story of a great love affair with a native girl named Fayaway. In the sequel, Omoo, the narrator goes off on a whaling trip on its way to Tahiti. There's a mutiny, the crew is captured, and the narrator explores the Tahiti culture. Both novels were highly successful as Americans embraced his tales of adventure. At this point, Melville had achieved quite a bit of fame and a promising career, as readers were anxious to hear more. While everyone else loved his stories, Melville himself grew tired of the same old stuff. He was inspired by Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Scarlet Letter and began writing his famous novel Moby Dick. Sadly, people weren't too interested, and when he died in 1891 at the age of 72, no one really knew who he was. As Ralph Waldo Emerson would say, to be great is to be misunderstood. And thankfully, a few decades after Herman Melville's death, people began to revisit his work and decided that he had been quite misunderstood during his lifetime. Ever since, Melville has been known as one of the great writers of his time and maybe even of all time. So I've already mentioned that Herman Melville's most famous story is Moby Dick. His story of Captain Ahab's obsessive quest to kill the white whale is what Melville is known for today. But at the time, no one was terribly excited about the book, and his popularity sunk. While this was obviously disheartening to Melville, it did not keep him from writing. Instead, he continued to experiment with the metaphysical, or the attempt to explain the fundamentals of nature. Metaphysical is actually so much more than that simple definition. The problem is, it's not easy to define. The metaphysical is an abstract concept focused on the theories of human nature, especially in the sort of supernatural realms. Metaphysical literature explores why people do what they do and what the consequences are. In the case of Melville, he looked at people's motivations for their decisions, and in the case of Captain Ahab, their obsessions. Melville continued writing and eventually experimented with the short story. The most well-known of these short stories is called Bartleby the Scrivener, A Story of Wall Street, where he forces his readers to ask themselves, what makes us human? Within his story, he explores individuality, both the good and the bad of it, a likely stab at the transcendentalist perspective that embraces the individual. To the transcendentalist, people and nature were inherently good, if they were being self-reliant, and if each person was true to him or herself. In Melville's story, the main character, Bartleby, refuses to follow society's laws and winds up dying sad and lonely. Melville, of course, does not argue that we all need to be the same, but he does point out that while we do need to have time to ourselves and to be our own person, we also need each other for survival and to challenge our own ideas, which is the theme or the lesson to be learned. Again, the people during Melville's time didn't quite know how to take these ideas. The public wanted more adventure stories, and this is, well, kind of weird and almost anti-adventure. As a result, his popularity continued to plummet. At the end of his life, Melville began writing a novel called Billy Budd's Sailor. Like his early stories, this novel takes place on a ship, this time in the English Royal Navy, where John Claggart falsely accuses Billy Budd of mutiny. This forces the reader into a moral tale about human motivation and relationships. Certainly a trip down the metaphysical lane, but with the scenery of the old adventure tales. It wasn't until 1924, a few decades after Melville's death, that Billy Budd's Sailor was published. This sparked the resurgence of Melville's reputation and is probably the reason we know who he is today. As a dark romantic, Melville's style falls in line with writers such as Nathaniel Hawthorne and Edgar Allan Poe. Dark romantics are known for creating characters who are trying to make life better for themselves, but self-destruct in the process because of the supernatural forces of evil. Melville's Captain Ahab, whose obsession with Moby Dick leads to his death, certainly fits this description. Of course, the language Melville uses to tell his stories is an even more important element of his style. To put it simply, Melville is wordy. His descriptions are verbose and grandiose, and include sentences with 471 words. And don't worry, I'm not going to read it aloud to you. But it's not just his sentence structure that is over the top. Melville's diction, or word choice, is also complex. And while this may seem unnecessary for most readers, it's actually a reflection of the complexity of his themes in his story. One last thing to note about Herman Melville's style is that in spite of being a dark romantic, wrought full of gloom and doom, Melville does have a sense of humor. He's sly about it, but Melville does tend to poke fun at his characters, through their own thoughts even. This is an element that offsets his verbosity and makes him an enjoyable read. So, what's the deal with this Herman Melville guy? Well, after starting off strong in his career writing adventure stories, his reputation went south after he began writing complex stories about the metaphysical, or human nature. A few decades after his death, his popularity was reinstated as people began to embrace his stories, the most famous of which is Moby Dick, a story about a deranged captain who is obsessed with killing a large whale. Through the use of complex sentences, elaborate diction, and an understated sense of humor, Melville reflects the dark romantic perspective that no matter how hard we try to better ourselves, evil will always intervene. You may not know his name, but Nathaniel Hawthorne's writing is some of the earliest American writing whose themes have transcended time. Religious hypocrisy and the effects of guilt and sin are two issues that we still debate, question, and explore. While he is not the inventor of such ideas, he has left us with a unique perspective from a unique time. Nathaniel Hawthorne was born on July 4, 1804 in Salem, Massachusetts. The perfect contradiction of time and place for a man who truly defines the dark side of America. He grew up during a pretty cool time in American history. In spite of being a descendant of John Hathorne, a well-known judge who sent quite a few innocent people to their death during the Salem witch trials, Hawthorne, who changed the spelling of his name to distance himself from his ancestors, had some pretty famous college friends, like poet Henry Wadsworth Longfellow and future President Franklin Pierce. Transcendentalists Henry David Thoreau and Ralph Waldo Emerson were his friends later in life, and fellow dark romantic writer Edgar Allan Poe wrote great reviews of his books. In spite of his status among the famous and being very handsome, Hawthorne was terribly shy. In fact, we probably wouldn't know anything about him if he were writing during our lifetime. Most of what we do know about his life is what was recovered from his diaries after his death. In fact, he was so shy that he didn't even want anyone to know when he published his first novel, Fanshawe, in 1828. He published it anonymously. While working as a weigher-engager at the Boston Custom House, Hawthorne wrote several short stories, including what are now some of his most well-known works, Young Goodman Brown and The Minister's Black Veil. These were published in various periodicals, but in 1837 he published the stories into a collection called Twice Told Tales. While this brought him local recognition, it was not enough to make a living. By 1841, Hawthorne had fallen in love with Sophia Peabody, an illustrator and a transcendentalist. In hopes of getting a home for Sophia and himself, he joined Brook Farm, a transcendentalist utopian society. As a dark romantic, his views differed from the transcendentalist, but he was able to save money while he was there and used the experience when he wrote his novel, The Blithedale Romance. In 1842, Hawthorne and Sophia were married and moved to Concord. They both were pretty shy and stayed to themselves. Eventually, though, Hawthorne took a job at the Salem Custom House as a surveyor. He found the job to be horribly boring and wrote to Longfellow to complain that as much as he wanted to write, the Custom House job was causing sort of a mental block. Much like many today, his job put food on the table, but was totally unfulfilling. Thankfully, he was fired from his job in 1848 when a new president was elected and the politics shifted. He then spent his time writing and published his most famous work, The Scarlet Letter, in 1850. Over the next few years, the Hawthorne family moved from Concord and back to find themselves again in the midst of some of the greatest historical figures of the time. Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau were now Hawthorne's neighbors, and his relationship with Franklin Pierce led him to write a biography of the man who was to be president. Hawthorne was given the position of the United States Consul in Liverpool when Pierce was elected, which allowed the family to tour France and Italy. Hawthorne died on May 19, 1864, after returning to America, meeting new President Abraham Lincoln, and witnessing the beginning of the American Civil War. He is buried in the now famous Sleepy Hollow Cemetery in Concord, like many of the other important Americans from his time. His wife Sophia continued to publish his works until her death in 1871. To really understand Nathaniel Hawthorne's literature, it's best to understand that he was a dark romantic in the midst of a bunch of transcendentalists. Transcendentalists like Emerson and Thoreau believed that society, including organized religion, was killing the individual's pure soul. To the transcendentalists, people and nature were inherently good, if they were being self-reliant, and if each person was true to him or herself. They believed in utopian societies where each person embraces their individual strength and contributes to the betterment of the community. This is in contrast to the dark romantic who believed that humans had a dark side. Hawthorne had seen the dark side of humanity and believed it lay in everyone. From his point of view, people needed things like guilt or sin to learn how to be themselves, and there wasn't much room for that utopian society. Eventually, he began to write against transcendentalism. His novel, The Blithedale Romance, is a fictional story based on his time living in the utopian community Brook Farm. The characters in the story, who are supposed to be changing the world with their endeavors, end up being rather egotistical, which leads to tragedy. This illustrates that the dark side of the human mind does exist in everyone, no matter how much we may try to suppress it. In fact, Hawthorne's experiences fueled many of his stories. Because of his dark Puritan ancestry, Hawthorne, who was quite embarrassed by his heritage, spent a good deal of time studying the Puritan beliefs. He used his own family's past to influence his themes. Rather than mimic the Puritan point of view in his works, he sought to use their style of allegory, where the characters and objects in a story represent something else in order to teach a lesson. In order to show hypocrisy, sin, and corruption that was rampant as a result of the religious beliefs. His most famous work, The Scarlet Letter, is a racy yet heartfelt account of Hester Prynne, who has a daughter after a brief affair with the minister. Her struggle to overcome the social discriminations is the focus of the story, as are the effects of repressed guilt, sin, and evil. Another of his novels, The House of Seven Gables, was also heavily influenced by Hawthorne's Puritan obsession and deals with hypocrisy and self-righteousness. It is a story of the Pynchon family, who were cursed generations before by a man that one of the ancestors had accused of being a witch. Obviously a connection to Hawthorne's own life. The curse is lifted only when two descendants of the accused and the accuser unite to solve a sort of mystery surrounding the house. Hawthorne's writing style goes hand in hand with his gloomy themes and stories. As a dark romantic, it's no surprise that he used symbols and metaphors to teach lessons. His focus on the psychological is also typical of the dark romantic style, which he used to illustrate themes of sin, guilt, and hypocrisy. All in all, if it's a story that somehow showed the faults of Puritan ideology, it's probably Hawthorne. But beyond the literary techniques he imposes, Hawthorne's writing style is also known for extremely long, drawn-out sentences. In my native town of Salem, at the head of what half a century ago, in the days of old King Derby, was a bustling wharf, but which is now burdened with decayed wooden warehouses and exhibits few or no symptoms of commercial life, except perhaps a bark or brig halfway down its melancholy length, discharging hides, or, near at hand, a Nova Scotia schooner, pitching out her cargo of firewood. At the head, I say, of this dilapidated wharf, which the tide often overflows, and along which at the base and in rear of the row of buildings, the track of many languid years is seen in a border of unthrifty grass. Here, with a view from its front windows adown this not very enlivening prospect, and thence across the harbor stands a spacious edifice of brick. Yes, that is one sentence from the Custom House, the introduction to the Scarlet Letter. One of the longest sentences ever. Think of it as if you're sitting on the porch with an elderly fellow who has very few visitors. You can sort of see his eyes glaze over as he tells you his tale in an almost stream of consciousness form. Not all of Hawthorne's sentences are as long or so elaborately punctuated, but he does like descriptions and eloquent language. So, why should you know about Nathaniel Hawthorne? Well, he is a super famous American writer who lived among others who were equally well known. His writing is heavily influenced by his embarrassment of his Puritan heritage. He wrote of sinners, guilt, and hypocrisy, all of which were major themes for his Puritan characters in his novel, The Scarlet Letter. Through the use of allegory, symbols, and long, elaborate sentences, Nathaniel Hawthorne makes us question our motivations to better understand ourselves.
Ralph Waldo Emerson, an American essayist and poet, was a central figure in the Transcendental movement of the mid-19th century. Published in 1841, his essay Self-Reliance introduced the core ideas of Transcendentalism to the American public. In many ways, Self-Reliance was a call to arms, inviting Americans to use their personal strengths and talents to foster change. In this lesson, we'll analyze Emerson's essay, Self-Reliance, for characteristics of transcendental ideas, including individualism, nonconformity, and intuition. In 1836, a small group of New England writers and intellectuals founded a literary and philosophical movement known as Transcendentalism. The group rejected organized religion. They believed one should develop a personal, intuitive relationship with God and nature. By contemplating nature, one could transcend the physical world and unite with the oversoul, the true energy of the universe. Along with Emerson, Transcendentalism influenced the work of writers Henry David Thoreau, Walt Whitman, and Emily Dickinson. The Transcendentalists championed individualism, which is the practice of independence in thought and action based on the premise that individual character and personality are of the utmost importance. Accordingly, individuals are free to pursue their goals and private desires without taking into consideration the interests of society. This idea greatly shaped America's identity. From the lone cowboy who seeks vengeance without any regard for the long arm of the law to someone like Lady Gaga who pursues success while staying true to her unique creativity and personal style, Emerson believed that diversity enriched society. He encouraged American artists to develop distinctive styles rather than looking to the European past masters of literature, art, and architecture. Within Self-Reliance, Emerson urged readers to trust thyself. Every heart vibrates to that iron string. Emerson also suggested children as models of authentic behavior in Self-Reliance. While man was clapped into jail by his consciousness, children were still free with themselves, always genuine and natural. Children were too young to be hesitant. In contrast, adults often became wary of following their true nature. Emerson encouraged readers of Self-Reliance to resist conforming to societal expectations. He wrote, "Whoso would be a man must be a nonconformist." Emerson believed that man needed to act independently regardless of if his impulses were deemed good or bad. In fact, he believed it was better to live a true life in obscurity than to be praised for abiding society standards. To be clear, Emerson's intent was not for people to become hermits fenced off from their community with their unique ideas kept in solitude. Unlike his contemporary, Emily Dickinson, who was known for her reclusive tendencies, Emerson argued that independent energy and creativity were essential contributions to society. The Transcendentalists stressed the importance of thinking for oneself rather than timidly accepting the common opinion. Emerson believed that truth was found within and that this internal truth transcended the knowledge gained from one's senses. In Self-Reliance, he stressed the importance of intuition, which is the ability to understand something from instinctive feeling rather than conscious reasoning. Self-Reliance argued that intuition is the essence of genius, of virtue, of life. The Transcendentalists believed that the universe was guided by an all-encompassing and vital energy called the Oversoul, and when man felt the spark of intuition, he tapped into this Oversoul. His sudden knowledge had been sent straight from the source. Intuition was the only direct knowledge, according to Emerson. All other knowledge was secondhand. Society devalued intuition, Emerson argued. People were encouraged to conform, to gather their ideas from books rather than experience. Emerson believed, however, that America needed to hear the voices of self-reliant, intuitive individuals. In particular, Emerson believed that self-reliant individuals were needed within the social spheres of religion, culture, the arts, and society. To revitalize religion, Emerson encouraged man to remember his oneness with God. Man, nature, and the universe were all in perfect unity. With this notion held in the heart, every action became prayer. Rather than subscribing to the idea that one needs to be well-traveled to be cultured, Emerson argued that the wise man stays at home. Travel often disguised one's desire to stand still. A traveler may arrive on the shores of another country only to find that her problems, her opinions, and her worldviews have traveled with her. She isn't changed or moved by what she sees. Emerson explained that the key to real growth was letting one's mind roam freely. In regards to art, Emerson criticized the educational system for teaching students to imitate. He encouraged artists to be true to themselves, to express their uniquely American visions. Lastly, Emerson argued that society does not necessarily benefit from progress. Technological advances result in the loss of earlier knowledge. When a man owns a watch, he no longer needs to learn to tell time by the position of the sun. When he can jump into a car, he no longer walks. Emerson believed that technological improvements occurred without any correlating intellectual or spiritual improvements for humankind. He compared society to a wave washing in and out against the shore, but not truly advancing. In summary, Ralph Waldo Emerson was a key figure in the literary and philosophical movement known as Transcendentalism. His essay Self-Reliance was published in 1841 and has since become Emerson's most famous work. Self-reliance helped to shape American identity with these three transcendental ideas. Individualism. Every thought and action should be independent and authentic. Individuals must be free to pursue their personal goals and desires. Nonconformity. People must think for themselves and resist the pressure to conform to prevailing ideas or practices. Intuition. Intuition is the most fundamental form of knowledge. Intuition is direct knowledge. All other knowledge is secondhand. Self-reliance challenged Americans to trust their own unique powers and think for themselves. Emerson and his fellow transcendentalists argued that only the self-reliant, intuitive individual was capable of effecting positive and innovative change. Today, many Americans don't have very positive associations with someone who spends a year alone in a cabin he built himself. However, when Henry David Thoreau did that in the mid-19th century, it inspired one of the greatest works of American literature to date. Published in 1854, Thoreau's Walden is one of the most prominent works of transcendental literature. The book was originally titled Walden or Life in the Woods and chronicles the 2 years that Thoreau spent in a cabin on the property owned by his friend and fellow transcendentalist writer Ralph Waldo Emerson. The cabin was near a body of water called Walden Pond. Thoreau's book made Walden Pond so famous that today it's often used to signify any beautifully natural, serene scene, the same way someone might refer to any large, opulent house as the Taj Mahal. Though the cabin was only a couple of kilometers from town, Concord, Massachusetts, Thoreau considered it to be a place of true introspection, a place to commune with nature and be completely self-reliant, all central notions to the transcendental literary movement in the U.S. The book's also a spiritual journey, which seems to be popular fodder for books these days. Think Eat, Pray, Love, or Wild, the memoir about the woman who hikes the Pacific Crest Trail by herself in order to fix her broken life. Holing up in a cabin by yourself for 2 years probably doesn't sound too appealing to many of us. But instead of trying to sell you on the validity of the idea, I'll let Thoreau explain it himself. He says, "I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. I did not wish to live what was not life. Living is so dear. Nor did I wish to practice resignation unless it was quite necessary. I wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life, to live so sturdily and Spartan-like as to put to rout all that was not life, to cut a broad swath and shave close, to drive life into a corner and reduce it to its lowest terms, and, if it proved to be mean, why then to get the whole and genuine meanness of it, and publish its meanness to the world, or if it were sublime, to know it by experience, and be able to give a true account of it in my next excursion." It seems like Thoreau thought that by cutting out interaction with other humans and the modern conveniences, or what was considered modern in the 1800s, Thoreau thought he could get down to the true essence of what living really meant. Instead of writing a book that speculated about the meaning of life, he was hoping to know it from experience, a seriously lofty goal. You might think a book with such an ambitious aim would be difficult to read, and you would be right. Thoreau's language is not terribly accessible, and he frequently uses irony, witticisms, and satire to make his point, and it can be difficult for a reader to tell when he's being serious and when he's not. The book is divided into several chapters with names like Economy, Solitude, and the Bean Field, and those chapter titles do serve as helpful guideposts throughout the book if you're having trouble following Thoreau's point. In those chapters, he addresses many of the questions one might ask when they hear someone has spent 2 years living alone in a cabin, like, what did you do? Thoreau worked a small bean field most mornings, which helped cover his living expenses. He spent his evenings taking walks, reading great works of literature, and contemplating himself and the world. He believed that this simple lifestyle was freedom, and that people who worked for others and pursued material possessions were enslaved. Did you meet any other people? Though Thoreau did live alone and often avoided communication, he would encounter other people during his time at Walden Pond. Beyond random chance encounters with locals, he would go see his friends in Concord, and particularly valued interactions with people whose character he admired. Isn't it lonely? Thoreau admits to feeling lonely during this time, but believes that people can feel lonely even when they're around others, and believed that nature was an excellent companion. As a transcendentalist, Thoreau believed heavily in the importance of the individual and would argue that loneliness isn't something to combat by finding other people, but within one's own heart. There are many recurring themes in Walden. Some of the most prominent include seasons. The changing seasons drive the narrative of Walden. He has chapters devoted to winter animals, the pond in winter, and spring. Winter looms large in the book, as many preparations must be made for the coming cold. Massachusetts winter can seem bad enough to someone with access to modern heating and a Starbucks. Imagine preparing for a New England winter living alone in a cabin. Dislike for materialism. Thoreau would have hated a show like MTV's Cribs and would have been horrified by someone like Paris Hilton. He advocated for a simple life and rejection of material possessions beyond what was necessary. This notion was likewise related to his focus on self-reliance, as he argues that building his own home allows it to fully own it, versus someone who takes out a loan with the bank and technically does not own the things he considers his. Finally, a rejection of progress. In the Sounds chapter, Thoreau seems annoyed by the local train that disturbs the peace of Walden Pond when it passes. Transcendentalists didn't really see the point of travel, preferring to stay in one place to focus on the journey of oneself, of one's mind. Thoreau thought modern developments like the train were just something new to enslave people. In summary, Henry David Thoreau spent 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days in a cabin outside Concord, Massachusetts, near a place called Walden Pond, because he wanted to understand himself and be completely self-reliant. He documents his experiences and observations in the American classic Walden. Though Walden champions simplicity and rejects materialism and modern technology, it's important to note that at the end of the book, Thoreau has declared his experiment over and is back living in the modern world again. Walt Whitman was an influential American poet of the 19th century and a figure of more than a little controversy. As a transcendentalist, he held views that weren't necessarily popular at his time, and his poetry, namely Leaves of Grass, was met with a good deal of criticism when it was first published in 1855. Whitman's own brother George considered it not worth reading. Ouch. Clearly the critics were wrong, otherwise we wouldn't be studying Whitman today. Let's find out who this intriguing man was and why so many of his contemporaries had issues with his writing. Walt Whitman was born into a large, poor family in 1819 in New York State. At age 11, he stopped formal schooling and went to work to support his family. He held various office jobs, worked for a printer, and eventually became a journalist and teacher, though no occupation would suit him as well as poet. Whitman began work on the poems that would later comprise Leaves of Grass, including the famous Song of Myself, as early as 1850. Whitman's style of poetry was unique for his time. He wrote in free verse, or poetry without meter or rhyme. As meter and rhyme are what people often use to distinguish poetry from prose, it was often hard for some readers to recognize Leaves of Grass as poetry at all. Though now it's considered essential American literature, the highly sensual nature of Leaves of Grass, along with its unusual form, made it pretty unpopular at the time it was first published. Though no one knows for certain, most scholars assume that Whitman was either gay or bisexual, and his explicit descriptions of physical pleasure in the book were highly offensive to many. Readers were said to have thrown the book immediately into the fire after reading it. Like most transcendentalist works, Leaves of Grass explores the relationship between man and nature and the value of the mind and spirit. Transcendentalism placed great value on the self, and Book 1 of Leaves of Grass, entitled Inscriptions, the first poem is actually titled One Self I Sing. Let's take a look at it. One self I sing, a simple separate person, yet utter the word democratic, the word en masse. Of physiology from top to toe I sing, not physiognomy alone, nor brain alone, is worthy for the muse, I say. The form complete is worthier far, the female equally with the male I sing. Of life immense and passion, pulse and power, cheerful for freest action formed under the laws divine, the modern man I sing. It's interesting to note that this poem specifically mentions the body, physiology, and not just the mind or spirit. This is one of the more tame examples of Whitman's emphasis on the physical. If you want to see some of the more R-rated ones, you'll need to read the book yourself. The Leaves of Grass is his most well-known work. Whitman did publish other collections of poetry during his time, such as Franklin Evans, Drum Taps, and Democratic Vistas, a politically themed collection of letters and essays. Like many transcendentalists of his time, Whitman strongly opposed slavery, though scholars believe that he still held many of the common racial prejudices of his day. Despite the controversial nature of his work, Whitman's legacy on American poetry is hard to overstate. One of his contemporaries, a British woman named Mary Costello, said, "You cannot really understand America without Walt Whitman, without Leaves of Grass." And Ezra Pound said that Walt Whitman is America. Harold Bloom, one of the most important literary critics of the present day, has this to say about Whitman. "If you are American, then Walt Whitman is your imaginative father and mother, even if, like myself, you have never composed a line of verse. You can nominate a fair number of literary works as candidates for the secular scripture of the United States. They might include Melville's Moby Dick, Twain's Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and Emerson's 2 series of essays and the Conduct of Life. None of those, not even Emerson's, are as central as the first edition of Leaves of Grass." It's not uncommon for a work of literature to receive poor reception when it's initially published, but go on to receive greater acclaim in the years to come. But the complete 180 in attitude with regards to Leaves of Grass seems pretty extreme. I'd like to say that Whitman handled the praise with humility, but there are reports that he viewed himself as a Christ-like figure in poetry, a Kanye West for the 19th century. In summary, Walt Whitman was a highly influential American poet and a key member of the Transcendentalist movement, along with contemporaries Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau. Despite his humble beginnings, Whitman went on to write one of the most defining works of American poetry to date, Leaves of Grass. Though the sexuality of the book and Whitman's own suspected sexual preferences made Leaves of Grass controversial for the time, scholars and critics now consider it essential American reading, so go check it out.
Uncle Tom's Cabin, written by Harriet Beecher Stowe, was one of the most politically and socially influential works of fiction ever published. A story that many consider to be a protest novel, Uncle Tom's Cabin chronicles the families of 2 slaves as they discover they are about to be sold and separated from each other. Motivated by the passage of the Fugitive Slave Act, which protected the rights of the slave owner while diminishing the legal protection of the slaves, Beecher felt the need to not only express her outrage, but to attempt to gain support in a mass abolitionist effort to end slavery. Beecher took her emotion and turned to her pen to create literature that was instrumental in inspiring the anti-slavery movement that ultimately led to the outbreak of the Civil War. This was a first. Never before had a work of literature had such influence on national events, and many took note. Just imagine a work of fiction having the power to change a nation. As the story goes, which some think has been embellished, even Abraham Lincoln acknowledged this upon first meeting Stowe. He is reputed to have said, "So you are the little woman who wrote the book that started this great war." The book, when published in 1852, flew off bookstore shelves, selling 10,000 copies in its first week and over 300,000 in its first year. In Great Britain, even more copies were sold. In all kinds of ways, then, this Uncle Tom's Cabin made history. Harriet Beecher Stowe was born in Connecticut to a devout mother and reverend father. Ultimately one of 13 children, Harriet was like her siblings, extremely intellectually curious and aware of her need to change the world in a positive way, which she knew at an early age would involve writing. At the age of 21, she moved with her family to Cincinnati, Ohio, which became important for one very crucial reason. The city exposed her to the true slavery divide in the United States. While the city itself was metropolitan and diverse with freed and fugitive slaves, across the river was Kentucky, a slave state. Her experience there only solidified what she already believed, that injustice and inequality were at the very heart of the slave system. While in Cincinnati, she met her husband, Calvin Stowe, with whom she would have 7 children. Sadly, one of her children would die of cholera, which, she expressed, became a motivating force in her choice to include the mother's perspective and sense of loss in Uncle Tom's Cabin. The story starts on the farm of Arthur and Emily Shelby. They, along with their son George Shelby, are generally good people with sympathetic hearts, although there is no denying that their lifestyle does perpetuate the slave system. Uncle Tom is their slave, well-liked and devoted to his faith. Eliza Harris is also owned by the Shelbys, along with her son Harry. It is quickly revealed that the Shelbys have fallen into a difficult financial situation. Arthur is discussing the possibility of selling Uncle Tom and Harry to a slave trader to alleviate some of their financial burden. Arthur Shelby agrees, unbeknownst to his wife, to sell Tom and Harry to alleviate his debt. When Emily finds out, she is incredibly upset and expresses her disdain for the entire system of slavery. She knows what it will be like for her maid Eliza to be separated from her son. Throughout the novel, Stowe's characters often get to a point where they comment on the immorality of the system. As Arthur and Emily discuss the situation privately, Eliza overhears. She discusses the situation with Tom, who says he will not run away. However, they both agree that it would be best for Eliza to leave. She leaves with Harry in secret, intending to go north to Canada, where she will meet up with her husband, George Harris, who has also escaped from another master. Eliza, scared of what's to come, travels frantically with Harry until she gets to the Ohio River. This is a hugely important point in their escape because the river separates the North and the South, and she knows that she must get across. With a slave broker hot on her heels, Eliza has no choice but to cross the icy Ohio River herself. She dramatically reaches the other side and finds help with the locals, sympathetic of her situation. She and Harry soon make it to a Quaker settlement, where her husband, George, reunites with them. Soon thereafter, Eliza and George find out that Tom Loker, the slave hunter, is after them, so they hide in a rocky area near a cliff. When Loker and his men arrive, a fight ensues. The slave hunters back off and Loker falls unconscious down a cliff. Rather than leaving him there, Eliza convinces them to get medical treatment for Loker. After he is healed, Loker vows to change his ways. Eliza, George, and Harry travel north and are eventually able to cross into Canada and gain their freedom. Back at the Shelby farm, Tom is taken by the slave trader. This is difficult for George Shelby to see since they have always been friends. Tom's honesty and goodness were admired by all. George promises to buy his freedom someday. Tom is sent with the other slaves down the Mississippi River into the South, where they will be bought for plantation work. While on board, Tom befriends a sweet young girl named Eva St. Clair. When Tom saves Eva after she has fallen overboard, her father Augustine shows his appreciation by buying Tom. While with the St. Clairs, Tom's bond with little Eva grows. They become closer because of their common faith in God. After 2 years, Eva becomes sick and dies. Her father vows to free Tom as Eva had wished. Unfortunately, and quite suddenly, Augustine dies. All of their slaves, including Tom, are sent off to be sold once more. Tom and another female slave, Emmeline, are bought by an awful and mean Simon Legree, who takes them off in chains. Legree's plantation proves to be a hell where the master has created an atmosphere in which the slaves themselves can't trust each other. Legree's aim is to break Tom of his religious faith. Tom becomes close to Cassie, another female slave. She comes to Tom with the idea of killing Legree. Tom convinces her that escaping without violence would be a better idea, so Cassie and Emmeline devise a plan and disappear. Legree tells Tom that he will kill him if he does not reveal what he knows about the women's escape. Tom, choosing to die rather than reveal information, is beaten by Legree and Legree's slave overseers who manage the plantation. In his final hours, Tom's devotion to God and sense of forgiveness transform the overseers who are beating him. Both men eventually turn to God. Sadly, George Shelby arrives to buy Tom's freedom just as he is dying. George vows to work to end slavery and returns to his Kentucky farm to free his remaining slaves. Meanwhile, Cassie and Emmeline, in the midst of their escape, board a boat with a woman they discover is George Harris's sister. After hearing about George and his wife Eliza, Cassie realizes, in a strange twist of fate, that Eliza is her long-lost daughter. Once they are all reunited, they ultimately move to Liberia, a nation in Africa created for the resettlement of former slaves. Stowe's purpose in writing Uncle Tom's Cabin was to find a sympathetic ear in fellow Northerners. In creating multi-dimensional, complex characters, her story delivers a message that was heard around the country. Not only was slavery immoral and unjust, but it was antithetical to the very basic foundations of Christian beliefs. Uncle Tom's Cabin was such a groundbreaking work because most people on some level could relate to all the major themes: the pain and agony of having to lose a child, the sacrifice someone would make for their family, the belief in something good through experiences of terrible pain, an unrelenting faith in God. Uncle Tom's Cabin was not only widely read among Northerners who perceived it as fuel for their abolitionist cause, but it was read by Southerners who felt that it was a scathing view of their way of life. The controversy it produced drove a wedge deeper between the North and the South, which most historians agree helped to lay the foundation for the Civil War. In terms of its place in literary history, Uncle Tom's Cabin as a protest piece was the first of its kind. It paved the way for other journalists and writers who used fiction to reveal difficult realities and hypocrisies existing in the United States, like Upton Sinclair would in The Jungle later on. While opinions differ on her depiction of slave life and whether or not her characters were too stereotypical, most agree that Stowe created a story in which women were strong and capable, perhaps an underlying feminist message. The popularity and criticism it drew proved that literature could have a larger purpose, informing the public or trying to sway public opinion through story. Uncle Tom's Cabin was one of the most influential works of American fiction ever written. The story begins with a Kentucky farm owner who must sell 2 of his slaves for much-needed money. What follows are 2 very different stories of slavery and survival, family and friendship. Eliza, her son Harry, and eventually her husband George fight to make their way north to Canada and freedom. Tom, a kind and devout Christian, does not fight, but maintains his faith in the goodness of man as he is sold again and again. He does not break, but rather moves into death the same honest and forgiving Christian that he was in life. Harriet Beecher Stowe's story of the slave experience galvanized abolitionist Northerners in their cause while creating resentment in the pro-slavery South. Many credit the novel with inching the country closer to war and ultimately presenting slavery as a moral issue on a national scale. Translated into more than 60 languages and adapted into theater and screen productions, the legacy of the story has earned a permanent place in this country's history. Mark Twain, a writer who is often considered the first truly American voice in this country's literary history, was a man of many adventures. In his lifetime, which spanned from 1835 to 1910, Twain could have at various times considered himself an author, an essayist, a humorist, a journalist, a master riverboat pilot, an entrepreneur, an inventor, a public speaker and controversial personality, a son, a brother, a father, and a husband. Most celebrated now for his novels The Adventures of Tom Sawyer and Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Twain's use of authenticity in voice and writing style created for him and the world a new kind of writing. Writing that revealed to the reader the gritty and sometimes uncomfortable reality of 19th century life in a changing America. Here's an interesting fact about Mark Twain. Mark Twain was not the author's given name at birth. This little boy was actually born Samuel Clemens. The year was 1835, and young Samuel joined a mother and father and 5 siblings at a small village in Missouri. When he was only 4, the family moved to Hannibal, Missouri, a very busy town of about 1,000 people. While the move may seem like an unimportant detail, Hannibal became incredibly special to this little boy. The town, situated on the Mississippi River, was bustling with steamboat business, minstrel shows, tradesmen, and visiting performance troupes. Pretty much anything a curious little boy could want, little Samuel had. At some point along the way, though, Samuel saw a different side of this little playground. He witnessed a significant amount of violence in disputes among townspeople and also in the locals' treatment of slaves. By the age of 10, he had already witnessed 2 deaths. Think about it. Missouri would be one of the 15 slave states when the Civil War broke out in 1861, so at the time, slave ownership and trade was an active facet of the economy. On the one hand, little Samuel had this bright little childhood, filled with the kind of adventure and wonder that you read about in books. On the other hand, he knew firsthand about the darkness that lay beneath. Sadly, little Samuel lost his father, a lawyer and a judge, to pneumonia when the boy was only 12 years old. His mother and 4 surviving siblings grew desperate and became nearly destitute. So his great American childhood abruptly over, he quit school to begin a lifetime of work. His first job was an apprentice printer at a newspaper at which he worked in exchange for a small amount of food. His second job at the age of 15 was working for his brother O'Brien at the Hannibal Western Union as a printer, writer, and editor. So began his writing life. At the age of 17, little Samuel took off. He left his job at his brother's paper and spent 3 years traveling and working as a printer hired day by day. In 1856, he boarded a steamboat in Cincinnati, intending to go to New Orleans. Along the route, he informally studied with the steamboat's pilot, whose intelligence and acuity on the water impressed Samuel. Ultimately, he stayed on as an apprentice pilot, eventually fulfilling a childhood dream and earning his own pilot's license. While this may not mean much to you or me, back then riverboat pilots were powerful, respected, rich. For Samuel, who spent his entire childhood watching from the shore, this turn of events was exciting. A funny little thing happened to Samuel. Obviously, he had to learn to navigate the muddy and sometimes cloudy waters of the Mississippi. One of the most important lessons of piloting was the necessity of testing the depth of the waters. When one reached a specific measure of depth in the water, the signal cry to others aboard was "Mark Twain," which meant basically that the waters were safe. Imagine that. A writer finds his name and himself on the riverboat. He made the decision to officially adopt the pen name as his own. Unfortunately, the Civil War brought a halt to his time on the river because travel became quite limited. Twain decided to take off again, spending time traveling in the U.S. and abroad, and writing various newspaper pieces that were insightful and humorous. It was during this time that he met and married his wife Olivia, with whom he would eventually have 4 children. It was also during this time that he published his first short story that gained acclaim, The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. Twain was one of those guys whose life seems to follow an uncharted path. While writing for various newspapers, he fancied himself an inventor. He actually patented 3 inventions. While traveling the country on the lecture circuit as a humorous speaker and what some would now consider a kind of comedian, he schmoozed with the political and literary elite. In some places he made quite a bit of money, but he also lost money. The one constant in his life seemed to be Missouri and those memories of home. So he decided to write about it. The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, published in 1876, is a novel about a boy growing up on the Mississippi River. Sound at all familiar? Tom Sawyer and his buddies get into all sorts of shenanigans. In this novel, which is said to be set in a town based on Hannibal, Missouri, we meet his sidekick, Huckleberry Finn. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, published in 1885, is the sequel to his first novel and is also the work that has garnered the most acclaim. Believed by many, including Ernest Hemingway and William Faulkner, to be one of the greatest of all American novels, it chronicles Huck's escape from his unpleasant family situation and his subsequent travels into the South. What makes Huckleberry Finn so unique? Its use of regional dialect and the fact that the narrator's adventures take place in Missouri in the South. Let's tackle these qualities one by one. In his first-person narration, Twain is able to capture the authentic voice of the narrator through realistic descriptions and vernacular, or the native dialect of a region. This is particularly notable because no author had ever given their readers such a gritty portrayal of an authentic character with less than romantic life problems. Nor had the voice of a child been so successfully captured. This narrator, Huck Finn, reaches out to the reader directly on the very first page of the novel. You don't know about me without you have read a book by the name of The Adventures of Tom Sawyer, but that ain't no matter. That book was made by Mr. Mark Twain, and he told the truth, mainly. There was things which he stretched, but mainly he told the truth. Think about this. Twain was one of the first to capture language as it was really spoken, with accents, mispronunciation, and gasp, bad grammar, and double gasp. Readers liked it. He became one of the first in a new school of writing called realism. Twain purposefully broke away from the formality of Romanticism and created a kind of story that reflected the real lives of the middle class. and in this case, the real adventures of a mischievous and thoughtful boy. Using this as a vehicle, many not-so-fun topics were weaved into the story, like class, money, and racism. Again, it was more gritty and in-your-face than most readers had seen, and it was a hit. It also made Twain an incredibly controversial figure. Some of the language in Huck Finn has frequently landed it on the banned book lists in our nation's public schools. Twain's choice of setting becomes very important as well. In recalling his experiences in Hannibal as a child, he drew on all of those aspects of the region that he remembered, both good and bad. Therefore, we see all of the possibilities that river life brought, along with the darker, more scary aspects of opportunism and violent racism. What all of this does is come together to form a real picture of this geographic location, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Twain was also considered one of the first regionalists, or writers who focused their works on an accurate representation of a specific region. Mark Twain, born Samuel Clemens, was who many consider to be the first authentically American voice in writing. Through his stories, the reader felt a kinship to characters who were, for the first time, typical folk, and in the case of his most famous novels, they were rumble-tumble boys who lacked a certain kind of civilization. Twain was the first writer who really focused his work on a specific area of the United States. His characters remained in the playground of his boyhood along the Mississippi River. As a result, Twain emerged as a one-of-a-kind writer with a body of work that garnered him the position of leader of the pack in both the regionalism and realism movements in literature. Considered by many to be one of the country's greatest writers, Twain himself led a life of adventure. Sadly, after losing 3 of his 4 children fairly early in their lives, and his wife later on, Twain was unable to write with any real results and instead passed the time in his old age reading and playing cards and billiards. And being bitter, some say. But Twain, who was once called the Lincoln of our literature by his friend and fellow writer William Dean Howells, had already engraved his name in our country's literary history.
He wrote one of the most cherished and widely read American novels in history. His most iconic novel's title character has been played by everyone, from a young Robert Redford to a not-so-young Leonardo DiCaprio. One of his short story characters was played by a young, old, and everything in between Brad Pitt. Yet F. Scott Fitzgerald died thinking of his career as a failure. Does that seem inconceivable? Let's find out more. Francis Scott Key Fitzgerald was born in 1896 in St. Paul, Minnesota. Francis Scott Key? Yep, his second cousin, 3 times removed, wrote the national anthem. His family was fairly well-to-do. When his father's career faltered, they lived just fine off his mother's inheritance from her family's wholesale grocery business. As a boy, Fitzgerald attended a few different Catholic prep schools. In these early years, he already displayed an aptitude for writing and literature. At age 13, he got his first publication, a detective story in the school newspaper. He went on to Princeton University, and he would have graduated in 1917, but he dropped out to join the Army during World War I. Thinking he'd die in combat, he quickly churned out a novel, The Romantic Egoist, but it was rejected by the publisher Charles Scribner's Sons. They did encourage him to revise and resubmit, a practice he'd pursue with vigor throughout his life. Rather than face combat in the trenches of Europe, Fitzgerald was sent to Camp Sheridan in Alabama. While there, he met and fell for Zelda Sayer. Just 18 years old, Zelda came from a prominent, wealthy, Southern family. She was an active socialite, caring more about boys and excitement than school. When the war ended in 1918, Fitzgerald went to New York to pursue his financial fortune in advertising. He knew he'd need wealth to marry Zelda. Early on, she agreed to his proposal, but when he didn't immediately strike it rich, she broke off the engagement. Fortunately, he kept at his revising and turned that rejected first novel into This Side of Paradise, his first published novel. Scribner's liked it this time, and it was published in 1920. It was an overnight success. Plus, it won Zelda back. They were married a week after the book came out. A year later, they had their only child, a daughter named Frances Scott Fitzgerald, creative, or Scotty. This Side of Paradise is about Amory Blaine, a Princeton student from the Midwest who joined the Army and unsuccessfully wooed a debutante. Sound familiar? Write what you know, I guess. The novel did signal Fitzgerald's blossoming role in the modernist movement. Its theme of post-World War I disillusionment typifies much of the modernist style. While his first novel was a hit, it was short story writing that would financially carry Fitzgerald throughout his life. He received a huge audience for his many stories published in the Saturday Evening Post. It's worth noting that he considered his stories to be of inferior artistic merit relative to his novels. An early hit story from the Post was 1920's Bernice Bobs Her Hair. This one showed Fitzgerald's knack for independent female characters. This was again evident in The Offshore Pirate. Later, Collier's published The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, about a man who ages backwards. Brad Pitt starred in a very loose adaptation of this story. With the fame from This Side of Paradise and the income from short stories, Fitzgerald and Zelda became, essentially, party animals. They traveled and lived in Rome, New York, Paris, and the French Riviera. They hobnobbed with folks like Ernest Hemingway, with whom Fitzgerald developed a long friendship. Fitzgerald published his second novel, The Beautiful and Damned, in 1922. With more autobiographical elements, this novel is about New York socialites in the Jazz Age and their decadent lifestyles. Chronicling East Coast socialites in the Jazz Age was a specialty of Fitzgerald, and few did it better. He once wrote of the time, "It was an age of miracles, it was an age of art, it was an age of excess, and it was an age of satire." In 1924, the marriage with Zelda was starting to strain. She was linked to a French naval aviator, which never bodes well. Zelda heavily influenced Fitzgerald's writing. For example, many characters in his stories were based on her, yet around this time these portrayals took a dark turn. This surfaced in the 1925 novel The Great Gatsby. This novel of infidelity, class, and tragedy, as well as the aforementioned Robert Redford and Leonardo DiCaprio movie adaptations, has its own lesson, definitely worth checking out. Its complex structure and Jazz Age themes place it squarely in the modernist era. In the late 1920s, Zelda pursued a career as a professional ballerina. She had her first mental breakdown and was eventually diagnosed with schizophrenia, though she may have more accurately had bipolar disorder. She ended up living out most of her days in a series of mental hospitals, where she was subjected to horrific electroshock therapy and damaging drugs. Still, she actively wrote and painted. Ironically, Fitzgerald had to suspend work on novels to write short stories to pay for Zelda's psychiatric care. The Great Gatsby flopped, and despite the way he criticized the social elite's reckless spending habits in his works, Fitzgerald was a terrible manager of his own finances. In fact, after Gatsby, it was Zelda who next published a novel, 1932's Save Me the Waltz. This fictional account of her marriage didn't sit well with her husband. What may have upset him most is that the novel he'd been struggling with covered the same material. In 1934, he finally published Tender is the Night. This is the story of Dick Diver, a psychoanalyst, and his patient-slash-wife, Nicole. There's drinking, mental instability, and infidelity, all the stuff of good fiction, as well as the stuff of Fitzgerald's own life. It was another flop, though like Gatsby, it's more highly regarded today. Oh, I hadn't dwelled on Fitzgerald's drinking much, but it's important to note that he was a legendary drinker. All of that alcohol likely contributed to his ill health. In the late 1930s, he was sick and in debt. He spent a while in Hollywood working on scripts, but that didn't last long. He died in 1940. At the time, he was working on The Love of the Last Tycoon. Literary critic Edmund Wilson, a good friend of Fitzgerald, finished the work based on the author's detailed notes, and it was published in 1941. Zelda died in a fire at a mental hospital in 1948. It wasn't until around 1960 when Fitzgerald's reputation turned around and he emerged from obscurity. It took time, another world war, and acclaim from writers like T.S. Eliot and J.D. Salinger to help raise Fitzgerald's profile. Today, The Great Gatsby is found in nearly every high school in America. In summary, F. Scott Fitzgerald was a novelist and short story writer closely associated with the Jazz Age and modernism. He often wrote of socialites in the post-World War I era. His most notable novel is The Great Gatsby. Other novels include Tender is the Night and This Side of Paradise. His wife, Zelda, was the inspiration for much in Fitzgerald's work. Their tumultuous marriage ended badly as she lived out her days in mental hospitals.
You may not think that 20th century American writer Ernest Hemingway has a lot in common with Stephenie Meyer, the author of the Twilight series. Hemingway was born in 1899 in Illinois and wrote enduring novels such as For Whom the Bell Tolls and The Sun Also Rises. Meyer, on the other hand, was born 12 years after Hemingway died and is famous for writing books about teenage vampires. Hemingway's personal life was marked by multiple marriages, time spent in Europe, Africa, and Cuba, and excessive drinking. Meyer, a practicing Mormon, has only been married once, doesn't smoke or drink, and while she may have visited Europe or Africa, is generally associated with the Pacific Northwest, where the Twilight series is set. What these two writers do have in common is an ability to elicit very strong responses from their readers, at least the ones I've come into contact with. People who love Hemingway, both his writing and general approach to life. Similarly, Hemingway's critics tend to write him off as an overrated, philandering, drunk misogynist. In my experience, Meyer has the same polarizing effect. Twilight fans are obsessed with all things Twilight, and Twilight detractors, of which I admit I am one, think she represents everything that's wrong with contemporary fiction. For the record, I've been on Team Hemingway since my first exposure to his writing in middle school. Though I'll admit his personal life isn't one that I'd use as a model, I don't think he could have written the works he wrote without living the life he lived. Let's find out why. While almost every writer uses his or her own personal experiences as inspiration, the connection between Hemingway's life and his written work is almost overwhelming. His works pulled inspiration from his earliest experiences, starting from his youth, which was marked by a love of the outdoors, particularly hunting and fishing. His love of fishing likely laid the groundwork for his novel The Old Man and the Sea, published in 1952. You may have read The Old Man and the Sea in school, and if you're anything like the people I went to school with, there's a good chance you hated it. Though it was successful upon publication, certain literary critics were also not that into this work, calling it unrealistic. Of course, some novels are meant to be unrealistic, but Hemingway, a former journalist, was by that point known for his realistic and unembellished writing style. His other novels seemed heavy on detail and light on whimsy, and many critics found The Old Man and the Sea to be an unwelcome departure from that. There's also a chance you just found it boring. Many Hemingway haters do. Unlike his other novels, which we'll get to later, this one didn't have war heroes or torrid affairs or running of the bulls or horrifying injuries to genitals. Instead, it tells the story of an old man named Santiago, who, after going almost 3 months without catching a fish, finds himself in a knockdown dragout with a big old marlin. Spoiler alert, Santiago wins the day, but despite this exciting victory, still seems to be unsatisfied with his life and wistful for his younger days. Not a surprise that Hemingway wrote this towards the end of his own life. Though by all accounts Hemingway was both academically and socially successful in high school, he didn't attend college. After working as a journalist for the Kansas City Star for a bit, he unsuccessfully tried to join the military around the time of World War I. He ended up in Europe anyway, working for the Red Cross. Eventually, he'd combine his interest in combat and travel with his talent for writing, working as a foreign correspondent for many publications and covering various events, including the Spanish Civil War and World War II. During his time in Europe, he'd meet a group of other American expatriates, or people living in a country other than their home country, led by another wonderful American writer named Gertrude Stein. This group was nicknamed the Lost Generation. If you've seen the movie Midnight in Paris, you've seen Woody Allen's version of the Lost Generation. A drunk and boisterous Hemingway, a brilliant and vibrant Stein, and the circle of artists, musicians, and various bohemians they surrounded themselves with. This time in Hemingway's life largely influenced his book The Sun Also Rises. Published in 1926, the book is about a group of American expatriates led by an American journalist, sound familiar, named Jake, and their various misadventures, love triangles, and drunken conversations that take place in Paris and Pamplona, the Spanish city famous for the running of the bulls. It's my personal favorite of his novels because it's about the live-for-the-moment bohemian lifestyle that I love to fantasize about but would never actually want to live myself. The central romantic conflict of the book is between Jake and Lady Brett Ashley, a woman with a soap opera star name and romantic past. A war injury has left Jake impotent, so a real relationship between them is unreasonable, but they can't seem to fight their feelings for each other. We'll cover this book in more detail in another video. The events of World War I also inspired Hemingway to write A Farewell to Arms, which was published in 1929. Like The Sun Also Rises, the ties between Hemingway's own experience with the war and what happens to his protagonist Frederick Henry are hard to ignore.
Frederick is an American, serving in the Italian army in an organization that seems awfully Red Cross-like to me. He gets injured and falls in love with the nurse who's caring for him, an intriguing Brit named Catherine Barclay. Critics can, and have, argued till the cows come home about what the character of Catherine says about Hemingway's attitude towards women, but we don't have time for that now. Though Hemingway was certainly not an unknown when A Farewell to Arms came out, many think that this is the book that cemented his reputation as one of the greatest American novelists. Hemingway wrote more than just the 3 novels mentioned here, and he also wrote a ton of short stories, including my very favorite short story of all time, A Clean, Well-Lighted Place. A story that's short on action, but so incredibly beautiful that none other than James Joyce, no slouch in the short story department himself, called it masterly. He also wrote a series of stories, later dubbed the Nick Adams stories, because they featured a protagonist named, you guessed it, Nick Adams. At this point, you'll be shocked to learn that many aspects of the Nick Adams stories appear to be inspired by Hemingway's own life experiences, particularly his time spent up in Michigan and with the Red Cross. Many of his short stories weren't published until after Hemingway died, and some literary scholars think that his stories were edited or otherwise altered from their original version. But what continues to shock me is just the sheer volume of them. Some of his other most famous titles include The Short Happy Life of Francis Macomber, Hills Like White Elephants, and The Killers. After a life full of writing, travel, adventure, and, yes, debauchery, Hemingway settled in Ketchum, Idaho with his 4th wife, Mary. Both physically and mentally ill at this point, he attempted suicide multiple times before finally succeeding in 1961. In summary, American writer Ernest Hemingway led a fascinating and complicated life that informed many of his major novels and short stories, including The Sun Also Rises, A Farewell to Arms, and The Old Man and the Sea. Hemingway was part of a group of American expatriates who spent a lot of time in Paris, known as the Lost Generation. The Lost Generation included other prominent American authors, namely Gertrude Stein. Though his life ended tragically in 1961, his novels and short stories are considered some of the greatest in American literature.
I love the Coen Brothers movies, especially the weirdest ones, like Barton Fink. In that movie, John Turturro plays a serious writer who goes to Hollywood, and his first assignment is to write a wrestling picture, which seems like such an insult to a dignified author. That's actually a reference to William Faulkner, who suffered the exact same indignity. In fact, John Mahoney plays a character in Barton Fink that's even more directly a caricature of an older Faulkner, drunk, sleeping with a secretary, a great author slumming in Hollywood. The Coen brothers worked Faulkner references into everything from Raising Arizona to The Big Lebowski, though many are so subtle you'd never notice. So who is this guy worthy of such treatment? Let's start at the beginning. William Faulkner was born in 1897 in New Albany, Mississippi. When he was 5, his family moved to Oxford, Mississippi, where he'd lived for the majority of his life. Faulkner loved to read as a child, but he somehow failed to graduate from high school. While in his teens, he dated Estelle Oldham. Then some other guy went and proposed to her. Since this guy came from a more desirable family than Faulkner's, Estelle's parents insisted she marry him. It was 1918 and the war was raging, so Faulkner decided to join the army. But at 5'5", he was too short, so he joined the Canadian Royal Air Force. World War I ended before he finished training, so he never actually saw combat, and he headed back to Mississippi. He enrolled at Ole Miss, gaining entrance due to his father's employment there, but he didn't last more than a few semesters. Faulkner then bounced around various day jobs. All the while, he was writing poetry and fiction. In April of 1929, Estelle's marriage ended. Faulkner waited barely more than a month, marrying her in June of that same year. They bought and restored a dilapidated Oxford mansion known as Roanoke. He vowed to support her and the 2 kids she brought with her on his writing. Unfortunately, the reading public wasn't keen on that. But he got a gig as a screenwriter in Los Angeles. As I noted earlier, this wasn't always great work. Plus, he didn't really like the movies, but it was paying work. He had a long friendship with director Howard Hawks and a long affair with Hawks' secretary, Meta Carpenter. Perhaps his best screenwriting credit is Hawks' 1946 masterpiece, The Big Sleep, which is based on Raymond Chandler's novel and stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall. Faulkner was a peculiar kind of alcoholic. While he was writing, he rarely drank, but when he finished a project, he'd binge drink. Those binges might last for days or weeks. He'd drink until he passed out, often causing harm to himself or those around him. Faulkner's novels went more or less unnoticed until the late 1940s. In 1949, he won the Nobel Prize for Literature, and in 1951, his collected stories won the National Book Award. And for the next dozen or so years, he finally enjoyed the fruits of his labors. In 1962, Faulkner died of a heart attack at age 64. So that's his life, but what about those books, the ones no one noticed at first? Faulkner's first novel is 1926's Soldier's Pay. This one is about a severely wounded World War I aviator who returns home. There's sort of a love triangle, as the aviator was helped home by a war widow who wants to marry him. He's already engaged to another woman, but his fiancée wasn't faithful in his absence. In 1929, Faulkner published Sartoris, which centers on the decline of a wealthy Southern family in the aftermath of World War I. This is the first of many works to be set in Yoknapatawpha County. This fictional Mississippi locale, with a name derived from Chickasaw, is based on Lafayette County, which includes Faulkner's hometown Oxford. Later novels further develop characters introduced in Sartoris as residents of Yoknapatawpha County. In many ways, this setting is a defining element of Faulkner's work. It allows Faulkner to explore Southern history and the lives of his characters on a rich palette of his own design. Later in 1929, Faulkner published The Sound and the Fury. Considered one of the best novels of the century, this is the tragic story of the Compson family. They're more Southern aristocrats, and the novel tells of their financial, religious, and personal failures. The novel is notable for employing a stream of consciousness style, as found in the works of other major modernist writers like James Joyce and Virginia Woolf. The Sound and the Fury also jumps around in time and is told from different points of view, which makes it challenging to follow. The next year, As I Lay Dying came out. This one has more stream of consciousness writing and again uses multiple narrators. Plus there's an entire lesson on it, so check that out. Up until this point, the public really wasn't paying much attention to Faulkner. That changed some with 1931's Sanctuary. It's the story of Temple Drake, a young debutante who gets kidnapped and raped during the Prohibition era. It's a dark, troubling story that shocked many readers. Faulkner published a sequel, Requiem for a Nun, that is part novel and part play. Temple Drake is married and a mother in this novel, but she's still struggling with what happened to her in Sanctuary. The novel contains one of Faulkner's great lines, "The past is never dead. It's not even past." 1936 brought Absalom, Absalom. This one is centered around the Civil War. Quentin Compson, from The Sound and the Fury, is a key character. However, the main character is Thomas Sutpen, a white man who rises from poverty to own a plantation. It deals with race and the burden of slavery's legacy in the South. This novel also features a sentence with 1,288 words, which is one of the longest in literature. A key element of Faulkner's style is intricately woven, fascinatingly structured sentences. Absalom, Absalom just happens to have the one that takes the cake. 1942's Go Down Moses is really a collection of related short stories. The McCaslin family is prominent throughout the stories. It's another work that tackles race, slavery, and the fate of the South. 1954's A Fable won the Pulitzer Prize for Fiction and the National Book Award. It's notable for not being set in Yoknapatawpha County, while every other novel we've looked at since Sartoris is. Then there's the Snopes trilogy, which includes The Hamlet, The Town, and The Mansion. As you might expect, these novels focus on the Snopes family. In stories grappling with good and evil, the Snopes are definitely evil. But they use their evil ways to rise to power, as so many villains do. Faulkner's final novel is 1962's The Reivers. Winner of the Pulitzer Prize, this one isn't as complicated in style as other Faulkner books. It's also funnier and lighter in mood. It's about Lucas Priest, Boone Hagenbeck, and Ned McCaslin, and their adventures in stealing, horse racing, and cars. In summary, William Faulkner is perhaps the most celebrated Southern novelist. His novels, which are typical of the modernist style, feature varying, complex writing techniques, including stream of consciousness, time shifts, and multiple narrators. His most notable works include The Sound and the Fury, As I Lay Dying, and Absalom, Absalom. Most of us don't own a time machine. That's a bummer, but the next best thing can be a book that transports us to a different place in time. And one of my favorite places to visit is Northern California in the early 20th century. Why? Because that's the world of John Steinbeck. Steinbeck was born in Salinas, California in 1902. He grew up and lived for many years in the Monterey Bay area. This area may be about as close to Eden as you'll find. There's terrific farmland, beautiful scenery, and of course the Pacific Ocean. Steinbeck would immortalize the area in a multitude of novels. We're going to spend a little time on The Grapes of Wrath, his most notable work, then quickly review the rest of his impressive literary legacy. Many people consider The Grapes of Wrath to be Steinbeck's greatest novel. In fact, it won the National Book Award, a Pulitzer, and helped earn Steinbeck the Nobel Prize. Published in 1939, it's the tale of the Joad family. Tom Joad is the central character, but his entire family is part of the story. They're tenant farmers from Oklahoma during the Great Depression. When their crops are destroyed in the Dust Bowl, they decide to head west for the promise of greener pastures in California. They hope to become fruit pickers there. But everyone else who is suffering seems to have the same idea. The road is clogged with other poor travelers. They meet all kinds of fellow Okies, as they are derogatively called, either heading the same way or returning after not finding what they'd hoped for. When they get to California, the Joads find that there's a surplus of workers, and the big corporate farmers are running the show. They move from camp to camp, but as newcomers, they get shunned by their fellow laborers. There are just not enough jobs to support everyone who arrives in California. There are arguments over whether the workers should organize into unions or not. Meanwhile, the authorities threaten to run them all out. The Joads finally find decent work picking fruit, but then they realize they were hired as strikebreakers. Tom Joad undergoes a transformation and realizes his destiny is to lead the workers and help them organize. Doing so, though, means abandoning his family. The novel ends with them no better off than when they started, though there is a glimmer of hope for the future. The themes in The Grapes of Wrath are not unusual for Steinbeck. One of the things I like most about Steinbeck is that you could boil down his style and themes to one word: America. His work is quintessentially American. I mean, what is more American than heading west to California in search of a better life? And many of Steinbeck's characters are seeking the elusive American dream. But let's break up this overarching American notion into a few key parts. First, social protest is pervasive in Steinbeck's work. He often wrote about the downtrodden in society, particularly farmers and migrant workers like the Joads. Related, Steinbeck's works are particularly attuned to the issues of humanity and the cruel ways we treat those who are different from us, whether because of class, foreignness, or something else. One of my favorite lines from The Grapes of Wrath that conveys this idea is about the meaning of the term Okie. Okie used to mean you was from Oklahoma. Now it means you're a dirty son of a bitch. Okie means you're scum. Don't mean nothing itself. It's the way they say it. Here, a word that could have been a badge of pride for Oklahomans becomes a slur. Then there's realism. I think of it like this. Steinbeck's characters and plots are true to life. Their situations and struggles are very grounded. Similarly, Steinbeck's prose is direct and straightforward. Though some novels are experiments in form, his language is usually very accessible, and Steinbeck's stance on the issues he presents is rarely ambiguous. There's also naturalism. Steinbeck loved America's landscapes, and he portrayed them vividly. Long before I ever lived in Northern California, I felt I knew the farms, mountains, beaches, and towns from their representations across his works. Finally, but no less important, are issues of family. The Grapes of Wrath isn't just the story of Tom Joad. It's the story of the Joad family, a multi-generational clan. In Steinbeck's works, families can be torn apart, or their familiar bonds can form the character's core. Let's do a quick tour through Steinbeck's other major works, focusing on their styles and themes and how they fit into his literary legacy. His earliest major work is 1935's Tortilla Flat. This is a bit of a silly collection of stories about a group of Mexican-American guys and their meandering misadventures in Monterey County. They're good-natured souls, though they'd much rather drink than work. There's an underlying commentary on the social issues facing the Mexican-American community, which gives a little weight to the novel. In many ways, 1936's Indubious Battle treads the same ground as The Grapes of Wrath. It's about striking fruit workers in California and their efforts to organize. While the American communists are fighting for the laborers, there is criticism of their motives. The oppressive capitalist system, though, is the true villain of this story. A major short novel is 1937's Of Mice and Men. Like The Grapes of Wrath, this is a tragic story of migrant workers in the Great Depression. There's a video on this one, and I encourage you to check it out. Another short novel is 1945's Cannery Row, which is set in Monterey. This is one of my favorites. I think of this one as like a TV show that's more about its characters than its plot. And like a TV show, they have a series of little, largely insignificant adventures, but always pretty much end up back where they started. While it can be a light book, there's a looming sense of loneliness among its characters, and sadness about their situations. In 1954, Steinbeck would write a sequel, Sweet Thursday, which is kind of like a reunion show where most of the fun is in revisiting favorite characters. But before that, there was 1947's The Wayward Bus. Though not as well known, this is another fascinating study of characters. Like Cannery Row, the characters are lost and lonely. Then we get to another major work, 1952's East of Eden. Remember when I said Monterey County was a little like Eden? Steinbeck certainly thought so too. He sought to write an epic about family history in the Salinas Valley, and that he did. This novel is principally about those two things, family and the Salinas Valley. It's also pretty heavy-handed with his biblical imagery. For example, there are numerous characters whose names begin with a C or an A, and they all contain allusions to the Cain and Abel story from Genesis. In 1961, Steinbeck published his final novel, The Winter of Our Discontent. This is a dark tale about a family that loses its wealth, then struggles with moral degradation. It's a harsh commentary on American culture in the prosperous times following World War II. So that's Steinbeck's final novel, but there's one more very important work to discuss, 1962's Travels with Charlie, In Search of America. In 1960, Steinbeck converted a pickup truck into a camper and set out to see America. His companion? Charlie, his dog. The resulting nonfiction book is a fascinating account of the nation Steinbeck had been describing for decades, seen through the new lens of the 1960s. Of course, 1960 was a particularly interesting time to see America. The Kennedy-Nixon election season was in full swing. A new technological age was dawning, and in Steinbeck's view was posing a serious threat to American culture, if only he'd been around for so-called smartphones. And in one of the book's most gripping passages, there's a major conflict throughout the Deep South over school integration. Steinbeck recounts with horror the disgusting racism of white mothers vehemently protesting their schools accepting black children. Steinbeck died in 1968, and it's rumored that he knew the end was near, so he really just wanted to see the nation he so loved one final time. In summary, John Steinbeck is a Nobel Prize and Pulitzer Prize-winning author, known for works including Of Mice and Men, East of Eden, and Travels with Charlie. One of his most famous novels, The Grapes of Wrath, follows the Joad family as they travel from Oklahoma to California during the Great Depression in search of farm work. Steinbeck often wrote about migrant farmers, labor struggles, and similar stories of the poor and downtrodden. He also wrote with stark realism and a deep appreciation of the natural world. A recurring setting for his works is Monterey County in Northern California, where he grew up and which he considered a kind of paradise.
There may not be a more polarizing figure in American literature than Holden Caulfield, the protagonist of J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye. Some people identify with Holden so strongly that they practically idolize him, some find his antics and attitudes so selfish and immature that they can't stand him, and some just want to give him a hug. I personally fall into the last category, though I'll admit I might want to follow that hug up with a smack upside the head. So who is this Holden Caulfield, and why does he yield such strong emotional responses from readers? So glad you asked. We meet young Holden at a fancy Pennsylvania prep school called Pensy, and we can almost tell instantly that he's unhappy. The novel is told from Holden's point of view and begins like this. If you really want to hear about it, the first thing you'll probably want to know is where I was born, and what my lousy childhood was like, and how my parents were occupied and all before they had me, and all that David Copperfield kind of crap, but I don't feel like going into it if you want to know the truth. So we learn two things right off the bat. First, Holden is telling the story from some point in the future, at least he's not telling us about the events as they happen. Second, he's irritated at the reader for wanting to know his story, but it sounds like he's going to tell us anyway. Holden's attitude towards the reader is pretty representative of how he feels about everyone. He frequently refers to people he doesn't like, and that's most people, as phonies. Holden can't abide phonies, and it seems like he finds them everywhere. He's so unhappy with the people he encounters in life that he's already on his 4th prep school at the age of 16. Things don't appear to be going great for him at this school either. Holden learns he's going to be expelled from Pensy and will have to go home to New York City and share the disappointing news with his parents. After getting into a fight with his roommate Stradlater, an excellent name in my opinion, Holden decides to leave school early, go back to New York, but not tell his parents he's there yet. Most normal teens would wonder how he'd be able to pull this off, but we're to understand that Holden's family has a lot of money, and a few days in a Manhattan hotel is well within Holden's financial capability. I was excited to get a Mexican pizza from Taco Bell when I was in high school, so I found Holden hard to relate to right off the bat. One thing that's important to note about Holden's arrival in New York is a conversation he has with a cab driver. He asks the cabbie where the ducks that hang out in the pond at Central Park go when it gets cold and the pond is frozen over. The cabbie does not seem to know or care and probably just wants this weird chatty teenager out of his car. This interaction may seem inconsequential, especially since by this point the reader has already witnessed some pretty weird interactions between Holden and the people he encounters. The guy seems to love lying for lying's own sake. But this particular exchange shows that, beyond his outward bravado and disregard for most people, Holden does think about the well-being of others. Well, at least of ducks. Holden can seem really unlikable, selfish, and overly judgmental, but Salinger drops little clues along the way to indicate that there's more to Holden's personality than we might realize. The first clue actually comes quite early in the novel, when Holden talks about a paper he wrote describing his brother Allie's baseball mitt, which Allie had written poems all over. Holden's fondness for Allie is a great contrast to the disdain he seems to feel for just about everyone else. Anyway, back to his time in Manhattan. He goes around having strange interactions with a lot of different people. Some friends, some strangers, and memorably, one prostitute. Holden assures us that he is not a virgin for lack of opportunity and that he was always respectful when a girl didn't want to sleep with him. When he sets up this meeting with Sunny, the prostitute, he discovers he's unable to sleep with her, emotionally, not physically, and instead pays her just to talk. Sunny is surprised by this, since I assume this is not how her general workdays progressed, and actually returns later with her pimp Maurice to get more money from Holden. This little encounter results in Holden getting punched by Maurice, one of the more memorable scenes in the novel. Holden continues to make weird choices, like inviting this girl Sally to see a play, only to first ask her to run away with him and then insult her, or making racist and homophobic comments to one of his old school friends. But he also keeps doing sweet things like buying a record for his sister Phoebe, though he accidentally breaks it later, or continuing to worry about the fate of the Central Park ducks come winter. Eventually, after finding the charms of Manhattan less than charming, Holden decides to head home, mostly to see Phoebe, who appears to be the only person he likes. Wait, what about his brother Allie, you might ask? Didn't you say he liked Allie too? Allie has died of leukemia 3 years prior to the start of the story, and it's at this point we start to realize that Holden's never really moved past Allie's death. And if we've started to hate him because of all the strange, unkind things he's done so far in the book, it's pretty hard not to feel sorry for him at this point. And this brings us to the book's title. Once Holden sneaks into his parents' apartment, he visits with Phoebe, who, incidentally, is annoyed at him for getting kicked out of yet another school, but clearly loves her brother very much, and tells Phoebe he fantasizes about being a catcher in the rye, based off a poem we heard that went, "If a body catch a body comin' through the rye." He thinks a catcher in the rye would catch bodies in a rye field, children's bodies, he thinks, to save them. At this point, it's all but impossible not to feel sorry for Holden. The poor guy is clearly haunted by his brother Allie's death and wishes there was something he could have done. This explains why he's so concerned about the ducks in wintertime. He wants innocent things to be protected from the things that could hurt them. Phoebe explains that the poem actually says, "If a body meet a body comin' through the rye," and a catcher in the rye isn't really a thing, which further shows how set Holden's mind is on the idea of protecting innocent things. He was looking for it in places it didn't exist. The novel ends with Holden having an unsettling encounter with the former teacher, in which the teacher lets Holden crash at his place, but when Holden awakes to the teacher patting him on the head, gets weirded out, and leaves in the middle of the night. He later tells Phoebe he's running away for good, but when she demands to go with him, he realizes it probably isn't a great plan. We don't quite know what happens after that, but we learn that Holden is now in an institution, recovering from what we can assume is some kind of breakdown. He tells us he's going to a new school in the fall and is feeling good about that. The book ends like this. Don't ever tell anybody anything. If you do, you start missing everybody. It seems that, in the act of telling this story, Holden has started to miss even the people he thought he couldn't stand, which I believe we're meant to take as a sign of progress and an optimistic view for his future. In summary, J.D. Salinger published The Catcher in the Rye in 1951. The Catcher in the Rye is the story of Holden Caulfield, a teenage boy who at first seems like a spoiled, miserable rich kid, but we learn is actually still coping with the untimely death of his beloved brother Allie. Throughout Holden's various misadventures around Manhattan, we learn that he has a hard time interacting with most people, but cares deeply about protecting innocent things like children or the ducks in Central Park. Ultimately, we realize that he's still grieving and has a lot of growing up to do, and by the end of the novel, are hopeful that he'll be able to do just that.